Ugh. Okay. Godzilla El Nino. Let's do that one. That's on YouTube. That's on YouTube. Hello, Anton. This one. Like that. Like that.
And today, we're going to discuss something that's most likely going to be happening on planet Earth in the next few years. A massive anomaly that you see behind me that's now brewing in the Pacific Ocean. Something that some scientists are now referring to as Godzilla El Nino, also known as Super El Nino. And though this might sound like some kind of a science fiction disaster movie, right now the data behind this is actually pretty real, and the effects from this will be quite serious in certain locations on the planet. And so in this video, let's actually discuss exactly what El Nino is, why this particular El Nino seems to appear just a little bit extreme, and what this very likely means for the overall weather patterns on the planet in 2027, 2028, and beyond. But in essence, based on some of the recent forecasts from the European Center for Medium-Range Weather Forecasts, we now have a pretty clear picture that El Nino is definitely approaching, and that the overall temperatures in the Central Pacific seem to be increasing way more than before, and way above average temperatures that we usually expect around the same time this year, with some models suggesting the increase by about 4 degrees Celsius, which means that if these numbers do hold, we're looking at one of the strongest El Nino events in the last century, and potentially surpassing historical records in 1997 and more recently in 2015. But before we dive into numbers and the discovery, let's talk about what exactly this is and why a patch of water in the Pacific Ocean seems to then dictate what happens in regions in North America, South America, Australia, and Europe, and dramatically changes various weather patterns for at least several years. And so let's dive into the science of ENSO, or the El Nino Southern Oscillation, and discuss these latest studies. And so all of this basically happens right here, literally in the middle of the Pacific. And in some sense you can think of this region as a kind of a giant bathtub. Now usually, when there are no major events, there are actually a lot of winds going westwards. We usually refer to these as trade winds. Basically winds blowing from the east to the west, or from South America toward Indonesia and Australia. And these winds tend to push a lot of warm surface water westwards, basically causing a kind of a warm water pileup near Australia and Asia. And as warm water moves west, a lot of cold, nutrient-rich water rises from the deep ocean somewhere near the coast of South America in a process referred to as upwelling. And this basically keeps the Eastern Pacific relatively cool, filled with nutrients, and actually filled with fish. While at the same time the Western Pacific remains kinda warm and also produces a lot of rainy conditions in this region. And this is normally referred to as the neutral phase. This is actually what we have right now when I'm making this video. But sometimes we also get 2 additional stages or 2 additional phenomena with opposite results, El Nino and La Nina. And when El Nino begins, these trade winds either weaken or even reverse completely, with all of this massive warm pool of water in the west now starting to slide back towards South America and stopping the upwelling of cold water, which actually completely reorganizes the entire climate in this region and completely changes weather patterns, starting in the Pacific first. But this also creates a kind of a feedback loop referred to as Bjerknes feedback, with weaker winds creating even more warm water in the east, which then weakens the winds even more and makes the water even warmer. And so this cycle tends to continue for several months until this warm water eventually depletes and the system resets. And though normally these changes in temperature are not particularly large, sometimes just 1 or 2 degrees Celsius, in certain cases, during certain events, the temperature increases so much that it then creates major climatic changes on the entire planet. And that's because El Nino is a kind of a global heat injector. As a matter of fact, more recently in 2023-2024, one of these events contributed to the hottest year on record. Actually, several locations on the planet recorded peak temperatures in certain regions, all basically the result of the El Niño from just a few years back. With the 1997 El Niño even killing approximately 16% of all corals due to the phenomenon referred to as bleaching. And that's because it doesn't just affect the Pacific region, it actually ends up shifting weather patterns across the entire planet, but in somewhat different ways depending on the location, and even depending on the time of the year. And while usually in South America, so countries like Peru and Ecuador, there are going to be a lot more floods and a lot more extreme rainy conditions because the warm water fuels massive thunderstorms. In contrast, Australia and Indonesia experience the opposite. The rain moves east, and so in these regions there's a major risk of drought and even bushfires, which is exactly what happened in Queensland in the late 90s. This was officially the worst drought on record. Whereas in North America there's a kind of a split. In the south and in the Gulf Coast there's usually a lot more wetter and cooler winters, while the northern states and Canada actually experience much milder, drier conditions. And so as you can see from this image, quite a few individual regions on the planet become affected by this in completely different ways. But why call this particular event Godzilla? Or why is this basically called a Super El Niño? Well, this nickname is often used for El Niño events that show extreme sea surface temperature anomalies, such as the ones that have now been determined in 2026. This new data shows us that there is now an 80 to 90% chance for such an event to form in the next few months. Suggesting, of course, that in the next few years, specifically 2027, 2028, and possibly beyond, a lot of different regions are going to be experiencing extreme weather patterns, and possibly once again some of the hottest days on record. With the other worrying observation being the fact that we just actually had El Niño a few years back, and there seems to be another more powerful one on the way. And a lot of atmospheric scientists now believe this might be connected directly to major losses of the Arctic ice in the last few years that's now making El Niños much stronger and much more frequent. Although we're actually not going to know for sure for at least a few more months. But interestingly, this is not just going to affect the weather, it's obviously also going to affect the economy and the production of food on the planet. Just to give you a kind of an extreme example here, a similar Super El Niño that happened over a century ago, the one in 1877 and 1878, actually resulted in a global famine that killed over 50 million people. This was referred to as the Great Famine of 1876 or the Northern Chinese Famine in Asia. Now, as of today, this was still the strongest El Niño ever, and since then we've obviously improved our ability to produce food, so we're a little bit better prepared, but even a minor famine is going to dramatically increase humanitarian costs, because certain regions are definitely going to be hit pretty hard. Although from a slightly different perspective, the 2014 El Niño surprisingly had a somewhat positive effect on the economic activity in North America. And so countries like the US and Mexico actually saw a very small boost in GDP because of an increase in agricultural yield in certain regions. In contrast, India and South Africa basically had the opposite. There were more agricultural troubles and thus GDP fell. Which basically means that, I guess, some countries will benefit from this, some will not. But once again, in 2026, one of the main reasons it's actually referred to as Godzilla event is also because of the dramatic change that's happening very fast. Because compared to previous transitions here, we're actually seeing a very rapid shift from the cooling La Niña phase to this extreme warmth that's observed today, which basically gives a lot of ecosystems and of course a lot of farmers a lot less time to adapt. And that means that in the next few years there might be some trouble ahead, at least for certain countries. But obviously it's also called Godzilla to kind of raise awareness and makes a story about climate just a little bit more interesting. Although in this case this is a real-time data and the strength of this El Niño is definitely not exaggerated. But it's also important to mention that a typical El Niño is not a guarantee that something will happen. No. It just increases risks for certain climatic conditions, but does not guarantee that, for example, a drought is going to happen in Australia. It might happen, or it might not. However, the sea surface temperatures right now have a very high chance to reach the record high, and will thus have at least some effect somewhere. We just don't really know exactly where yet. And so at least for now, the only thing we know is that El Nino is coming, and probably in the next few months. On that note, once we have some updates about planet Earth, we'll come back and discuss this more in some of the future videos. Until then, thank you for watching. Subscribe, come back tomorrow to learn something else. Support the channel on Patreon, where you can find additional videos without any ads and can DM me direct, or by joining a channel membership grants you early access. You can also support the channel by buying the Wonderful Person t-shirt in the description below. Stay wonderful, I'll see you tomorrow, and as always, bye bye.
This fucking motherfucker. Fucking Bezos should fucking die. Honestly, what a fuckwit. I should check if it's alive. Excellent. My title worked.
BC, I'm very tired. No nonsense today, please.
A short film, they will be joining on stage.
A few weeks ago, you guys had a setback, and now you're in the beginning phases of rebuilding the launch pad. What have you learned since, and how does the path forward look?
Well, let me start by saying that was a rough moment.
Yeah.
Nobody likes that. It was
Yeah.
a gut punch for the whole team.
Yeah.
But what we've learned since then is we got really lucky. Some of the long lead items in the launch infrastructure were preserved. For example, the propellant tank farm, all the liquid hydrogen, liquefied natural gas, liquid oxygen, all those tanks. Those are, very long lead items, and they were fortunately undamaged. The booster, we had a booster in the integration facility, which is right there at the launch pad, and various pieces of shrapnel missed the boosters. There was a lot of good luck in that incident.
Bezos called his AI Prometheus. I fucking hate these people so much. I actually fucking loathe these fucking rats.
God knows how to appropriately price his goods. And space travel is hard, and it's worth it. And so, we, by the way, by the end of that incident, the end of the day that incident occurred, within 24 hours, completely spontaneously, the Blue Origin team, and this is a team of just incredible people, they were making themselves T-shirts that say, "It's worth it."
Yeah. Cool. Here. And so it's going to, the cycle time to the moon, the cadence to the moon is going to increase.
I guess the question here, and I think we know the answer. Moon or Mars, Jeff?
Well, moon first.
Moon first, and then Mars.
Mars and everywhere else too. And we'll build large, Jerry O'Neill style colonies in space as well.
Yeah.
And we'll build big, we'll use
I can't wait for the alien world to become reality. It's going to be so awesome. I can't wait to mine planets for Amazon. I'm so excited.
Asteroids and near-Earth objects and the moon.
Oh,
and
you're
so
almost
on,
ready to get off
to
the planet.
build, compute
Looks like
in
you
space
have
and
another
solar
contract
cells
that
in
you can't
space
get out
and
of.
so on. And a lot of
Yeah.
our compute will be done in space.
Guess you're going on a space
It'll
voyage
make more
for
sense.
160
And ultimately,
years.
we'll even
Enjoy the
manufacture the
enjoy the
chips
sleep.
that the compute runs on. And then the answers can just be beamed back to us here.
Fuck you.
And this planet, Dave said it before, but our long-term vision, our dream, is that all
Destroy
the
the
polluting
planet.
industry can be done off Earth. If space travel gets reliable enough and inexpensive enough, and we can get materials from asteroids and near-Earth objects and the moon, then this garden planet can be returned to its pre-industrial revolution state.
Here's an idea. Do that anyway, you fuckwit.
Mortality is better than it was.
That and the importance of AI in engineering for Blue Origin and for the world.
Yeah. Prometheus is building a set of tools that's
I
designed
fucking
to empower
hate
engineers
these people.
to really invent and build
Why do
much,
I
much
care
faster.
what you have to
So if
say
you think
because
about,
you have
know,
$1 billion?
Today there's a kind of a dream
Fuck
build
off.
cycle. You know, dream of something.
You are
and then depending on how
a
complicated
retail
it is, it may take
CEO.
a few years to 10 years before you're really
Leave space
producing
to
it
NASA,
at rate
you
and
fuckwit.
manufacturing it. And if you take a step back and broadly civilizational
What
wealth,
happens when you've got so much
all
money
of civilizational
that you
wealth
literally cannot spend
is
it?
driven by
Oh, you
invention.
start a space company.
6,000 years ago,
Because
somebody
what better
invented
way
the plow,
to write off
and we all got
billions?
wealthier. And then
of your
much
income?
later, somebody invented the
Oh, well, I
steam
lost it
engine,
all building rockets.
and we all got wealthy.
My income is zero.
And this cycle continues. And
He
if
says
we can
as he
accelerate
lives
that
on a
cycle,
$400 million
that dream
yacht.
build cycle, it will create real productivity, real prosperity. And so that's the idea behind Prometheus models. They have a place.
He has a $500
I know there's a
million
lot
yacht.
of concern that many people have, including many smart people, that
I saw
AI
this
is going to
post,
make humans redundant.
And it was like, when I die, I want a Viking funeral, but I'm too poor to afford a boat, so put me on a billionaire's yacht and light it on fire.
I'm down with that. That's a great way to go. You know, take two birds with one stone.
Many people have, including many smart people, that AI is going to make humans redundant and so on. I totally disagree with this point of view, and I think, in fact, AI is going to create
Yeah, well, you, the billionaire CEO, don't have to worry about that, do you? Oh, and what's that? You stand to profit off AI? Wow, I can't imagine why you have this opinion. Man, should we listen to this guy about whether AI is going to take over or make humans redundant, even though it literally is in real time? Are we just supposed to believe this fuckwit because he has money? Like, is that what they're trying to... Why do I care about what this fuckhead has to say? Genuinely, why? Like, I want somebody to answer this question in a genuine way. Why should I care what billionaires think? No, but they got the capital, that's where the money goes. I don't care. Oh, they've got money? Take it. I don't care. The money can be better spent elsewhere, rather than maintaining a $500 million yacht. Did you know that Zuckerberg not only has a yacht, but has multiple support boats for his yacht?
Most yachts do.
That's moronic. Burn these boats to the ground. Burn them to the ground. Put a fucking tomahawk into them. I don't give a fuck. Get rid of them. Fuck these people.
a labor shortage because it's going to make it possible for people to identify more problems. We have an endless set of things to invent. And we are only limited, today, we are limited not by our imaginations, but by what we can actually do. I promise you, every single person
so you're going to
in this
supply everything
audience
for free then?
has had an idea for a new business or a new product or a new device that they wish they could manufacture. And that
Can I pause
idea
real quick?
stayed in your head and went nowhere.
Okay. So I just walked like 4 to 6 kilometers. And as you know, my back is sunburned,
Okay.
right? So I'm sweating and my shirt's rubbing the whole time.
Oh no.
And I haven't seen it yet, but I've touched my back.
Oh no.
And it started peeling at the same time. And it is just, I just know it's chaos back there.
Oh no. Oh, that's bad.
Can't even see.
That's real bad.
You can't even see it.
I can see the lines.
It feels all bumpy and shit.
Yeah, like you can't see the texture, but you can see how fucking burnt it is. Jesus Christ.
You know,
That's a good one.
Let me get a light.
Were you wearing a strap top?
Yeah.
I've never seen a guy with this sunburn. That's so funny.
Not a guy.
That's hilarious.
I'm
What
trying
is that tattoo?
Captain Howdy.
Okay. That's making it worse, honestly.
Yeah.
You'd have to change the lights to a white light.
You know what? I'm going to see if I can see it on my phone. I can feel it. Oh, graggly.
That's awesome. Because I always get my arms get burnt real bad. Top of my arms specifically.
Let's see if I can see anything here.
Never got sunburned for the longest time because I was fat and never took my shirt off.
Yeah, you can't see it. I can feel it though. It's like it's peeled, but it's like clumped, you know?
Yes.
So there's a bunch of like little clumpy things on my back. It feels very weird.
I keep doing the wrong thing. I want playlists. 2026. Let's do this one.
You ever wanted to start a podcast but don't know where to begin? Do you think you're the funniest friend in your friend group and want the whole world to know? Or maybe you know that your thoughts and opinions are deeply profound and worth sharing with the internet? Well, what if I told you that they're not? You're not funny and no one cares about what you think. That's okay, because none of that actually matters. Hi, I'm Mike Lapel, professional podcast coach and manager, here to guarantee you a successful podcast because not only do I know the secret, but you can too. What is that secret? Well, your guest, of course, but not just any guest. We're talking about the evil ones. Specifically, the guests with some sort of power and evil political agenda. Why? Because these are the guests with money to spend and resources to give. Now you might be saying to yourself, Mike, I know many a fascist, but how do I get many a fascist to know me? Well, that's where I come in. You see, my specialty within the podcasting industry
I
is
prefer them
connecting
to
you
meet
with the
barrels.
richest, evilest, and most powerful politicians and businessmen worldwide. Benjamin Netanyahu on the Nelk Boys pod? Yeah, that was me. Donald Trump on the Flagrant pod? Me again. Who do you think got Joe Rogan into the Oval Office? Your only job? An easy ask. Let these people take advantage of you and your platform. Your voice and credibility will be stripped, but your pockets will be lined. Morality is subjective.
Full,
Money
baby.
is not.
This is what I wore at
Podcast.
Pride. This time.
Okay, that's the one. Is that New York?
But I-
New York one? You went to the city?
No,
Or the local one?
local. It was only like a few thousand people. It's pretty small.
Okay.
But I didn't have sunscreen. Honestly, I really wasn't burnt that bad. I've had
Looks
some
worse.
sunburns that were... Like one time we went to the beach,
Oh.
and I remember I was like, on the way home, I was literally like laying across everyone in the back seat with my back facing up in pain.
Fucking hell. I've never been burnt that bad. I've seen people with like 3rd degree sunburn. Crazy shit. All from UV rays too.
Yeah. Well, like, you know how we were talking about, like, how devastating fire is to things. Because it's like the only reason we have any resistance to fire is because of the sun's ultraviolet
Yes, yeah.
radiation. Like, if there was no ultraviolet radiation, oh my god, can you imagine how much more devastating fires would be?
Yeah.
How do I get out of big mode for Steam? I didn't want to be in big mode.
I'm not sure. I've done just press F11.
It's not working. Exit big picture mode. Found it. Like, luckily, like because it's the Erie Canal, so it's literally like a straight line, right? But we were like back at the car when I noticed I didn't have my keys, and we had already walked to the entire thing, and it's about a kilometer long. The walk,
Yeah.
and we went, so we didn't go all the way to the end, so probably like 0.6, 0.8 kilometers.
It's not
I
that
know
bad.
I did at least 2 when Pokemon Go was open, because I got candies for those. But I don't know, I hatched multiple eggs, so it had to be at least 5 as well.
Okay.
And like, walked to the end again, didn't find the keys, and like the way that they fell, they would only be able to be seen on the way back anyway.
Okay. What a pain in the ass. I'm genuinely surprised you found them. How long were you looking
Yeah,
for?
well, it's because it's only one straight line.
Okay.
And we were both looking at the ground.
Lucky.
But God, I am gonna fucking... My back was getting so sore. Eventually, it just stopped hurting. Like, it still hurt, but like, it just adjusted, and I just kept powering through it.
I've never seen this guy before.
But like, the friend I was with, I've known him since I was like 10 years old.
Okay. Ah. Turkey was arresting some journalists.
What else is new?
Arrested in Raqqa. German journalist? I didn't hear about this.
Is he Al Qaeda? There's a lot of Syrian journalists who are actually Al Qaeda.
Well, it's funny you say that because the reason it popped up is because somebody that
Show
we
me
follow
him.
replied to them with a video of
Show me
someone
the guy.
with an
I'll tell you if
ISIS
he's Al
flag
Qaeda.
in a video trying to recruit German youth. And she goes, "Is this you?"
Yeah, show me. I want to see if it's someone I'm familiar with, because I know a lot of the Al Qaeda guys.
Screen share.
They're not as far as like the ones that are like covering as journalists is
Yeah,
what I
yeah.
mean specifically. But normally the ones that speak English. So if he's not posting in English, I may not know him. Yeah, show me his page though. Yes! This is who I assumed it was. I assumed it was this guy.
Ah, that's funny.
Yes, he is
Yeah,
Al Qaeda.
I posted this video.
Yeah, he's Al Qaeda.
Interesting. So that was kind of funny because this is the post
That's
that
so
they're talking
funny.
about.
That was literally the first guy that I thought. Was he not the guy who was arrested?
No, they're talking about this chick,
Oh, okay. I don't know them.
German one, and a Turkish journalist, Ahmed Palad, arrested on January 18th. They were just released.
So they're probably pro-Kurdish then.
Well, that's what it says here. Is she's not a journalist? She's a foreign fighter who stayed at SDF headquarters during the fighting. But yeah, so it's that guy, and then this is the person that we follow.
Yeah, this guy's a fuckhead too, though. This is two fuckheads fighting.
That's very funny.
They both suck.
Oh, we didn't do the gay fucking logo. We forgot.
It's okay. I went to Pride.
That's good enough. I still think we should push for this gay for one more day thing. I think that's very funny. Because you said it like, what, 2 years ago? Like every time conservatives whinge, extend it for a day. I think that's fucking hilarious.
I think we should also include... we'll get... Because Juneteenth is just one day, so anytime they whinge about Juneteenth, they'll get another day too.
Yep. Perfect.
And, like, there's no going back, you know? If, like, we need the movement to catch on.
Once it starts, it's over.
Yeah, and there's... But I'm saying it's, like, if they want it to stop, they have to... If they want it to stop being shoved down their throat, they have to stop complaining, and then we won't
stop
add
complaining,
days on.
and
but
it stops expanding.
Take days away. There's nothing they can do to make it a month again. It will only be whatever they decide.
And it's like, everybody is just like, well, you can stop this. And like, if they stop complaining for 1 year, drop it back a day out of good faith,
I mean, like, this
and then
is what I
don't
say
move it
about,
again.
like comedy and stuff. It's like, you want to be able to make black jokes, well, you have to make sure racism is dead then.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. It needs to not exist for it to be funny. Like, if white people specifically, because
Can
like,
you imagine
black
how
comics
funny,
make that shit.
How funny
all the
a
time.
world would be without racism?
Oh, it'd be so funny.
And
imagine being able to make
prejudice
fun of
behind-
like
when
the
it's not
stereotypes
punching
of different
down.
countries. Amazing. Without like that stigma of racism, that'd be great. Like, because countries are funny, man. Like, people from different countries, they do funny things. Like, shit's funny, just like from an objective standpoint. And when I say funny, it's not like ha ha funny. It's like, oh,
But,
that's
you know,
funny.
It's like
That's
people
different.
like my mom, where it's like, they can make white jokes. Why can't we make black jokes? Because you're racist, Mom. That's why.
I mean, pretty much. I was, did I send you the message? I was very unhappy the other day. My mum compared the Stolen Generation to Child Protective Services.
Yeah.
I was very unhappy.
People are ignorant. It's okay.
I was incredibly unhappy about that. And then she goes, "Were you there?" And I'm like, "Oh boy." Unfucking real. I'm in control, aren't I?
Many have claimed it to be an easy job, while other, less intelligent, and probably difficult people to be around, have described it as harder than a 9 to 5. Well, I argue, if podcasting is so easy, then how are so many people fucking it up? For years now, one of the most popular mediums of the past decade has been quietly turned into a propaganda tool, spreading misinformation and swaying elections.
Is media
Again,
not?
if podcasting is so easy, how are we getting it wrong? Podcasting
How many
is
CIA
just a monetizable
podcasts
conversation.
are there,
In
you
the
reckon?
world of content creation, this is the easiest form. Well, actually, I think that we're letting comedians get away with too much, I think. I think that's what the problem is. I mean, the podcast format...
I actually disagree. To produce a good podcast, like a good show, and it's not even like relegated just to podcasting. Radio is the same medium as podcasting. It's just radio. This is just modern radio. And radio requires a lot of fucking work. And if you want to produce it, like, think about the, what do they call it? The two women who fucking, I've had it. Those women. They, I guarantee, do a whole, how many shows do they release a week?
I don't know.
So let's say they do 3, right? They probably do a day of research, day of recording, edit, release, right? Let's say 4 days. 4 days, every 4 days, they research, they record, they edit, they post, right? That's fucking hard work. That's a lot of work that if you want to keep people informed and do it correctly, it's not just browsing Twitter. It's not just, you know, reading headlines. It's work. It's a lot of work. It's like people don't realize that, like, people, I haven't really seen people saying this, but I feel like some people probably have this thought where they're like, where is investigative journalism? Motherfucker, that shit's expensive. You're gonna pay basically a motherfucker's entire yearly wage to get that story. Like, that's expensive shit.
What are you talking about? Nick Shirley's a great investigator. What did I tell you? Didn't I tell you no shenanigans today?
Because it's like, I genuinely don't agree. I don't agree that podcasting is the easiest medium. I think long-form content where you can keep a coherent structure is actually quite difficult. Radio's easy because they have, like, ad breaks and shit. And if we wanted to do that, we could probably set it up on Twitch so we do, like, 15-minute segments with a 5-minute break in between. And it's like, oh, well, we're back to cable TV, I guess. How is podcasting different? Like, how is streaming different? How is this unique to anything that's been here before? It's not. It's just a changed medium. It's just altered and changed as the time has changed. I genuinely don't think that you need any specific, like, if I was to do a journalism degree, which I have, there was a podcasting class, but there was more radio classes because it's fucking radio.
That's the thing, is radio, you can actually, like, go to school for, you know?
Yeah, podcasting's just like,
there's not a, like,
can do it.
podcasting degree.
No.
All right.
And that's
Real
what I'm
quick.
saying, is that it's like radio, if someone did a podcasting journal, like a radio journalism degree specifically for the medium of radio, they'd probably be pretty good at podcasting. Like, I feel like those skills transfer. You wouldn't need to do a podcast one, you would just need to add a podcasting module. And just be like, oh, well, here's the general structure of what works for podcasts and blah, 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 blah. I don't think that's a bad method to do it. Because I tried doing
I want to show you a little
solo
thing.
podcast. It's fucking frustrating. Especially if they're doing solo podcasts too, as well. Like, solo podcasts, I think, are the more interesting part of thing. Extracurricular and some classes has touched on it. Yeah, exactly. It's not actually a specific thing. Like, I think that the study of podcasts is probably something that should happen. Like, we should understand how podcasts work, how it's being used for propaganda and all that shit. But, like, at the end of the day, it's just radio. I'll stand on that hill.
Itself is a perfect vessel for political propaganda. It's
Alright, I wanna
chill,
show you something real
low-stake conversation.
As I still have it open. There's this little game from my childhood. I only, like, played it once. Right? I've never seen anything like this. It's an RTS. Okay?
Okay.
General Collins, Commander. You're just in time. The first Soviet attack has destroyed all of Eagle's Nest 1's defenses. Check your radar. We've got additional Soviet forces coming in from the southeast. They're targeting the command tower and our solar arrays. Protect these structures at all costs.
Go scrap storage! Base under attack.
Yeah, you better run.
Where's the power? Soviet forces are withdrawing, Commander. It won't be long before they regroup for another attack.
You ever seen this? A first-person RTS?
No, never.
She's a training vehicle, but she does have turret building capabilities. Use her to build some turrets and set up a defensive perimeter around the base.
In transit. Moving out. Getting power. Where's the power? Deploying. Construction started. Building complete.
Right, so then you build stuff, right? And then you select it. You can, like, tell it where to go and stuff.
You're the boss.
I'm not going to go any further than this, but, like, when I get to the point where I'm building units and stuff, you can actually tell them to, like, go hunt down the enemy or follow you or go to specific objective markers. So, like, I can send them to the objective and, like, stay at the base and not even follow them. And, like, it's also, I'm not sure if you remember this game, Battlezone. It's like a Windows game with vector graphics where you're playing, you're a tank.
No.
Nah, because you didn't know Ski Free either.
No.
Super old school game, but it looks like this. It's got the line graphics.
The oldest game I
stuff.
played was Arkanoid. Great game. I fucking love Arkanoid. I wish I could find the version that I played, but I don't remember what it was.
I thought we did find it, but I've never seen a game quite like this game.
Yeah, it's very interesting. RTS first person is a very interesting choice.
Yeah, and so, like, also you can switch vehicles as well. So, like, you have a certain amount of pilots, and they're the AI and stuff, and so if their vehicles get destroyed, there's a chance they'll eject and be able to return to base to get back in a new vehicle.
Oh, interesting.
But if you're on foot, you can use your sniper to shoot pilots out of enemy vehicles and then take control of them.
Cool.
And actually, it's fully controller supported too.
Oh.
You don't even need a mouse to play it, actually.
Interesting.
Because you can use
also,
you can use WASD and the number pad. The number pad is like this strafing.
Yeah. I got Helldivers on the PlayStation now. So I don't have all my progress because they don't have cross-progress saving yet, which is very annoying. But I got it on the PlayStation because I was sick of having to deal with lag. Like, literally physical hardware lag.
Yeah.
So I just got it on the PlayStation. And it looks incredible. I have never experienced this game looking the way that it does on the PlayStation. Oh my god. I'm a big fan of this game. I really like it. But the controller is real rough. I'm very used to the PC, so it's rough as guts. It's,
yeah, it's hard to
It's a struggle.
It's hard to use precision weapons on the controller. But if you use explosives or the Epoch,
yeah,
because the Epoch is similar to the railgun.
Yeah, because I was just trying to
Did you see the video I sent of the Epoch girl?
No, I don't think so. I've been pretty much logged out for the last 2 days.
She's like she popularized Epoch.
Okay.
You motherfucker! Where do you
I'm
think
in
you're
control,
going?
aren't I?
Conversational vibe is exactly what's needed to casually spread disinformation. But I think that comedians are the perfect pundits to spew it. I mean, think about it. There are specified political podcasts out there, but none of them are as relatable as a comic. As someone who is trained to resonate with you. Their unbiased, unserious, and frankly stupid approach to anything politically related or of substance makes it all the more easy for political rhetoric to connect with the masses. Podcasts already simulate the feeling of inclusion in social spaces, being included in conversations. If I don't have friends, tuning into a podcast helps me feel like I do. But that's the thing. I don't want to be friends with Benjamin Netanyahu. I don't want to be friends with Donald Trump. I'd rather just accept the fact that I have no friends than cope by listening to a podcast that is trying to humanize different disguises of the same Antichrist. However, this experience was different for a lot of other people. Hosting demons like this in a chill, low-stakes conversational environment can only have the wrong kind of influence. But thankfully, it seems like we're nearing the end of a terminally right-wing online. And with what seems to be a political and cultural shift post-Trump election, a lot of these podcast hosts and comedians are regretting their decisions to become shills for a political machine. And while they're slowly backing away, there is a refusal to take any accountability or own up to the effects their actions have caused. I mean, good for them for coming back to the light, I guess, but you can't just pretend like that didn't happen. Today we're talking about podcasters and accountability, or the lack of it, rather, and social media's seemingly growing influence on all things politics and power. We've seen the treacherous effects that this influence has on people. If there's no accountability, how can we learn from our mistakes to ensure that things like this don't happen again? That we don't mind-numbingly host our fascistic president on a podcast to help him win an upcoming election. Or billionaires and tech CEOs who do indeed have special interests and certainly don't need
Did you next turn yet? Oh, that one. Is this the warp pack bundle?
Oof.
That's awesome.
Epoch.
So she does go Epoch. See that? She was able to hit behind him.
I like this combo of the jetpack.
It's the dark fluid.
Ah. Still jetpack.
Epoch. What the hell? I almost look cool.
Next turn. That's funny though.
need audiences to be on their side. This type of mainstream propaganda doesn't just benefit politicians.
Alright, keep playing. I'm having cone.
Okay, then never mind.
What? You bringing up another short?
Yes.
Alright.
Free flag.
Love flags.
More. Nice. Nice. Oh, oh! Don't be too close. Nice. Oh!
I want her Epoch video.
Free flag. More. Nice. Nice. Oh, oh! Don't be too close. Nice. Oh, my god, we did it! No!
They put the flags in
Bye. Bye, my child.
This was labeled as epoch.
Is it, what's her name?
Tanasuki. There was no epoch. She mislabeled this.
Free flag.
Reporter, false advertising.
Oh my fucking god, they land on trees always.
Oh! Epoch? Ah! Oh my god!
They got the fire.
Oh fuck!
Oh no! Well, you deserve. Oh, the dead! Oh my god!
Ah!
Ah, well, you have.
Epoch! Ah! What the hell? Epoch! Oh!
What was that? Oh my fucking god, they...
What pack does that come in?
The epoch?
Yeah,
I don't know.
we'll have to have a look. Do you know what the railgun comes in? Is that in a pack or is that a stratagem that you
No,
buy?
it's a stratagem.
Okay.
By the way, the tank you can get without any packs.
Oh.
It's just rec slips.
Oh, cool.
Also, they added a supply car.
Fast recon vehicle, yeah. I've been using it.
Yeah, it's great because it has the auto turret.
Yeah, I did notice that. Does it activate when you're not in the car, or is it only when you drive?
Yeah, so you can call it down just as a turret as well.
Oh, cool. Because I was wondering whether that would happen.
Yeah, it's just a liberator on the... It's the same thing you get with that thing that gives the turrets on the supply pods.
Yeah.
It gives leverage to the corporations and industries behind them. Big tech, big oil. The same well-oiled machine that helps to swing an election is the same one shielding oil companies from consequences. Industries that use public broadcasting to spread their messaging and protect their interests. It's entities like Big Oil who continue to deceive the public, all while endlessly harming our climate. But more on this later. First, I want to take a look at the different ways a few of these podcasters have begun to backtrack on their association with the Trump admin and analyze the difference in accountability, righting wrongs, and if really any of them deserve to be forgiven. The first podcaster to commit podcast malpractice or modern-day skullduggery is our very own Andrew Schultz. Stand-up comic and host of the Flagrant podcast, Andrew Schultz has been in the podcast game for quite some time now. Both he and now ex-co-host Akash Singh, that's a video for a different time, started the pod as a sports broadcast show that was never meant to be explicitly political by any means. However, fast forward a few years to the cancel culture era, a time I like to call the Great Woke, and the motives of the podcast seemed to shift. Flagrant then found its footing very well within the podcast space as a show that fought against PC and woke culture.
In a time where it was literally the most political correctness in history, we carved out a lane of flagrancy that did not exist anywhere else.
Really, this was just a podcast with a couple of comedians that felt that their humor was being boxed in by society and wanted a way to still speak their minds without being ostracized, hence beginning to associate with right-wing adjacent talking points. This evolved over time as a group of politically unbiased comedians were becoming more and more involved with politics, up until finally hosting Donald Trump on one of their episodes.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to Flagrant. And today, this is the first time that we've been able to say is we are sitting down with Mr. President. Mr. President, thank you so much for being here.
The description of this video really sets the stage for the core issues of comedians involving themselves with politics. We got Trump on the pod today to break down his stance on abortion, who he really thinks tried to take him out, and his favorite African American. This might be Trump's longest interview ever. A classic for sure. And a classic it was. At an hour and a half with almost 10 million views, this episode helped to elect the asshole.
This group influenced the presidential election of 2024.
Yo, listen.
Ain't that fucking crazy?
Don't even say influence. We decided.
We were the turning point.
These are not political experts or journalists by any means. These are comedians who felt persecuted enough to weigh in. Except these are not everyday working class people affected by propaganda. These are people who hold more influence than we can even comprehend. So when they're influenced by
I found a good one.
Oh my.
What? What happened?
Oh my fucking god, they land on trees always.
Oh! That's mine.
I'm so confused.
Oh my fucking god, they land on trees always.
Oh!
I had it up and then I went to share it and it went back.
I'm at the Mechanis. Oh. Do you mind? What?
Fuck.
Just be the player you want to see.
There it is.
Epoch! Tupac! Three Pog! I can see where I am now.
I love her little dive backwards to drop that eagle.
I mean, the dive backwards I use all the time.
Supposed to drop an eagle at her feet.
Good point, yeah.
Right, so like she popularized just this so much. Fuck off. Get my DMs out of here.
Rub the magical epoch and she
You're
appears.
not paying attention. I pulled this up specifically to show you and you're not looking.
Is that a real thing?
Rub the magical epoch and she appears.
Oh, it's like a... It's, what's the plasma gun that I like?
This guy is just like, he's a crazy like engineer cosplayer. Like, look at this.
That's awesome.
Isn't that awesome?
That is so cool.
It's just CO2, but you put the lights on it, it looks like fire.
That's fucking cool. the fuck? There's no way. We just got a reply to a comment that I left on Friendly Geordie's post. Apparently, there's an American group airing Pauline Hanson's TV ads. Got any links to that? That is quite concerning. Would love to see who.
Rhetoric or power, it's infinitely worse. There is no critical thought or pushback whatsoever. This episode was just straight up propaganda for Trump while he was running for his second term.
Okay, we did 11 kilometers today.
Walking.
Yeah.
Damn. That's a long way.
Trump, you're so fucking funny. Guys, look at how personable this evil man is. I'm not saying you should vote for him, but I'm not saying you shouldn't either. Andrew Schultz is a grifter. He's an opportunistic scumbag that does stuff like perform at the Riyadh Comedy Festival. But hey, I guess the Saudi blood money is still money. And of course, he's going to chop it up with the president given the opportunity. But if you're a grifter, that also means when cultural tides shift, you shift too. And since Trump's second term, he hasn't been all that favorable. So what does Schultz do? He blames both sides. After Charlie Kirk's assassination, Andrew Schultz took to YouTube to address how the left are hypocritical for celebrating the death and the right are hypocritical for pulling Jimmy Kimmel's show because of a joke.
And that gets into this conversation. Last week, Charlie Kirk's tragic death exposed that our political values have eroded faster than Kash Patel's interest in the Epstein list. The discourse between right and left is officially just beat the other side.
Worry not, America. Andrew Schultz, the great mediator, is here. Andrew Schultz, famous centrist known for his middle-of-the-road politics, is here to ensure us that both sides are bad. Thanks, Andrew. That makes me feel so much better. This is my problem. Andrew Schultz has no business being involved with politics, but continues to make it his business to be involved with politics. And it's gotten to a point where he's in too deep. After you do a podcast with the president, you can't not do politics anymore. You've essentially cemented yourself as the guys that know nothing about politics who cover politics. When ICE murdered Alex Preddy, the Flagrant podcast condemned it.
Nobody's watching this and be like, this is right, this is the America I want to live in.
Unloading a clip on a U.S. citizen is wrong.
Cool, awesome. Thank you for standing up for what's right. Except, no, this opinion holds zero weight because you helped to elect the administration responsible for this in the first place. Andrew Schultz and the Flagrant podcast failed to see the flaws and dangers of the Trump administration and instead saw it as an opportunity to selfishly grow their platforms and careers. Everyone can tell that Andrew Schultz regrets supporting Donald Trump. However, by not addressing that and holding yourself accountable, you're continuing to prove to the public how illegitimate any important or serious opinion you have is. During Schultz's Both Sides Bad video, he literally can't help but sprinkle in the most unfunny and eye-rolling one-liners throughout it because he's a comedian, and even though he's talking about people dying and how we shouldn't make fun of that, he's gonna make fun of whoever he wants because he's a comedian.
Many of them celebrated, like Charlie Sheen on World AIDS Day, and that's just about as fascist as Putin's pierogies, which is not only food, it's what he calls his housekeepers. Jimmy Kimmel, who, for anyone under 50, is a late-night TV host, and for anyone under 40, late-night TV is how the pharmaceutical industry gets your uncle hooked on opioids. And for anyone under 30, TV is like TikTok, but your phone is sideways and not controlled by Bamboo Babe Ruth.
Well, just because you're a comedian doesn't mean that you can't be funny. Maybe instead of talking about politics, we can work on our tight five a little more, Andrew. Because this is some of the worst 5 minutes I've ever heard. Speaking of bad comedy, the next podcaster we're talking about is Joe Rogan. Joe needs no introduction. The Joe Rogan Experience is one of the most popular podcasts in America, and it's paved the way for some of the worst red flags a man can have. Asking, what's your favorite podcast? On a first date became the standard for women trying to avoid the worst kind of man. Like the Flagrant podcast, the Joe Rogan Experience followed the same anti-woke conservatism trends that put it in the position it is in now.
It's all woke. It's all woke culture. It's this culture of compliance. They want you to comply.
Which, while Joe Rogan wants to keep up the illusion that he's a centrist and unbiased politically, he is still very much at the behest of the Trump administration.
I'm politically homeless. I've always been I've been politically homeless for a long fucking time.
Okay, Joe, if you're so politically unhoused,
then what's that roof over your head?
Thanks to all these people that we see next to me, and thanks to President Trump.
Oh, it's the roof of the Oval Office? The most political roof you could be under. Okay. Literally 10 days after this clip of Joe Rogan aired, he was invited to the Oval Office to answer questions about Trump's executive order to loosen up the laws around psychedelic drugs. While this is a very Joe Rogan reason to be present, it doesn't change the fact that he's directly contradicting himself. I mean, again, Trump is probably in that office in the first place largely in part because of the interview they did before the 2024 election. And just like Andrew Schultz, this episode of Joe Rogan's podcast offered little to no pushback whatsoever, garnering over 62 million views just on YouTube.
Probably would have been if the media didn't attack you the way they did. If they didn't conflate you with Hitler. I mean, even today, like, Kamala was talking about you and Hitler. They're going to take what you said about Robert E. Lee. Oh, Donald Trump wishes the South won.
That's right. He loves Robert E. Lee.
They love to take things out of context and distort things.
Joe Rogan has built a career off of politics, hosting numerous politicians, conspiracy theorists, and political pundits alike. And while sure, he's had on a few liberal or left-leaning guests, the majority of them have trended right. So to act like he's politically unbiased is so fucking funny. But really, I think it's a larger cry for help. Because, like Schultz, Rogan is having some regrets and beginning to question a little bit of the Trump administration's decisions during this term, saying he felt betrayed over the decision to go to war with Iran.
But just seems so insane based on what he ran on. I mean, this is why a lot of people feel betrayed, right?
Comparing ICE with the Gestapo.
Just roaming around, snatching people up, many of which turn out to actually be U.S. citizens that just don't have their papers on them. Are we really going to be the Gestapo? Where's your papers?
And even just straight up calling the Trump admin a bunch of dorks.
Make America great again, and then it becomes a movement of a bunch of fucking dorks? Because a lot of them are dorks.
But again, you endorse this. I mean, isn't it crazy how bad Trump has to be as a president for his podcast cronies to publicly question his administration? They even have Joe Rogan ranting about how high gas prices are.
Gas is $7.90 a gallon in LA right now.
And that's down from what it was.
Lucky you're in Texas, Joe.
You know what's the worst part?
Here's what I don't understand.
They're gonna
Are we
learn
getting oil?
Nothing from this.
No.
They're gonna do it again. Next election cycle, they're gonna be hosting whatever fucking fascist.
Big stupids. But they're just gonna bleed viewership and money, so maybe they will learn. We'll see.
Duncan Trussell
From Iran?
Joe,
No!
People are gonna manipulate you.
How funny is that he said that shit? Like, not that like long before he took all of those interviews with all of those people clearly manipulating him. But can't tell him that. Oh, a traitor.
Keeps on having that guy that breathes through his nose too hard.
Yes, that fucking guy.
Like, nobody likes him.
What's his name? Mark Andreessen or something?
I don't know.
I think it's something like that. Doofus.
Saying he was debanked for political reasons and not because he did fraud.
Fucking cunt.
And it's like fucking, I was watching R.M. Brown and PBD, and they're talking about Bernie Sanders. Just be like, he's just jealous he doesn't have billions. That's why he's like this. He's jealous that he's not successful.
It's so funny when these people always pull out the "they're jealous" card. It's so clearly projection. Like, we see. You're not subtle. We know.
Nah, bro, you just don't care about human beings.
Oh, That's
so
maybe 3 or 4%.
So are they just fucking us in the ass?
Here's what I don't understand, Joe. How can you complain about gas prices when not only did you vote for and endorse the candidate that ran on lowering gas prices but didn't deliver, but you've also hosted several climate skeptics and conspiracy theorists who are knee-deep in the pockets of big oil onto your show, like Dr. Stephen Koonin, former chief scientist for BP and current climate skeptic who argues that data does not support the narrative of an imminent existential climate catastrophe. You think he wants gas prices to go down? Come on. Rogan often offers little pushback and allows rhetoric like this to freely enter the mainstream. Being able to spew disinformation like that on a platform like this is exactly what massive oil corporations need to thrive in broad daylight. And we need to be holding these corporations properly accountable for their continued public manipulation and environmental destruction. Make Polluters Pay is a campaign to hold fossil fuel companies accountable for the damage that they're causing to our climate and to our communities. These corporations have always known that their products were hurting human health and leading to climate change, and the work that Make Polluters Pay is trying to accomplish will help to put them in their place. Vermont and New York have already passed legislation that will make oil and gas companies pay for environmental and climate damages, but they're actively working to get more states on board. If you're interested in staying up to date and learning more about protecting our right to hold fossil fuel companies accountable, then follow Make Polluters Pay on Instagram and check out their website in the description. Next, I want to talk about Theo Von. While we're not done with Joe Rogan quite yet, I do want to bring in another
I don't have any
to help.
specific subjects, by the way. I'm just sort of picking videos off the stream. So if you've got anything specific that you want to cover, go for it. Literally the first video I played.
Help us take a look at and analyze a difference in approaches to attempt accountability. While Rogan has shown skepticism and doubt towards the Trump administration and a few of their decisions, he has not done much to show that he has changed his overall opinion. Or at least he hasn't put in the work to legitimize his skepticism.
I did want to watch the Sam Cedar video
unhoused nature.
About Riley Gaines.
Right, that's one of the ones I have open.
Beautiful.
Yeah, it's very funny. Have you seen the clip yet?
I have not.
Oh, it's funny.
We've got a video link in chat.
While I don't think that Theo Von has nearly done enough work either, he's definitely been doing more than Rogan. Questioning opinions and actions or having on polarizing guests to genuinely try to intake both sides of the political spectrum. But before I explain myself, I want to give some background. Theo falls in line with the rest of these comedian podcasters that have drifted to the right. He frames himself as this working class American everyman who's just trying to understand the world. But he too has interviewed people like Donald Trump, J.D. Vance, has gotten lunch with Jared Kushner and Melania Trump. I mean, for someone that isn't politically aligned, he has associated very heavily with the American right wing. His podcast, too, gets millions of views and undoubtedly helped to determine the 2024 election. But how is what he's doing post-election different than Joe Rogan? Well, they actually answer this question for us during an episode of the Joe Rogan podcast where Theo is brought on as a guest. During this podcast episode, Theo repeatedly expresses how fucked the world is with the genocide in
Gilgamesh,
Gaza,
you
Palantir
cheeky
technology
boy.
and surveillance in Gaza.
Why
and
are you
I mean,
putting a city all
Joe
the way
is
down
the conspiracy
there?
guy.
He's just gifting
right?
me a
If
city
Theo's
of
gonna
a
have
nice
a crazy rant about the government being evil, this should be the place to do it. But instead, Joe just straight up gaslights Theo into thinking he's batshit crazy.
It's a time where it's like Satan is amongst us and our religious leaders are fucking talking about bullshit at the poll. It's just like, what is going... I don't know, man.
We gotta get you off those antidepressants, son. You're losing your fucking marbles.
You think I am?
Come hang out with us. Just chill out.
I'm here.
Which is such a crazy thing to do, considering that, one, again, this is the purpose of Joe's podcast, to be batshit crazy. And two, these are all real fucking problems that Theo is bringing up. These aren't the regular disinformation conspiracies that Joe is used to spewing on the pod. These are legitimate concerns. And anytime they do any research, Joe is the first to say, yeah, we can't really trust that source. It's biased.
Israeli government began using Palantir software in 2014. Significantly scaled up its partnership during the genocide in Gaza, which began in This is a, for sure, a biased source, just by the way they phrase that.
Brother, you are literally the biased source king. What are we talking about? It's through this podcast episode that we can really see the difference in compromise between Theo Von and Joe Rogan. Sure, Theo can't really come back from the hit his public perception took after propping up right-wing pundits, but at least he's still trying to question the system and the people in power without fear of losing association with those people. Can't really say the same for Joe Rogan. Joe is so compromised that he'd rather try to convince his friend that he's going crazy than hear him out. Theo's hosted a doctor on his show who worked on the ground in Gaza. He's had on Bassem Youssef, a comedian who's been repeatedly outspoken about Palestine's liberation. I mean, this isn't nothing. There's still a lot that Theo needs to do if he's looking to redeem himself, but at least there's effort. Now, is this accountability? Can Theo be forgiven for his actions? No. Theo's done the most work, but that's not really saying a lot. And it doesn't excuse what's already been done. It's not like he's really apologized or verbally taken accountability for the people he's so clearly associated with, either out of fear of losing association or fear of what the optics could look like. So what does accountability look like for these podcasters? Well, unless they hold themselves accountable, there's really nothing that we can do. The damage that the podcasting industrial complex has had on our society is irreversible. Independent media that can be bought out, commodified, sold to the highest bidder. I mean, we're auctioning off, what, a good hang? But I don't think these comedians or anyone like them are going to take accountability. And honestly, that's expected. These are just people looking for the next cultural shift to latch onto. The only thing we can do now is just move on. Treat comedians like comedians and not take them seriously. Obviously, I'm not saying politics don't belong in comedy. I think the best stand-up is political, but there is a difference between speaking up for what's right through comedy and associating yourself with power because you want success. Hosting Trump on your podcast doesn't make you a better comedian. Cleverly formulating a joke that educates people
I was
on the
thinking about
genocide of Gaza
like how
while making them laugh not only makes you a better...
This guy, the guy they just showed, actually. Go back. This guy, I think it's him. I keep seeing clips of Zionists heckling him.
Okay.
And he's like, they like are yelling like, Arabs have so much, why can't Jews just have one little piece? And I'm thinking about that, just like how Rhodesian that is.
Yeah. Yeah, it really is. A few good men couldn't save your ethno-state. It's not going to save Israel
it's so
either.
Rhodesian.
Like, you don't get an ethno-state. Ideally, nobody gets an ethno-state. Sometimes that's just how the population is, and the minorities get fucked. You know, like, there's a few like that. I mean, China is a good, big example of that, where the population is, like, they've 95% homogenous or some shit, I think. China population. Japan as well. 91% Han Chinese. In China, Japan percentage. Japan, I think, is also 97 to 98%. 2 to 3% foreign residents, mostly Chinese, South Koreans, and Vietnamese. What's an Arab ethno-state
All of
you
them.
can think of? All of them?
Turkey.
Okay, Turkey percentage population. Arab? They're not Arab, are they?
Turkish.
1 to 2% Arab. Okay. Turkish population of Turkey. $86 million. Syrian refugees.
Saudi Arabia.
Hmm.
I mean, even then there's like Bedouins and stuff, you know?
Yeah. So only 78 to 80%.
In Turkey?
Yeah. No, Saudi Arabia.
Foreign labor.
70 to 75 in Turkey. Kurds are 19%. But yeah, it's largely ethno-state. I mean, let's look Syria.
But that's also like, there's multiple ethnicities inside Judaism.
Yes.
They're arguing for a religious state.
Yeah.
And Turkey is literally, I think, 99% Muslim. But it's not a Muslim state, even though it has like a Muslim, like there's literally like it's one of the more Muslim flags. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
it's literally
it
the
is.
symbol of Islam.
It's a funny point.
Formulating a joke that educates people on the genocide in Gaza while making them laugh not only makes you a better comedian, but it also makes you a better person. Thank you for watching. If you liked the video, consider subscribing, and if you want to help support the channel, then become a channel member. You'll get access to channel perks like new videos.
Like, even democratically, if any of these countries wanted to implement an ethno-state by law, they could easily do so democratically. You can't challenge that 90% number, 80% number. Even a supermajority is 75%, isn't it? So it's like,
Early and priority response to your comments. Thanks again, and I'll see you next time.
I have been seeing a lot of theories about the back rooms these past few days. I've been seeing people go to and fro talking about...
Okay. You can take it if you want, or we can watch this.
Donald Trump has spent at least $14.5 million on the reflecting pool. Now, remember, he used a pool guy that also does work for him at Mar-a-Lago and presumably his other hotels. And he overpaid dramatically to do the reflecting pool work so that down the road, he's getting free pool services for life, essentially. This is... in some ways, it's like a kickback scheme, and so Trump has the pool painted blue because it's going to look so much better. Meanwhile, Obama
turns out painting in a darker color raises the temperature of the water to make the algae bloom worse.
Crazy. Who'd have thought?
The Obama administration put in a fairly sophisticated system to keep the algae from growing. Well, they ripped that out because that was Obama. And literally days later, after they had finally finished painting the pool, this is what we get.
I'm here at the newly renovated reflecting pool. It's painted American flag blue. And the Democrats are going to tell you, oh, there's green algae, it looks so bad. But there's pool guys cleaning it up right now. No other president would do that.
Did you see the hydrogen peroxide only clean the edges?
No, I want you to keep that up.
It also made the paint peel off.
What color is that guy's
Yes,
suit?
it did.
Blue.
Blue. Okay. What color is that person's cut-off T-shirt?
Black.
And what are the color of the letters?
Gray.
And in the fanny pack?
Yellow.
Okay, the reason why
job,
I asked...
Brian.
Thank you.
Yes, no, I just wanted to confirm that I'm not colorblind because that blue reflecting pool looks very, very green to me.
That looks deep, deep, deep green. Not even blue-green.
I have seen, like...
Looks nice.
The most stagnant of ponds that have a less of a green hue. The reason why there are people cleaning up is because of all the algae. Let's hear a little more of this.
I may not mind the green part, but the reason it's green is, that's the whole thing, Sam, but the reason that that's green is because of the algae. No other president would do this. I mean, that's true.
That is true.
No other president would be prioritizing this right now. Yes, that's 100% true.
They've literally got people dumping gallons of hydrogen peroxide in there today.
It's very funny.
They created a swamp.
They literally created a swamp.
They did it. They put a fresh coat of paint on the reflecting pool and created a swamp. Yeah. It is so poetic about Trump and Drain the Swamp. I don't know if I almost even believe that this is real life right now. I mean, maybe I'm still dreaming and the Knicks didn't actually win the championship.
The algae makes a great nori wrap.
Oh, honestly, you know what? They're doing this because RFK Jr. wants to do laps in the morning in his jeans. He wants to do laps in the morning in his jeans, and the reflecting pool was too clean for him. Yeah. I need a little bit more for my immune system.
You down a cup of this a day.
There's not enough fish in the reflecting pool.
You want to expose yourself to a little bit of meningitis, and what it does is it ends up providing you the enzymes to build muscle mass.
Look, guys, we know that most people don't want us to create algae and create a nest of attract mosquitoes at the reflecting pool, but Bobby really wants a place where he can do laps in the morning in jeans and be able to open his mouth underwater and just have minnows go directly in.
Yeah. It's a renewable source of protein.
Right.
I don't know what everybody's complaining about.
Ever heard about seaweed salad?
Yeah. A cup of this and some possum steaks. It'll be great for a
Possum steaks.
This is my sushi. God.
Catfish James, did you see the names of Peter Thiel's private group called Dialogue got leaked and Ezra Klein was on it? I did not see. I saw something about that on Twitter. Tomorrow, I think we're going to be talking about the funds that are going into abundance. Right? Is that did we book that?
That's correct. Yes.
And a tremendous amount of money going into abundance. And my concerns from my interview with Ezra Klein, notwithstanding his expertise on local zoning regulations in a couple of California cities, the reality of the abundance movement is that it is a tech bro funded attempt to roll back regulation. Just that's it. California resistance. Sam, Cuba next. That's, I mean, they may be twice burned, once shy on this. Iran didn't go exactly as well as he was told it was going to. Cuba might be much easier.
He gave up.
I mean, Cuba's sort of
He
like would be, you know, they're going to the Rubio's going into the Oval Office, going like, this is like, what was it? Where did we attack that Caribbean island during Reagan? Shoot, I can't remember the name.
The small one that.
Grenada.
Does it start with an A?
No.
Jesus.
No. Antigua and
No, I can't remember. Nope.
I got that. Come on, that's pretty good.
There was like
communism. Grenada.
Exactly.
Grenada.
Yeah.
It's
Grenada. Let's do number 9.
Grenada.
If folks want to help, of course, you know, we covered the big flotilla to Cuba when Hassan Piker went. There are organizations. They are not
too stinky.
503
for walking
C1s,
11
and
kilometers
that are going down and basically bringing medical stuff to Cuba. Just go to the next page. I mean, you have to pay by either Venmo or Cash App. This is out of New Orleans. If you want to help or get involved, check out this.
Motherfuckers.
We'll put a link to this.
Just India. Okay.
Program. You can donate via PayPal or Venmo. Again, not tax deductible. When you donate, just put for medical supplies. Don't say the country because it's a little bit dicey. But there you go. You can email at NOLA. Go back. It is NOLA.
NOLA to Cuba.
Cuba at gmail.com to get more info. You know, every little bit helps there. JR and Philly, good job, Democrats. You just got outflanked on the left by Trump on Israel. Oh.
I wouldn't go that far. I mean, Biden did a lot of tough BB talk too. Like,
we'll see. Yeah, exactly.
We'll see. It's just, yeah.
Illuminati kids, it's really depressing that Biden would have never said the same things about Israel's bombing in a million years and probably would have been doing more often Trumpian shtick of yelling at the reporters. Well, we'll see. The proof is in the pudding.
What's depressing about it? What does it matter if Trump is saying it to the press and then, except it's revealing in that it validates our the analysis that we've had, like Trump saying things that normally politicians don't say. But I just really caution people to put too much weight behind Trump's words. He says something very different the next day.
Hey folks, don't forget to hit the subscribe button and check out our daily show. We do it every day at 12 p.m. Eastern for about 2.5 hours. We even take phone calls. You should check that out.
Maybe we will. Can't hear it. Can't hear.
And it's showing the water just deep dark green, which is what happens, you know, when you have untreated or poorly treated water. It algae growth happens quick. You know, even in a swimming pool where we use a chemical sanitizer to keep algae at bay, which you can't really use in an open water environment like at the reflecting pool because it would be bad for wildlife and things like that. Even with that, you can barely keep algae at bay sometimes. So I think it would be good to understand what happened here. So it turned green. They just filled it up. They just turned on the pool after this renovation. It turned green. Is this like a big oopsie here? Not really. It's kind of expected. Like, you hope that it's not going to happen, and it might not happen, but it can happen. And what happens here to make it happen is, you know, converging things like the environment. There was a lot of rain. That definitely is going to add a lot of contamination to the size of that body of water is just so immense in scale. It's monumental, literally. And the amount of rain and contamination that gets in there during heavy rains is certainly appreciable. And that alone could have caused this or kick-started this prolific algae bloom that we see happening in the water now.
If you want.
But there's more things that could have caused that. Like just the amount of surface area of water that is open to debris, contamination, you know, leaves, pollen, duck poop, like all kinds of stuff is in that water, and every little bit of it is helping to add food and add fuel for an algae bloom. Really hot temperatures are something that are well known to be a contributing factor to algae growing quickly in a body of water. And that's, I think, something that could be a contributing factor here. The recent renovations saw the color change to a darker blue color, and darker blue, especially in a shallow body of water with a large surface area, will result in the water being warmer than the exact same thing in a lighter color with a lighter color interior surface. So it could be that there was, you know, contributing factors here from environmental, but there also is the consideration that the water could be warmer, and that would lend itself to more prolific algae growth as well. So there's supposed to be some sort of nano bubbler system, right? You hear about that on the news, and we talked about that when I was on CNN. What's the deal? How come that's not doing its job? And the nature of it is, it's when algae gets started, when there's a foothold for algae to start, which there would be in an environment like this, it can get out of hand really quickly, especially if you feed it the ingredients it needs, like contamination and a lot of heat from like record high temperatures, which I think were experienced during the time that the pool was filled and started. All of these things are going to add up to more aggressive algae growth, and the system could very well be designed such that it would keep algae at bay under normal operating conditions, but a system fill in startup is not necessarily normal operating conditions. It also warrants mentioning that it's known that there's going to be a future renovation of the reflecting pool here to deal with some of the filtration or lack of filtration, some deficiencies with the plumbing system for this body of water. So there are known deficiencies that haven't been addressed yet, and certainly you could think, well, that could be a contributing factor here as well, and I would agree with that. The nanobubbler system is actually a really cool technology. So you might be familiar with the idea of like ozone. It's something that you would readily see in a residential swimming pool, and you're basically just oxidizing the water. You've got a system, and it's adding ozone bubbles to the pool, and then the bubble, circulates in the plumbing system and then gets ejected out into the body of water, and then it floats to the surface and it disappears into the atmosphere. And hopefully somewhere along the way there, it encounters a piece of organic debris or some contamination like bacteria, and it will oxidize it during that process. Now, this nano bubbler technology is different. It addresses what would be normally the big shortcoming of an ozone system or an injection system like this. That contact time with the water is solved because they create a bubble which is so small. It's like 2,000 times smaller than a grain of salt. And as a result, it's neutrally buoyant within the water. It's not like a larger ozone bubble, which is actually still an appreciably small bubble to the eye, that would normally find its way to the surface. These nanobubbles are so small that they're neutrally buoyant and they remain in the water, perpetually able to do their thing and waiting around to encounter some sort of contamination that it can oxidize. So the merit is there that the system would work. It's just under unusual load here with things like unusual heat, rain, the system just being started and possibly having some existing algae inside of the plumbing lines. Like if you didn't flush out the lines, you can bet after being off for such a period of time that there would have been significant algae growth in those lines, and that would have kind of kick-started this whole algae bloom thing. Certainly a contributing factor, at least. So are they going to have to drain and refill this thing? Like, that's something you do to a swimming pool when it gets really bad, right? And I mean, I guess it's possible that it could just get so out of hand that the only recourse here is drain it, clean it, fill it up again, and try again, being more careful this time and more aggressive with things like manually compensating that nanobubbler system with the liquid hydrogen peroxide that they've started to add now. Draining and refilling isn't ideal, but sometimes it might be the lesser of two evils when you're dealing with a body of water that's just so far gone, so much algae growing in it, that it would just be less work to drain it and refill it, even though it's as gigantic as it is. I understand that workers are working to scoop out, the dead algae that the peroxide and the nanobubblers have caused, and now it's dead algae floating at the surface, but it still needs to be removed. It's not like there's surface level skimmers like you'd have on a swimming pool, so somebody has to manually get in there and scoop out all this dead algae, manually add some more hydrogen peroxide and really supercharge the oxidation of the water and hopefully stop that algae from coming back. Will the peroxide be enough? I don't know, you'd have to add an awful lot of peroxide, because we're talking about an immense size of reflecting pool here, over 6.5 million gallons of water. So yeah, if you're pouring in liquid peroxide by the jug, you're gonna need a lot of jugs. I was recently interviewed by the Washington Post about this same renovation of the Memorial Reflecting Pool, and now that the water's turned green, I ended up on CNN today, and that's not where I thought my morning was going when I was
Gaines has been going viral on social media over the past few days. And again, if you're unfamiliar with Riley Gaines, she's the college athlete who was infamous for blaming a transgender person for her losing a swim competition she competed in, even though she came in tied for 5th, which means multiple other cis women, quite frankly, beat not only her, but the transgender person who she's complaining about. But since then, I should say, Riley Gaines has become a right-wing darling influencer icon. She's all over the place. She's no longer just talking about women's sports and the sanctity of women's sports and anti-trans issues that the right wing has hoisted up as a defining thing that they want to run on. She's not just that anymore. She talks about everything under the sun. She has her own show. She's getting big, lucrative right-wing media deals to promote various right-wing, beyond right-wing media, but also to promote various right-wing products. But this clip leaked, and it has a lot of people questioning just who is Riley Gaines and what does she really believe?
Wait, tell me the pillars again. So it's pro-life.
So, First Amendment, Second Amendment, sanctity of life, and veteran impressions.
Okay. First, second. Yep. Cool. The First Amendment,
so
the
let's
Second
pause
Amendment, the sanctity of life.
So let's give you a little bit of background. I want to give you a little teaser there. This is Riley Gaines getting ready to do an ad hit, like she's doing an advertisement for Patriot Mobile. Patriot Mobile describes itself as America's only Christian conservative wireless provider. Now listen, I don't know about you, but I've never, picked up my phone and been like, man, listening into the reception and being like, man, AT&T sure is acting quite Muslim today. Or, man, Verizon sure is Jewing everything up. I mean, I've never thought that. I don't see how, or I've never even thought like T-Mobile really is way too democratic socialist for me. I've never had that issue with the wireless provider. Usually for me, a wireless provider is basically, do you get reception at your home, at your work, or is this, or is the reception from another carrier better than that carrier? That's all I really care about, or what the deal is you're getting. Are they giving you the free phone? Are they buying out your contract? That's the typical stuff I would say like 99.9% of people, not just Americans, but people think about when choosing a wireless carrier. But for that 0.001% who are really on the lookout for a Christian conservative wireless provider, Patriot Mobile obviously is there to fill that niche. And Riley Gaines is supposed to, really prop them up as in this ad to show that like they are the Christian conservative wireless provider, because that's their whole shtick, right?
Right, and I'm sure they're just drop shipped phones that were made in China.
Right. If you care about, and I'm sure honestly they're probably using either AT&T, Sprint, and Verizon, like every other one of these smaller carriers, because those are the only AT&T, T-Mobile, and Verizon, the only ones really big enough to actually have a network of to be a carrier, and all these other companies basically pay them to use their antennas and their coverage. But if you're looking to go with Patriot Mobile, you're probably not thinking like, oh man, their coverage is so much better than AT&T, Verizon, or T-Mobile. It's not true, obviously. It's not going to be true. You're going with them because of their values, right? They're Christian and conservative, and they're America's only Christian conservative wireless provider. So you'd assume the person they hire to represent their company would be shouting those values from the rooftop because they also share those values. Well, let's keep watching.
Wait, tell me the pillars again. So it's pro-life.
So, First Amendment, Second Amendment, sanctity of life, and veteran and first responders.
Okay.
And
first, second. Yep. Cool. The First Amendment, the Second Amendment, the sanctity of life, our veterans, I feel very passionately about. Do you guys, if you're going to talk about, I mean, you hate to even call them political issues, but do you specifically say like the left or the right, or is that something you try to kind of refrain from? Like if I were to say something to the effect of like the left is still doubling down.
Yeah, you can say. Okay, I've heard you introduce from the beginning, so.
Okay, first, that's what I needed to figure out really quick, is when I first.
Shut up, bimbo.
I mean, definitely over a year though. I would say, can I just say that, like, around 2 years ago?
Yeah.
Wait, tell me the pillars again. So it's.
We're back at the beginning. No, it's still. Is there a little bit more?
Oh, looks like there's more.
That wasn't the beginning, I think.
First Amendment.
Oh.
Wow, she's asked this multiple times?
No, it's like they edited this like with the punchline in the front now.
Oh, God. Well, let's keep playing. Maybe there's something
left.
at the end that wasn't added in the beginning.
Let's see.
Sanctity of life and veteran and first responders.
Okay.
And
first, second. Yep. Hello, my name is Riley Gaines, and I'm a very, very proud Patriot Mobile user, and I have been for about 2 years now.
Amazing.
Oh my God!
Wait, tell me the pillars again. So it's.
Wait, that's a good. That's one for the soundboard.
That's a good drop right there.
Tell me the pillars again.
Tell me the pillars again.
I mean, I'm honestly, I don't even believe she's a. Not only do I not believe she's a good person to be doing this because she doesn't agree with their or know what their values are. I don't think she's really a Patriot Mobile subscriber.
Can I just say I've been using it for 2 years?
Yeah. If you're questioning how long you've been using it, I highly doubt you've been using it. I got to see if she's. I got to search really quick. Has she ever tweeted about like Verizon or AT&T or I don't know. I'm gonna look too long. She did say something. Oh, can you grab this? She responded to the people pointing out how. So I want to say that this is obviously. I'm gonna drop it in the chat for you. She put out a video responding to the reactions to this. But I just want to say, like, this is clearly the outtakes. This is like raw footage from the shooting of this commercial. And for this to have gotten out, someone would have had to have leaked it.
Yeah.
Now, I don't know if Patriot Mobile is outsourcing their video commercial
editing. They're 100%
outsourcing
to an editor.
And if they are, I would be shocked to find out they didn't. I would be shocked to find out that the America's only Christian conservative mobile carrier didn't try to find America's only Christian conservative video production agency to create their commercials. So either they didn't and just went with any old video production company, and the people behind the ad really didn't like her, so they leaked it, or they did find a conservative video production company, and even other conservatives didn't like her enough to leak it. But the point is, someone behind the scenes had to have not liked her for this to have gone out, because they had to have released it. This wasn't publicly footage that was meant to be publicly consumed.
Some editor was just like, I'm done with this shit.
Yeah. But some guy on Fiverr, that's probably how they...
No, that's what I'm saying. Probably Fiverr. That's what I was thinking.
$5.
No, because, like, a lot of Daily Wire, a lot of their editing, they get done for free by putting it in with job application and interviews where they tell you to edit 2 videos.
Unfucking real. It's like some hospitality shit. I'll come to a trial shift.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, sorry, you didn't get the job.
There's certain jobs where I think that's okay. Above the medium end kitchen, for example. Like, part of the interview process, they're going to put you in the kitchen and they're going to ask you to make something. But it's normally not going out to the tables. You know what I mean?
I'm talking specifically a shift that you are unpaid for.
Yeah. But I'm just saying,
just like making
there's
something.
very few jobs where I think it's acceptable to do that.
Yeah.
And, like, kitchen would be one. Let me see if I can find this video about Daily Wire editing. Because it's very funny. Maybe I'll take prank. Okay, hang on. It's giving me office.
What the fuck?
Because I typed prank. I became an editor for Daily Wire. It's such a funny video. The dude literally put fart clouds in and they still posted the video.
That's awesome.
They didn't check it at all. Okay, let's just try a regular Google search. Damn. I can't find it. It was such a funny video though.
Put this
The
together.
guy in Bangladesh.
Just
is
it's
like,
just
"Fuck
him
this."
showing
Yeah.
the
Oh my
process
God.
behind their hiring.
She came in fifth place. That guy was saying. But anyway, now that this went viral, Riley Gaines has put together a quick rebuttal response that she uploaded to her X, the Everything app account, and let's see what she has to say. I love how she's hanging out with a bunch
But
of
it's not the
horses
Everything
in
app.
a field. Well, let's.
Nope.
That's the
let's
thing.
go ahead
Horse
and-
shit.
I generally don't get on my phone on the weekends. I had no idea that I was involved in this internet
pause.
online
Press
X.
She looks kind of good with the
Listen,
updo.
I don't typically get on my phone on the weekends, and that's because my wireless carrier is Patriot Mobile. And out here in this rural area I stay in with the horses on the weekends, there's just no reception because I'm a Patriot Mobile subscriber. But anyway, now that I finally moved somewhere where I get some reception, or maybe I'm using my Verizon or AT&T phone.
Yeah, I
I'm
know.
able to
You know for
finally
a
film
fact
this
she
video.
is.
Yeah, go ahead.
I generally don't get on my phone on the weekends. I had no idea that I was involved in this internet online X controversy that does not exist anywhere outside of X, by the way, surrounding Patriot Mobile.
Gross, she called
so
it X.
I figured I would just make a video, clear some things up. Number one, Patriot Mobile has never, ever paid me for anything. Not a service, not a campaign, not a commercial, not an ad, an endorsement, a product, nothing. I've never, ever
you did it for
been
free?
paid by Patriot Mobile. Check the filings, check like my bank account, I don't know, they've never paid me. So the whole bought and paid for thing would maybe be applicable if I'd been paid, which I haven't. But even still,
I'm
no, it
stupid
wouldn't be
for
because I
free.
really am a proud Patriot Mobile user. Clearly, I live in the country. I love their service. I've never had a problem with it, whereas that has not been the case with other phone lines. I like the causes they support. They are pro-life, pro-veteran, pro-military, pro-freedom. Just to provide some context to the raw footage that was released, which I will say, it was a total blunder on Patriot Mobile.
Just real quick, did you notice that cut when she had to get to the pillars again?
Right.
She had to do this.
Wait, tell me the pillars again. So.
Right. There was such a cut. Yeah, we get the point.
I mean, it's amazing. I also like how she wanted to point out, I don't believe it for a second, but I love how she wanted to point out that she's not paid by Patriot Mobile as if that was the main issue.
I'm stupid for free.
I just did this out of kindness in my heart. You know, I feel the same way about T-Mobile. I love my T-Mobile, so I often just go on X and I cut a promo for them for free just because I love them.
Right. I mean, who cares if I have no closely held legitimate beliefs as long as I'm not being paid to espouse them?
You're telling me that this is not paid for?
Yeah, I don't believe it for
Look at that.
I don't believe it for a second. I mean, we should, people. I'm sure the information will come out, and people should look into it. I'm going to look into it, but I highly doubt.
Maybe don't invite the internet to look into your bank account either, Riley.
Yeah,
that was a bad phrasing.
I also don't believe. I also don't believe that she doesn't get the service from them. I doubt she pays for the service. Maybe she's not paid like. I still think she is, but I could see a scenario where they're like, hey, we'll cover, unlimited data. Everything's covered. Would you want to do an ad for us? You know what I mean?
Yeah. Free phone for life for her and her family. Yeah.
Or however long Patriot Mobile is able.
It's really embarrassing.
Yeah.
I'm totally smashing both stereotypes, really,
Oh
aren't
my
I?
God.
But it's nice to be able to push myself in different ways, and I feel really fortunate that I've had both of those opportunities.
What's going on, everyone? Welcome to the Behavioral Arts. My name is Spidey, and I use my degree in sociology and psychology, my certifications in criminal interrogation and body language analysis, and over 10 years experience as an award-winning mentalist to teach people behavioral analysis and practical psychology on stages and television shows all over the world. We certainly had a very eventful Olympics in Paris over the summer. There was a Turkish shooter who might be some sort of assassin and settled for silver because gold would look a little too suspicious. There was a French pole vaulter whose baguette cost him a medal, but perhaps the most talked about competitor was a breakdancer by the name of Rachel Gunn, otherwise known as Ray Gun. With this year being the first time that breaking or breakdancing was featured in the Summer Olympics, Ray Gun took the stage representing Australia and put on a performance that seemed to be at most at an amateur level, leaving audiences and crowds very underwhelmed. But what could have possibly happened on a personal and organizational level to allow this caliber of performance stand up at the Olympics? I got obsessed with this question. I wanted to figure out, is this a marketing play? Is it some kind of prank? Or is this someone who actually believes that they belong at the Olympics and somehow slip through the system? So in this video, we're going to look at some interviews that Ray Gun did about the Olympics and look at her facial expressions, body language, and nonverbal communication,
by the way,
to try to figure out,
not sure
does
if anybody
she think
was
that
aware
she
of that.
actually belongs in this competition?
Professional
or
sports
is she
stars
aware
were
that she
banned
doesn't
for a
quite
long
measure
time.
up to the other competitors? And if
You
so,
couldn't be paid
how did she get to the Olympics in the first place?
for the
now,
sport
before
that
we
you
look at
competed
clips
in.
of her interview, for those who haven't seen this performance, I want to show you a few clips so you can see what people are talking about. But the issue with that is all the clips that I'm finding online are being taken down. I think the Olympics are just trying to contain this story.
No,
so they're just
that's
giving
just the
copyright
Olympics.
claims on anyone who's using this footage. So
You're
in a
not
few
a victim.
seconds here, either you're going to see a few clips of her performance before we see the interview, and that'll mean that it's fine, it was allowed to stay up, or it's about to just cut straight to her interview. And if that happens, it means that I couldn't play these videos, that there was a copyright issue, and I had to take that segment out. So either way, here's a clip. So if you're seeing these clips right now, it means copyright hasn't taken them down. And it's just a bunch of short clips demonstrating the things that people were talking about, where it seemed like her performance didn't show great athleticism or difficulty.
That's my favorite one.
The fish.
The fold. Where she's on the ground
or
folding
anything
herself.
that belongs on an Olympic stage.
Yeah, I'm
It is
working
quite
on new
funny.
combos. I'm trying to, because one of my weaknesses has been dynamics, so
There's a few more weaknesses in that.
Clips demonstrating the things that people were talking about, where it seemed like her performance
This right
didn't
here.
show
Fucking
great
hysterical.
athleticism or difficulty or anything that belongs on an Olympic stage.
yeah, I'm working on new combos. I'm trying to, because one of my weaknesses has been dynamics, so I've been trying to get a lot more dynamic moves, a lot more freezes and power moves. Some of the stuff that's more Jeff's specialty, J-Attack's specialty. So whereas mine has been style and creativity and musicality, so I'm trying to kind of round out my repertoire a bit.
Okay, so in this interview, which was before her performance, but obviously after she was accepted into the Olympics, I think we're already getting quite a few clues as to her knowledge of where she belongs on the breakdancing skill tree or skill level. And let's start with some body language. So there's something we're seeing that is really important to note, that it's part of her baseline, because if I saw it in other contexts, it could mean something else. So she does this thing where when she's emphasizing a word, there are a lot of things that we do for emphasis, right? Some people nod to emphasize, some people use the eyebrows to emphasize. She has this thing where her chin comes forward like this in what we call a chin jut or chin thrust. And we see this chin thrust very often in this first segment. The first time it happens is when she says that she's working on new combos, and at the end, combos, as her voice goes up, we see that chin kind of shoot forward. The reason it's important to know that this is part of her baseline is because when I first saw that, and I hadn't baselined yet, it jumped out at me because chin thrusts usually, not always, nothing is absolute, but usually suggest some kind of conflict, confrontation, or maybe even a little bit of aggression towards
Because it's
something.
harder
think
to
about
get era
someone
score,
saying
we're not
something
getting
along the lines
golden
of, "Can I
ages
help you
because
with
it's the
something?"
longer
versus someone
ages.
saying, "Can I help you with something?" So the moment we said chin come forward,
Such a pain.
usually it's some kind of confrontation. But again, with her, at
I'm
first I
doing
was like,
okay.
whoa, I'm curious about what that was. But then I noticed it happens again and
I
again.
won't get it
In fact,
this time,
the second
but
time it happens,
I think
it
I'm
happens
fine.
with an eyebrow flash, and then that chin comes forward. So it's literally her next sentence. She goes that some of her weaknesses have been dynamics, and just before dynamics, we get that eyebrow flash, and then dynamics with the voice going up. Again, we see that chin forward. There's an interesting set of behaviors we're seeing right with that eyebrow flash and that chin thrust when she's talking about her weakness being dynamics. Just before dynamics, with the eyebrow flash, we see a head tilt, and then immediately as she goes,
This seems like pseudoscience.
right after talking about the weakness of dynamics, we see a slow blink, which is any time we blink for a little bit longer than you would expect a blink to take. And this is something that the research has shown when we close our eyes for an extended period of time, it helps us focus better, access memory better. And usually when we see this conversationally, it's someone trying to either keep a thought in or keep a thought out, trying to focus away from something or on something. So in this case, it makes sense. She's talking about a weakness, that there'll be this moment of kind of just not wanting to face the weakness and move on
I
from
just
that,
saw this.
which also makes sense with that
Obviously, it's
bridging
an
of
old
the,
video,
so
but
like we're just getting along. We're
I was
moving on
like,
to something else.
you
But
know
that
what?
head tilt is also really interesting. Just before dynamic, that head tilt with the eyebrow flash. So whenever you see head tilt, again, there are no absolutes, but often, very often, it falls into one of two categories. One of them is skepticism or curiosity, anything that falls into that kind of, I'm curious about this, I'm inquiring, I'm inquisitive, this kind of thing. And that's usually accompanied with some type of scrunching like this, or some kind of question, like I'm interested to know this. The other category, quite often, is any exchange of sympathy or vulnerability. So whenever you're sympathetic towards someone, you might find yourself going, oh, I'm so sorry. Or if somebody is showing a vulnerability, you might see that head tilt. And the reason for that is pretty simple. Head tilting exposes a very vital area of the body, the neck. And in that moment of vulnerability, in that moment of sympathy, we're kind of showing that we're not a threat, right? In the exact same way that when we are threatened,
This
we
is
tend
some
to come in and block
pseudoscience
this part of the
bullshit.
body. Well, this is the opposite of that. So often in sympathy, whether it's a request or you're giving it, we see that head tilt. I also find it very interesting that this head tilt is happening at the same time as that eyebrow flash, because eyebrow flash is emphasizing. We emphasize things with the eyebrows a lot, but the research has also shown that we specifically evolved in that part of the face to help us with communication. We communicate a lot with the eyebrows, and in moments of social connection, we also see those eyebrows go up like this. So you might see someone request for sympathy like this, right? So think about someone saying, oh, please, you know, like you can see those eyebrows going up because there's a moment of connection. And often it's quite clear why an eyebrow flash is there, but sometimes it's jumbled in that space between emphasis and social connection because they're both the same thing. They're giving importance to something. So in this case,
it's very
what's
annoying
interesting
that he
is it's
keeps
happening
doing
at the same time
the
as his
eyebrow
head
raise
tilt.
just
So
to talk about
I do believe
eyebrow
that there's a subtle
raising.
request for sympathy there. In her saying, look, my power moves aren't that good. They don't compare to other breakdancers, but give me a chance here. Give me a chance on the stuff that I am good at. So I think even before this performance in her head, she's very well aware that there are aspects of her performance or of her capacities that don't quite measure up to other people in the category. Now we're going to focus on statement analysis because I think there's quite a few things going on with her word choice, and especially a sentence that she cuts off and changes. So she says that her weakness is freezes and power moves, some of the stuff that you, and then she cuts herself off and says, you know, this is the stuff that Jeff or J-Attack specializes in.
So I've been trying to get a lot more dynamic moves, a lot more freezes and power moves. Some of the stuff that's more Jeff's specialty, J-Attack's specialty.
I would love to know what the end of that sentence was going to be. Some of the stuff that you what? Because I feel like it was going to be along the lines of some of the stuff that you expect to see in a breakdancer, or some of the stuff that you think of when you think of a breakdancer. And I think she cut herself off because it's a tough position to go down. To say that, like, I'm not good at the stuff that you would expect from a breakdancer, I'm good at this other stuff that you wouldn't expect. That's how creative I am. But I think there's a really, really subtle nuance if you look at overall what she's saying here that's quite important. And to understand it, you have to understand a little bit the language of breakdancing. Now, I'm not going to elaborate too much on this, but in high school, I was obsessed with breakdancing. Obsessed. I loved it. And there's something that she's saying here that might seem like one thing, and that would be okay, that's fine. But in reality, it's actually indicating something else. And here's what it is. She says that her weakness is freezes and power moves. And she goes on to say that, you know, that's J-Attack's specialties. My specialties are style, creativity, and musicality. So later in the video, we're going to talk about how breakdancing is judged, because she's alluding to that a little bit when she talks about musicality and creativity. But before we look at that, let's talk about the elements of breakdancing. There are three of them. There are three components to a breakdancing routine. The first one is either top rock or up rock. They mean the same thing. It's when the dancer is upright. And they're doing all this stuff where they're dancing like this. Sometimes they're taunting the opponent, but it's everything they do before they get down on the ground. That's one. The second one is down rock. That's everything that's happening once the dancer is on the ground. And this includes footwork, like when you see them walking around themselves, that's called six step. Or you see swipes, or you see transitions, how they go from one move to the other, and power moves. Now, some classifications put power moves in a separate category, but a lot just mush it in there with down rock. And power moves are any moves that you look at and you go, holy hell, that looks incredibly difficult. So we're talking about when they do flares or air flares or windmills and their legs are spinning around. The things that look really athletically challenging, those are power moves, and they're part of the down rock section in most cases. Finally, the third category is freezing, which is all of a sudden randomly you'll see the dancer freeze in a position where usually their head is down, their arms are under them, and their legs are, crossed or out like this, and they're just freezing in a certain position. That requires quite a bit of athleticism to hold that position. So that's called freezing. So within these 3.5 categories, because power moves are sometimes their own thing, but anyways, in these categories, it's very possible to have a breakdancer who will say, for example, in my power moves, I'm really good at flares and air flares, but my turtle isn't so strong. I don't do that one that often. It's very possible to have specialties within these categories, but these categories are essential to every breakdancer. Every breakdancer has to be good at all of these categories. It's not an option. So when she's saying that his specialty is power moves and freezes, 2 of the 3 important categories of breakdancing, she's refocusing that her strength is creativity and musicality. But that shouldn't come at the cost of not being good at some power moves and some freezes. The best way I can explain this is this. In my own field, which is magic, mentalism, I can very well say that my coin magic is terrible. I'm not a good coin magician, which is fine, because within the bracket of styles of magic, I don't specialize in coin magic, I specialize in mentalism. That's what I do. However, if I tell you that as a mentalist, as a performer, one of my weaknesses is getting on stage and presenting to an audience. That's one of my weaknesses. It's this other guy's specialty, but that's not something that I'm good at. That's odd, because that's an element that all performers, live performers, should have. Now, of course, within that bracket, some performers speak to the audience, some use body language and stage presence to command the audience. So it's fine. You can have a specialty within that, but the broader category, every performer has to have. It's the same with this. She can say, I do this power move really well, but J-Attack specializes in flares and air flares and this kind of thing. But for her to contrast power moves and freezes with creativity and musicality and create this binary where
this feels like a stretch.
That doesn't really add up. Because any breakdancer
feels like I'm listening to a
and then they can have their
social science
within each of those categories.
fucking what's his face?
You too on smashing
the
the
conspiracy
stereotype
guy,
of the university
David
professor
something.
as well at the same time. How do you combine the two?
Graham.
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, yeah, look, I'm totally smashing both stereotypes, really, aren't I? But it's nice to be able to push myself.
She
in
looks
different
better
ways, and
here.
I feel really fortunate that I've had both of those.
She looks fine here.
Yeah.
So this one's going to be more verbal now.
Why didn't she just do that?
Because she's being asked about her job as
I don't
a
know what
university
the fuck she
professor.
was thinking.
And she has academically studied breakdancing. She wrote a whole thing about it. She's very passionate about it, and that's really, really great. She understands the science and the background of it, which is awesome. But in this case, she's saying that she's smashing both stereotypes. And I would like a bit of clarity on that, because yeah, you're smashing the professor stereotype, because when we think of most professors, we don't think of a breakdancer. But how are you breaking the breakdance stereotype? Does she mean here that by being a professor, because if we see most breakdancers, we don't assume they're professors? I wonder if she means something else. Like she's breaking the stereotype of breakdancing because, once again, she just talked about creativity and musicality. So by focusing on that, she's breaking the stereotype. And coincidentally, while she's talking about this, we see a clip of her, showcasing in a room. And just compare that to what we saw Jeff do, J-Attack, where he was doing these crazy power moves, transitioning from one to the other. And you look at them and you go, oh my God, like I would not be able to do that. And then we see her, and look, there's some footwork that's fine. It's okay. But then we see some transitions that I think even to someone who doesn't know much about breakdancing, it kind of looks a little sloppy. And then she goes into this attempt at air flares, and it seems like she doesn't have that much control. And again, to someone who doesn't know much about this, I don't think that that is anywhere near as impressive as what he was doing. So it would appear so far with this interview, both with body language, with her words, and with this demonstration, that there seems to be a massive focus for her on creativity and musicality, which we'll talk about how important that is in the world of breakdancing. But for right now, it really seems like
we've talked about that
she's
multiple times.
Overvaluing that component. Is it important? Let's find out.
What do your students say when they know now you're going to the Olympics?
Yeah, they're surprised. They think that I'm joking begin with. They're like, yeah, okay. But then they Google me or something, and they're like, oh my gosh, she is. and then they get on board, and they tell me that they're going to watch me and cheer for me, which is really nice. So it's been really cool to see their responses.
Before we look at the body language here, and there's a really, really interesting moment, I really quickly want to state that
how many times do you think she's cried over this?
You watch this and you realize this, this is a whole person with a whole life, and she's proud of what she does.
She fucking did it to herself.
About it, and she's excited they're going to watch it.
She had an opportunity. She could have been an icon.
Kind of indicates that despite the fact that she knows,
instead
she's not.
This is what she is.
Quite the same as all these other.
Getting analyzed by a magician.
Because we feel that difference
on
YouTube. Feels like there's something in her performance that's valuable. That she shares it with people. That she
I make
loves
music.
And respects. So we get that element, but we also
that
realize
clip?
that.
What do you
Who's
mean
that
a
from?
magician?
Oh.
You know what I'm talking about? Have you seen that?
No, I haven't. These fucking apostle cunts.
That's amazing. I didn't know that about you.
What do you know?
That you're a musician. But that's why I'm interviewing you today, so I can get to know you.
So I'm a musician.
Mm-hmm.
What the fuck that mean? Make magic or something? What is musician?
I think you're confusing that.
Yeah, I'm not no musician. I make music. I make music. And that's not all I do. I make music, I act. I'm a TV star too, a young mogul.
Just really quick, I think you're confusing.
I'm not confusing nothing because you don't know. You thought that all I was a magician or whatever the fuck you said.
See, that's what I think you think I said.
No,
I said musician, not magician.
I don't think, baby. I don't think. What is that? That's ghetto. I don't think. I know.
It's staged.
So you
think.
I didn't say magician, Suki. I said musician.
I figured as much. This is.
And I think you are a musician.
No, baby. I do music.
So you just really quick. For the record, could you say you don't think you're a musician?
I'm not none of that.
But then after that, you just said I do music.
Yeah, I do music.
So, in other words, you're a musician.
No, I'm not.
Okay.
All right. There's still 15 minutes left in that video, so...
Democrats are not willing to do what is necessary to achieve power, let alone do good things with it. Republicans are very motivated to seize power, whether or not they're going to do good things with it.
Ghetto.
Republicans fight and they drag and they kick and they grapple and they bite and they cheat and they lie and they steal. Every Republican is on board with this, and on the government level, they are ferocious. They're stupid and they often make mistakes, but boy, do they want to win. They want power. Democrats are weak and don't even have leadership to pivot around. Oh shit, Vance?
And so I do think that sometimes, advocates of Israel...
Is this fucking Blaze TV?
Or pro-Israel people in the United States make two critical mistakes. One, on the one hand, is not delineating between America's interests and Israeli interests, because they're not always the same. But the second is always conflating
He's right there, get him.
Criticism of a particular government with Jew hatred. Because
Fuck, the Democrats are gonna get outflanked. I fucking warned you people.
If everything is Jew hatred, then nothing is Jew.
I'm gonna lose it. Not even Mamdani can say it that directly. Jesus Christ. If Mamdani said that, it would be non-stop coverage
hatred. I actually think Jew hatred is very bad, which is why I think we have to be very careful about not calling it's kind of like how progressives for 20 years called
Why don't you
racist.
address Netanyahu being the main driver of
he's tied it back to
anti-Semitic
make it a
sentiment?
cohesive argument that a right-wing
then we
could
can
find
talk.
palatable. He's making arguments with a deliberate, with the intended effect of converting the right-wing constituency into an anti-Zion. Oh fuck, he's doing politics well.
Racism, nothing is racism, and we have to be very careful not to, you know.
They got the game plan and everything, dog. We're gonna die in the camps. No.
In order to serve a certain foreign policy objective, try to criticize somebody as anti-Semitic when they're just not.
Yeah, I completely agree with all that, and I think that distinction is important. However, from my...
Schumer's gonna do like a little 60-second portrait Instagram video calling this clip anti-Semitic or something. Dude, it's actually so fucking bad. Oh my god.
Vantage point, it seems to me like the bigger problem is, I don't know exactly how I would describe it in a way that would be charitable, but almost like Israel derangement syndrome, going beyond, okay, yeah, we don't like Israeli policies. We don't think that we should put the priorities of any country first. Completely agree with that. That's fine. But the obsession that some people have, I would say on the right, with blaming all of their problems.
Okay, she's taking the other perspective. She's like okay. I don't know who this woman is. Should I know who this woman is?
On Israel, all of their disagreements with Trump on some secret Israeli influence. And I'm not saying all of those people hate every Jewish person, but it seems to get there really fast. I see.
She's a Zionist from Blaze TV. What's her name?
That more prominently on the right than I see true Israel first kind of obsession that you see.
So, okay, for one, this is fucking delusional. The Israel first shit is literally like mainstream Republican policy, or at least it was. But the fact that J.D. Vance is willing to go on and argue with oppositional Zionist views on this means he's really pot committed. This is so fucking bad, dude. He's not just doing a tour with like Kelly or Tucker Carlson or whatever. He's actually going to Zionists and saying like, hey, you know, you've overplayed your hand.
Seem to be describing.
So I see both, and I think both are bad. And you know, I'm probably particularly sensitive to the first thing because of the last 2 days I've been defending the president's decision to end the Iran deal, and I find often the arguments are, well, Israel doesn't think this is good, therefore it's bad. And my reaction is, Israel's opinions matter, but fundamentally they are separate. But you're right. I mean, there are certainly people who take every frustration with the Trump administration, every policy disagreement because of Israel,
enact
and that is
genocide.
absolutely wrong. And again, I
Your
think
the 2028 election will be
matter.
cutting from this to Gavin Newsom kissing the wall. You're so
Oh, but we should be allowed to.
man.
No, shut the fuck up.
Oh my god.
that is one of those things that can bleed into some very dark places.
Yeah.
So I think that it's upon us as leaders, as public commentators, to just try to be very rational about this. To try to
if someone went to the
UN
UN and as Israel was speaking, they're like, "Nah, you don't get to speak because you've been fucking committing genocide. Shut the fuck up." They would be
the
kicked
Trump
out.
administration, but the right generally is in a place
They
of
would
figuring
call
this
it
stuff out.
cancel
Any debate,
culture.
Every debate has excesses on
Yeah, they
either
probably
side,
would.
but that's part of the process of figuring this stuff out together.
Oh man, Dems spent the last 3 years making sure we didn't reach this point as a
Get the
party,
fuck
and every
outta
one of
here
their
with your
fucking
fucking
shit lib,
apostles.
blue Dem, Zionist dogs on Twitter was out there fighting to make sure you were in a position of weakness when this inevitably happened, to make sure that when everything we said came true, that Israel would drive the world to a point where we had to abandon them
"Oh,
because
I'm
they
sorry,
are
I
so
didn't mean to do
crazy
that.
they would
Please
rather
give me
end
the
the
Diplo
world than
favor,"
give
and then
up
continue
Greater
to do
Israel.
it.
That the Democrats would. Man, I really don't think people understand. If Biden after October 7th had said, "All right, Jack, enough is enough," like that was really bad, but we're not gonna fucking let you raise Gaza to the ground, the Democrats nationally would be like a plus 40 party right now, and I'm not joking. Because it's not just about Israel and Gaza, it's about every downstream position. The weakness and capitulation to capital and Zionism represents a wide range of politically weak ambitions. Basically every point that correlates to it, every political position associated with Zionism is one that pulls badly. But now, despite Trump being deep underwater, Democrats are up like, what, +7 nationally or something? Maybe +8? A world where the Democrats took the correct position on this is one in which we have a fucking 1,000-year Democrat empire. But they fought time and time again to keep that from happening. because they don't care about you and they don't care about winning. Kids out here on TikTok are calling everything they don't like Israel. Yeah. Democrats continuing to thread the needle while J.D. Vance outflanks them to the left, and every single person under 35 in America using Israeli as a synonym for bad. Right, left, center, it doesn't matter. It's the most like more young Americans, and by young I don't mean 18 or younger, I mean like not older than 50, agree on this than basically anything else. You would probably find more under 50 Americans agreeing that we need to drop Israel than agreeing on the concept of a democracy, and I'm not joking. If you polled 50s and under, I guarantee you more would be openly critical of democracy as an institution than would say, yeah, we need to stand by Israel forever. And yet...
Fury from Israeli ministers over the agreement U.S. President Donald Trump has signed with Iran, and a sharp rebuke in response from his Vice President J.D. Vance. So what are the implications of the Memorandum of Understanding? But with a general election set for later on this year, the agreement is putting intense pressure on him. Haaretz newspaper, also in West Jerusalem, Mitchell Barak, founder of Kivon Research, Strategy and Communications, and a former aide to Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. And also in Tel Aviv, we're joined by Merev Sunshine, a senior Israel analyst at the International Crisis Group, founder of Kivon Research.
Oh, fuck, I just opened a second video, sorry.
Joining us here on Inside Story. Mitchell, Israel was of course not a part of these negotiations. It hasn't signed the paper either, but it certainly affects Israel on many fronts. You've personally worked closely with Benjamin Netanyahu. How do you think he reacted when he saw the full text of that Memorandum of Understanding?
Is the Strait closed again? Yes. What was the point of that deal? To open the Strait. The reason the Strait is closed again is because Israel's refusing to abide by the ceasefire and withdraw from Lebanon.
You should bomb Israel.
US and Iran.
Well, I haven't worked for him in 30 years. I worked for him when he was a deputy prime minister, but I probably imagine he slammed his fist on the table when he saw it or when he heard about it. I mean, the problem is that, he thought he was going in this war with a very strong ally together with clear goals. And it very much looks like we're signatories to an agreement that the U.S. has made with the Islamic Republic with Iran without our consent. And it's a binding agreement which says what the allies of the United States in this war will do. And I think there's also a number of Gulf countries that were also kind of are being forced here, and their interests are not being taken into account, as well as the Lebanese people. So,
it's difficult to get like on the ground reactions from Israelis. I imagine right now there are probably amateur journalists running around Tel Aviv asking random people on the street, how do you feel about this deal? And they respond by like screaming in Hebrew tongues or whatever. If you look at the Times of Israel, it's pretty obvious how they feel though. Israel and Hezbollah renew ceasefire after flare-up, but IDF to stay in southern Lebanon. Oh, okay. I guess that's that then. I mean, if you're violating the MOU, you're violating the MOU. Netanyahu said to enlist Dermer in bid to assuage ministers, pushing to ramp up fight against Hezbollah. Opening round of U.S.-Iran talks canceled as Tehran said to demand halt to Lebanon fighting. America has also demanded a halt to Lebanon fighting, actually. Trump rehashes old grudge with Netanyahu as space for GOP criticism of Israel expands. How prescient, or how observant of Israel to notice that space for GOP criticism of Israel's expanded. Trump's deal is a catastrophic capitulation to Iran's aggressors, leaves Israel vulnerable and constrained. None of what Vance is saying matters, though, if they can't actually reign in Israel. I mean, rhetoric matters, even if the outcome doesn't change. It makes Republicans look a lot better that they're the only ones, apparently, willing to point out the obvious here with Israel and support the memorandum. I still don't know if the Democratic Party supports the memorandum. I haven't seen support for it, but at the same time, like, yeah, whether or not the Trump administration is actually able to do anything here is, up in the air. Is this an Israeli misstep? Should they have just propped up Biden? They should have stuck with Biden, genuinely. Or Kamala, yeah. Biden and likewise Kamala would have reined in the worst instincts of the Israeli Nazis. They would have... Biden and Kamala would not have co-signed the greatest excesses of Israeli brutality and therefore would have kept them in a position where they could have been supported by America for longer. Whereas Trump has encouraged their worst instincts and driven them very, very rapidly to a point of like global, oil crisis. Trump is uniquely bad. Well, in this case, Trump is uniquely bad for everyone, including Israel, because Trump, like Biden and Kamala, probably would have moderated their nationalist ambitions. I have no doubt Israel would have still attacked Iran, would have still attacked...
What?
Are you able to send units to India yet?
I've been sending units to India.
Oh, you have?
Yeah, I've been looting them this whole time.
Oh, okay.
Only a few units at a time, though, because it's so far away.
Yeah, yeah.
Dark Age.
Yeah, I think I got a Dark Age too. Yeah, I did. No wonder if I lost any cities. I did not. Brilliant.
It happens.
Lebanon would have enjoyed U.S. support, but America
especially with
probably would
longer
have
turn
postured in a
timers,
way that
because
would have,
you have to get
play
more era
plausible
score, but
deniability over support for Israel for longer.
there's only so much
but
you
not
can
anymore.
do.
Can you please talk about how Iran charging its hold across the Hormuz is a new precedent in the history of modern maritime shipping? I mean, your comment just kind of did it, right? Seems to me like you've got it. Meanwhile, Chuck Schumer. Yeah, Chuck Schumer just opposes the memorandum, but he's not being explicit about the fact that he doesn't support it because he wants to continue the war, because he wants greater Israel. Jesus Christ, man. Vance has just been doing so much. He's been doing such a fucking media tour.
We could have a longer argument about the economics, but I just want to let's stipulate that the Trump administration has in some way a kind of vision of rebuilding the working class that's connected to Christianity.
Was that hard to say? Was that hard to say, Ross?
I'm stipulating. For the sake of argument and the fact that you have not given us 3 hours to have this discussion, we're stipulating it. It also
I 100% expect Trump is setting up Vance to eat shit over this whole thing. I disagree. I think this is Vance's ascension moment. It really comes down to whether they're able to actually do anything, but I think this is the powers that be within the Republican Party handing Vance the ultimate opportunity to supersede Trump, an issue on which they can give a very clear line, a division, where Vance stepped up and said what no one else was able to say, that Israel is fucking insane. That seems to be the position they're taking and the direction they're heading in.
Seems to me like the administration has distanced itself in different ways from some other sort of obvious expressions of Christian influence on politics. Some of them more sort of liberal coded, some of them more conservative coded.
Like what do you mean?
Like the administration has been more hostile than any prior Republican administration, to say nothing of Democrats, in the last 20 years to the way we do humanitarian aid. It has kept religious conservatives, pro-life organizations especially, at arm's length in a way that has led to a lot of criticism. And then, you know, let's be honest, the tone of the administration is not consistently a Christian tone.
Does this indicate an internal power struggle between Trump and Vance? No, I think that Trump's on board with this. Trump has always just been easily wooed by the arguments of his advisors because he's old and senile and stupid. Right now, Vance is getting his chance to make an argument. Vance is probably being backed by Susie Wiles. That would be my best guess. I also wouldn't be surprised if he was being backed to an extent by Miller. Rubio's keeping quiet. Hegseth is on the back foot. I think that this is Vance's opportunity. How much he's being supported in the back end is difficult to estimate, but this is his like ascension moment right here. If he is able to like take a early monopoly position on America withdrawing from Israeli support, the first politician to really endorse that position, and not in the way the left has, because remember, like there might be individual progressive Democrats who say that we need to stop supporting Israel, but they have not acted along with the party. If Vance is able to lead the Republican Party in that direction, he will be given enormous credit on that. So are they only going to run at Israel? I don't know. I can't see the future. If Vance is able to pull the real America First gambit, then I think he has favorable odds in 2028. Why do you think Miller would back this? He's been quite hawkish. Because Miller is like big America First guy. I don't think Miller is not like ideologically obliged to Israel in the same way that like Hegseth is.
There's a tone of aggressive uncharity to people who aren't on board with the administration's policies. So I would describe those as three areas where the administration has felt functionally post-Christian to me, and I'm curious what you think.
Well, so on the first point, the third point, but I want to address it first.
You can work backward.
So on the tone thing, it's very hard to rebut this because it's like fundamentally unfalsifiable. Because for every
Namasaigu, huge difference. enormous difference between the tone that that J.D. Vance has taken and what Joe Biden did. Joe Biden said, rein it in, you have a red line, and then did nothing for years. Whereas J.D. Vance here has said pretty explicitly, like, hey, Israel, watch it. We're the only people who support you.
Yeah.
You don't want to jeopardize that. His tone has been a lot more antagonistic and a lot more real, too. All Biden did was jerk everyone around. Vance has done anything? Yeah, I know that. I'm talking about rhetoric. I mean, he's also the VP. He can't really do anything. But the rhetoric is very, very different. When J.D. Vance says stuff like, watch it, Trump is the only person who supports you, or stuff like, if everything is Jew hatred, nothing is Jew hatred, he is taking the left position from the Democrats. Certainly further to the left than anything Biden ever did. He's not just saying, Israel, you're going too far. He's calling out the fundamental truth here, which is that Israel is an enemy of the United States. The tone that he's taking is different. And he's also the only one in power right now doing it. And if he leads the Republican Party in this direction, it will be an outflanking. He will have succeeded in this attempt. But it's possible that the AIPAC Republicans, like, just take him down and we just, like, waltz right into the global fucking apocalypse, you know?
Clip that you could show me of me or the president or some cabinet secretary saying something that in your view is unchristian. I could show you another few clips of us doing something or saying something that is like very Christian. The nature of political communication in the era of mass media is that sometimes people are going to say jokes that are taken out of context. Sometimes people are going to make mistakes. I'm not saying I make mistakes. I talk about this in the book a little. In my book, Communion, available where books are sold, I talk about the own mistakes that I've made as a Christian leader.
There is a
petrol stations.
Conspiratorial, but I'm finding it kind of crazy how many attacks I'm seeing advanced suddenly by Aaron Rupar types. Aaron Rupar is a Zionist.
Where books are sold.
I have no doubt that he opposes the MOU. Vance's bold vision of a new authoritarian world with the U.S. at its center seems to be imperiled. Oh yeah. Look at this.
An Australian bookstore?
His work on behalf of brutal regimes didn't start with Iran.
A petrol
Aaron
station.
Rupar, a supposed liberal, is arguing
I'm
that
calling
by
it a
trying
smut
to
book.
push for peace in the Middle East, he's doing the agenda of Iran.
Okay.
Work on behalf of brutal regimes. There's no such thing as a liberal Zionist. While the war is a resounding defeat for the United States, Vance's quote-unquote plea deal could be a key step towards implementing his plan to place America in alliance with authoritarian regimes across the globe. This is insane. The idea that trying to push for a memorandum to stop a global oil collapse is Vance placing America in alliance with authoritarian regimes across the globe is fucking psychotic. The idea that the Trump administration arriving at a deal to end a war with Iran is allying with authoritarianism is the kind of deranged psychopathic Zionist dribble that I've come to expect from, like, mainstream media. I am surprised Aaron Rupar is cucked enough to just fucking post that. That's the most recent fucking thing he's posted, by the way. Just an article from what? A buddy? No such thing as a liberal Zionists. All Zionists will either give up their ideology or sell the world down the river and off the waterfall. There's two flanks happening, but now the establishment can't attack the left or anti-Zionist movement as much because the admin's implicitly giving permission. Well, what I'm worried about is the Democrats not pivoting and the Democrats just saying Vance is being anti-Semitic, which is, by the way, what this article is implying. This article is implying that Vance is taking the side of an authoritarian theocratic Islamic regime over the poor, precious, innocent, democratic, gays aren't thrown off rooftops here, Jewish Israeli state. This argument right here is, like, ideologically the Democrats trying to rally around calling J.D. Vance a poor friend of Israel. And man, if that's the direction the Democrats take, all I gotta say is I'm breaking my voter streak in 2028. It's GG, man. You think that's why he chose a pick that looks like Vance is doing the Heil? Yeah, I think so. Yeah, J.D. Vance is a Nazi because he doesn't want Israel to end the world by causing a global oil crisis and indefinitely warring with all of its neighbors and establishing Greater Israel on biblical terms and building the Third Temple and blah, 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 blah. Here we are comparing Vance's willingness to support peace in the Middle East with the Nazis, America first, but Vance is kind of a Nazi. I'm really sorry to pull this one out because this is like a big-ass red pill, okay? But it's true and you need to understand it. Right now, every Zionist, regardless of the party affiliation next to their name, is doing more to contribute to actual existing Nazism than any other group. We are at the precipice of global oil crisis. Israel is
You hear
trying
what
to
he
war
said?
with its neighbors to establish Greater Israel. They are
I did.
implicitly threatening to nuke their neighbors. We're talking about a potential death toll greater than anything World War II beget, and that's a high fucking bar. But that's what global drought can do. That's what global famine can do. Like, we're talking
And global
potentially
famine
very,
is
very,
coming.
very high stakes, all from one fucking country with like 8 million people. We're talking about the highest stakes possible. Support for this is a precursor for support for all evil. It is a hard line. I mean, y'all can let Vosh spread misinformation if you want, but there's no outlet reporting on the strait being closed again. That's just a fiction. Why are you fucking... What are you talking about? Why are you posting like that? Are y'all seated because a black woman is speaking? Don't you talk to me that way. Who the fuck are you? You're white, probably. Iran has said they are closing the strait in response to Israel's violation of the MOU. My understanding is what they're doing right now is selectively closing the strait and allowing some Iranian ships through because the U.S. blockade is broken. So there are some ships moving through, but I'm pretty sure the ships moving through are the ones that Iran is letting move through. Breaking, IRGC announces closure of the Strait of Hormuz in response to Israel attacks Lebanon. Where? The Strait of Hormuz? Also, what do you mean? What do you mean nobody is reporting the strait is closed? If you Google Iran closes strait, there are multiple reports saying such. Yeah, look at this. By the way, sorry to be annoying about this, but I literally fucking warned all of you this was going to happen. Israel was going to violate the MOU, and now that the American blockade has been dropped, the only ships going through are going to be ones Iran lets through. And that's literally what happening. Traffic through the strait
literally
is flowing,
what happening.
Very little of it, but still some of it, under Iran's monitoring after a radio message to vessels in the region suggesting the waterway had been closed. However, the Iran Foreign Ministry has said the strait is still open with Iran's permission. So I think what's happening right now is that now that the American blockade is down and America is nominally in favor of the terms of the MOU, Iran is saying, oh yeah, ships can go through with our permission, meaning that Iran is going to let their own ships through but not others. And right now traffic is very low. You said the other day you couldn't reconcile how all this resolves. Any new ideas? Nope! So far, the only thing that's happened, every day I wake up and the news confirms that we're reaching more and more unreconcilable territory. Israel will not stop.
Can you load the turn
and
again?
The only thing I can think of to stop them would be America or a UN or NATO intervention. But that's not happening. That's crazy. So I don't know what happens. I just can't imagine Israel backing off. Nah, it's not nearly enough. It just means they're getting some like specific dosh out of it, but it's not nearly enough to prevent the collapse. Israel is committed to Lebanon ceasefire if Hezbollah honors it. Okay, are you committed to a ceasefire or are you committed to leaving Lebanon? You don't think cutting them off from weapons and money would stop Israel? No. Israel has plenty of weapons and money on its own. Like, they're perfectly capable of waging war without us.
So in the, what is it now?
We saw this clip.
There it is.
And get back to the reality that we are quite a small country, totally depending on the United States like never before, and we should behave according to those conditions. And this might bring us to a new mindset.
Mitchell, do you agree with that reality check that you're hearing from Gideon?
Well, it's always good to get a reality check.
What is this,
appreciate his
Gravity Falls?
optimism in such circumstances, and we've gotten a
only
Gideon.
17 ships
Jesus
have passed through in
Christ.
the last 24
Is he
hours.
short?
Yeah,
Does he have a
the strait
mohawk?
is still fucking closed then.
sort of a rebuke or a lesson from the vice president.
Little fat kid.
I think Israelis, have, to a certain extent, not realized that the U.S. is really, helping support Israel for many, many years. And, we owe a great deal of debt to the United States governments, all of them, and presidents, and the people of the United States. So I do think it could be an opportunity, especially now with the election coming up, that Israelis will recalibrate and think that, there should be a certain level of diplomacy that can do something.
Bro, the book behind him, T for the Killer Man, Cat Stevens' support of Islamic terror.
What the fuck?
Do you know who Cat Stevens is?
Mm-hmm.
So he converted to Islam and changed his name to Yusuf Islam.
Uh-huh.
Right?
When did that happen? Recently?
Oh, that's a...
Don't they always take Islamic names, though? When they convert?
I mean...
Is it... Nation of Islam? Is that what he's in?
So
Farrakhan
his
and shit.
conversion
That's
to
nation,
Islam
right?
and past political controversies led to the U.S. no-fly listing and deportation in 2004. Authorities later cleared his name, and he has conditionally condemned all extremist violence.
I mean, it's the media training. Fuck out of here, cavalry. That's right, bitch. Give me that era score for killing armies. Hell yeah.
It says he gained major controversy in 1989 when he made comments appearing to support the fatwa issued against Solomon Rushdie.
That's awesome.
Which is like every Muslim hates him.
Yeah. That's what we're going with? We're listening to this guy? Okay.
Well, that was just... That's why he got in trouble back in the day, I guess. I was just I just Googled why he was controversial. He's one of those guys who makes music that can make me cry.
Interesting.
I don't know what it is.
Big sook.
And it's not just military might, which was shown here to have its limitations, but we were all schooled in economic threats, where the Islamic Republic of Iran closed down the Straits of Hormuz and strangled the world.
What would we have to do? Occupy southern Lebanon and Gaza? It's crazy because we've literally been here before. Israel took over the Suez Canal, threatening global trade. And in response, America said, no, the fuck you don't. Nope. We've literally been here before. The situation we're in right now is, what if Israel took over the Gulf? The Suez Canal. But then America said no, and Israel said, think we're going to stay, actually. What do? I can tell you what we would have done back in the 1960s. The question is, are we brave enough to do it now?
And strangled oil prices and food, and food production and shipping everywhere. And they were able to economically, a country like that, threaten the world. And that has lessons and ramifications for many, many other countries, and the way we have to consider,
We also got support from the Soviets when that happened. Yeah, but we didn't need it. But also, if we wanted to get it,
support of
the whole
Islamic
world
terror.
needs Israel, Zionists might occupy the highest levels of American government, like German, but by and large, the world is pretty united. A combined, Egyptian, Turkey, American, you could get the fucking Avengers behind this, man. If you wanted to, you could get, a goddamn UN peacekeeping force in Israel to,
you definitely could.
To stop them from invading Lebanon. But again, will we actually do that?
all of our options going into battles in the future. So that is certainly relevant, and diplomacy and these kinds of things should be more on the table. I think one of the problems, though, is the agreement did put everything into the United Nations Security Council. That's not a place that we particularly care for, and has been even fair to us over the years.
It says here, when asked if Rushdie should be killed, he stated that according to the Quran, if someone defames the Prophet, then he must die. When journalists asked if he would participate in an effigy burning of Rushdie, he replied that he would have. Hoped
Big deal.
that it would be the real thing, as in Solomon Rushdie being burned.
Pretty standard sentiment.
What, burning a man alive?
No,
I don't know about
I mean,
that one.
towards Salman Rushdie. There's nothing out of the ordinary here from, normal responses from people that do not
his
like him.
answers being framed by certain questions and having a British sense of humor. So he was being sarcastic, is what he's claiming.
Righty. That tracks. No.
He performed for the victims of the Christchurch attack.
Interesting.
Meaning the eventual agreement, according to what it says, is going to, a UN Security Council resolution. And that's really strange that President Trump...
I'm really curious about these fucking media tours that Vance has been on.
Another disagreement that we have on the right that's especially erupted after Charlie was assassinated is about Israel's role in American politics.
She's an evangelical. I looked her up in Wikipedia since we last saw her. Her
Also,
pro-Israel bent.
as far as like defaming the prophet, like a lot of people, Indians, go a little too far with their anti-Islamic rhetoric and stuff. But like Kareem, that fuckhead we were just looking at, right? They're really stuck on the fact that the prophet like married like basically a child, like literally a little girl, right? I think she was like 7 or 9 or something.
6, I think, and then the story is consummated at 9 or some shit. I don't know.
Yeah, but that's like, like Yemen based its laws off of this, and so like sexual exploitation in Yemen has occurred of that. So is saying that it's wrong to marry children and the prophet was wrong for doing that, is that defaming the prophet?
Maybe.
Like is the Quran telling you that you have to be put to death if you're like, I don't think it was right for the prophet to marry a little girl. Everything else, fine with me. Like, it's not like this happened yesterday, It was a very long time ago, I mean, we were just watching Joy Luck Club where a girl was promised to somebody at like 6 years old.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Like, this is not something that like was rare until very recently,
Yes, it's a very modern idea of like 18 legal is a very new concept.
But like there's a difference between like those were the days, frame it like, because those were the days. It sounds like you are nostalgic for those days. No, I'm just saying those were the days. But like, if you actually look at Christianity and stuff, like it's very clear Mary was a teenager, like 12 years old, right? And if we like accept that it was an immaculate conception, we would have to accept the existence of God and stuff. When also, that's another thing, is there's no evidence Mary and Jesus ever existed. The prophet was a very real person who's documented as existing. And that's a huge difference as well. But, like, if you look at the reality of the situation of what the Bible is talking about, and also there's tons of child marriage and stuff in the Bible as well. But, like, I would think that if the story was true, that Joseph was likely her father and got her pregnant, that type of weird shit. And the whole thing where, like, Jesus is born in a manger. Do you know the historical context behind that?
No, I don't.
So, the way houses were kept at the time, the first floor is where you kept your animals. They just stayed on the first floor of somebody's house. Like, they didn't have separate barns and stuff. It was still inside somebody's home.
Oh, it was just like an outdoor part of the house.
No. First floor of the house is your animals. Second floor of the house is dwelling.
Interesting.
That's how it worked.
Interesting. Makes sense.
Huh?
Makes sense back in the day.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the whole reason we separated animals because we learned about disease and shit.
Yeah.
You know, but you're tracking through shit every time you're going to bed.
That is very
for
interesting.
the night. So, anyway, fuck Solomon Rushdie. Like, there was a meme at the time when it happened where it's just like Solomon Rushdie deserved it for being gay and shit.
Is that she wants to end the world.
And the argument over whether or not they have an outsized influence here in the U.S. And so what is your take on that? Do you believe that Israel has an outsized influence in the U.S.?
Well, I certainly think that Israel, like a lot of other countries, tries to influence American politics. I sort of take that as a given. And what I think is
like
that
ISIS
American leaders have to be very
Quranic
careful
arguments for
that
slavery
when we
and genocide,
pursue something,
you know?
Yes,
we're
they
doing
do.
it for America's best interest and not...
Fuck me, man. He knew exactly how he was going to frame this. He's actually walking the line really, really well here.
For any other
He's
country.
setting it up. And as Israel grows increasingly belligerent and irrational, J.D. Vance will have more and more leeway to speak directly against them. He's fronting it like this is a problem he's just encountering, which is a lie, of course, but he's going to front it like as they get more belligerent, he has the ability to push back against them harder and
as
harder.
Hannah Montana
and
would
eventually
say,
all of the based
nobody's
anti-Zionist
perfect.
sentiment out of the U.S. government is going to be from Republicans. Oh, fuck.
Choose best interest. And if you go back, let's say, to World War II, there were these extraordinarily strong disagreements between General Eisenhower and General Montgomery about military strategy. Those disagreements are a natural part of having a partner. And I do think that sometimes, like, the opinion that I disagree with is, on the one hand, people will say that America's interests are always aligned with Israel's interests. It's just not true. And I see this every day in the conversations that we have and the back and forth. And obviously, the president has been very clear. He's got some disagreements with anti-Semitism or is anti-Semitic.
I really agree with that. That's fine. But the obsession that some people have, I would say on the right, with blaming all of their problems on Israel. Next sponsor is Adele Natural Cosmetics.
Yeah, all I was saying is that
the family-owned Christian.
I don't give a fuck what the Quran says. If it's blasphemy to say it's wrong to marry children, then I don't give a fuck if the Quran says that's blasphemy against the Prophet and people should be put to death. You should be against child marriage. Like, it doesn't matter if it happened in the Quran. A lot of things happened in the Quran.
Yeah, exactly.
By far is this idea that the deal has all these benefits to Iran. And the underlying
Quran
Israel
wasn't
will
written
eventually have to
yesterday.
pick a fight with a target they have no hope of beating, like Turkey and Egypt. Yeah, but by the time they make
by a
that
sandstorm.
I
My city
feel
just
like
got
the oil
devastated by a
market will have already
sandstorm.
imploded. Like, we're like out of
Lucky
time,
I have a
man.
military
Where's that
engineer
clip
down
of
there?
Trump saying we had 4 weeks? Remember, if Trump is saying that, that means somebody said that to him. If somebody said to Trump, we have 4 weeks, that's a fucking problem. We don't have enough time for Israel to, like, self-destruct, you know? We don't have time.
It doesn't really affect us. We have so many. I get bad press. Continue to bomb them for another 4. Just bomb the hell out of them. I get bad press on that. No, there's nothing I can do. But what this does is it allows the ships to go. If we keep bombing, those ships won't be going. And you're talking about $500, $600, $700 million a day. It's a lot of money. A lot of money. That's why the world is okay. It's liquid. It's fine. Also, we run out of reserves in about 4 weeks. You know, there are reserves all over the world, and we would really run out, and there'll be a time when you wouldn't be able to get it. And you want to see Bedlam?
What?
So for all those
The,
so-called
and
geniuses,
the
that wanna
people
show me
who
how
the people who would say I should die for saying you can't marry children, right? Those same people already want me dead for far less worse things that I said.
That's true.
You know.
What they are.
Like, if Trump is saying that, it means Trump is being told that. And if Trump is being told that, listen, the crisis is bad enough that there are forces within the Republican Party trying to push Trump and Vance against Israel. That's how close we are. That's how bad it is. The Republican Party, which is electorally hyper-dependent on Zionists and evangelicals, is pivoting away from Israel. That's how desperate things are. There is a horror lurking on, like, beyond the horizon, greater than the threat to the Republican Party, represented by evangelicals dropping their support for Trump. And that is what will happen when the oil runs out. What is this for? EIA.gov, commercial crude oil. Jesus, man. Commercial crude oil excluding leased stock. This is, I'm guessing, in millions of barrels? In billion? No, in millions of barrels. Look at this. From the 8th of May to the 12th of June, down 7 billion. Is that? No, it can't be 7 billion. I don't know what the metrics are, but look at this. By whatever unit they're using, 27,422 down to 20,000 in about a month's time. In a month's time, down by, is it in 1,000 barrels? Or is, it's somewhere on here, but we're looking at this based in percentages. Down, yeah, down like 30% in just over a month. It says weekly stocks 1,000 barrels up. Oh, here we go. Thank you. Weekly stocks 1,000 barrels. This is insanely fucking bad. We are plummeting. And this is the commercial stock, not the national reserves. Keep in mind that we only disperse our national reserves at a rate of about 1.4 million barrels per day, which is just a small fraction of the deficit caused by the closure of the strait. Are we looking at Cushing, Oklahoma? Oh, you're right. That's why it's in thousands and not millions. Okay, we're looking at Cushing, Oklahoma. Remember? We saw a video on this. This was the oil crossroads in like that through which like all the Texas oil moves through. This is like one of the
Fuck
big
you, India.
like the it's never gone dry. If they start like dredging the tanks at the bottom, it's going to
like
be
earlier
sludge
in the
that they
game.
can't even use.
I'm stronger,
This is
bitch.
domestic. This isn't even international.
Been at
This
war
is in
with this
fucking
guy for a while.
Oklahoma. There we
I'm
go.
built-
This
been
represents
building
a
shit.
national amount much more. Total crude oil and petroleum products. Does anyone
wasn't
have?
listening.
Globally, we're down 1.3 billion barrels.
I am
from the start of
slowly
the war.
whittling
Does anyone
down his
have
army.
that chart with the operational limit? The operational
was
minimum.
listening
It's
to,
difficult to get a full feel for what this represents too, because a lot of the
Oil
stock is like
stuff.
effectively inaccessible because it's that frictional minimum. Nobody has that chart. I think Americans are going to genuinely start to panic over the next few weeks, and God knows how to threaten the Israelis. I mean, if Israel isn't back out of Lebanon and the strait remains closed, that's that. I mean, like again, like we're hurtling. I appreciate Richard Hanna. You're a respectable and reputable man. I appreciate you lending your authority to my apocalyptic doomsaying here, because a lot of people I feel still think that I'm doing like a live streamer bit, you know what I mean? Like the lefty Middle East equivalent of when Jimmy Dore said that the Fauci ouchie is going to convert everyone into zombies. And I would appreciate it if people understood that it's actually like something experts are very concerned about as well. I've been doomsaying to people I know too, Lamau, telling them the best time to fill up the cars now. Yep. Just yep. Yep. Mm-hmm. Yes, sir. Okay, operational floor down here. But that's it. And that's still so soon, man. The beginning of 2027. It's record low. Sector authorized floor. So, like, this is us hitting the military reserve. Like, this is the point where we're not even, like, if we even hit the military reserve, we're talking, like, mass shortages everywhere. Like, they are not dispersing the military reserve so that you can fill up your fucking Ford F-150 to go pick up your kids from the soccer game or whatever. The military reserve is like, in case world ends, break glass. Yeah. Military reserve is we can't even maintain interior security. Yeah. Previous record low past June 7th. So operational limit 70 million barrels of crude oil. No. If we hit 70 million barrels remaining in the reserve, the world is already over. You are already stapling like human skin and animal hide into a makeshift like plate of armor so that when you go to raid your local strip mall, you can take like one more shot from the guy who got there first and has an AR-15 pointed out through the window. Refiners running near 5-year seasonal highs and product inventory still can't build even at that throughput. 8 straight weeks of crude draws so hard. It's so hard to see that slowing down anytime soon. Yeah, but it's taken into account possible rationing of gas. Yeah, keep in mind that a lot of the more optimistic charts you're going to see will assume an enormous drop in demand because of raised prices or rationing. Just going to leave this here. Here's to hoping he was lying at the G7 1 month and counting. I really do think we have every reason to believe Donald Trump when he says that we're running out in 4 weeks. We're not going to be clear, we're not going to run out in 4 weeks. It's not going to be that it's like that's the end of it. It would be that we're reaching a point where we can no longer buffer like the frictional loss. Like we're going to start feeling it now. Yeah, the cool zone. Have you seen Farm to Tabor say the fertilizer shortage is overblown? No, I don't watch this channel, but people do link it sometimes. Also, this is from 3 months ago. Is this information still reliable? She's a bit of a shit-live? I don't know. That's unfortunate. Sorry, just reading Reddit. You know how it is. Pierce Morgan.
Free trader.
Jesus Christ.
Nice.
They're fucking soy jacking on my thumbnail. You chapter? Oh,
Well, that's
we go.
just
Okay.
Chunk.
I'm noticing
That's just
that
how he looks.
Muhammad Khalid.
My thumbnail.
That's just... Find me a picture where Chunk doesn't look like that.
That's a good point.
You chapter?
He does.
Oh, here
he
we
does
go.
look like
Okay.
that.
I'm noticing that Mohammed Khalibaf, who will apparently on Friday be literally in a photo op with the Vice President of the United States. I cannot express to you how stomach-turning that is.
Okay.
I don't care who the Vice President is. I don't care who the President is. Leaders of the United States of America in a photo op with a mass murdering terrorist supporter like Mohammed Khalibaf shaking
Don't you
hands
support Israel?
6 months after he blew away 42,000 innocent people in the streets.
Such a whiny. Yeah, it's all Zionists have really. Whine, beleaguer. They could kill the most people in the universe and it wouldn't matter.
I mean, there's something completely weird going on here, Cenk, where Shapiro is ranting away against
neighbors with it constantly. They used it to attack all their neighbors. They use the threat of it, and they say, well, you can't attack us back because we have nuclear weapons. And the one country that has nuclear weapons in the Middle East has launched wars against almost all of its neighbors. So they've got that as backup. They've got Iron Dome as backup, and it has emboldened them to take land in Gaza, to take land in Lebanon, which you guys are denying. Iran has taken no land. Israel has taken land over and over again. Do you know that in 1948, only 6% of the land was Jewish? Now it's 78% is owned by Israel. How did the settler colony get from 6% to 78%?
So this is my turn to begin to talk
through
over
a campaign of ethnic cleansing and genocide.
In Lebanon in 1986 with the IDF.
Okay, so you're old. I don't care.
Land that the IDF voluntarily left. Why
Now
were they
it makes
there?
sense.
They went up to try to kick out the PLO. You know who rescued the PLO? President Reagan and the Americans rescued the Palestine Liberation Organization. Israel left Lebanon. They left Gaza.
They were forced out. They were forced out by the United States because back then we still had the stones to tell Israel they'd gone too far.
So they were attempting to trade land for
And then they
peace.
came back in.
Unfortunately,
And they came back in.
Hezbollah
Didn't they come back in 3
infiltrated
times?
and got into southern Lebanon.
They keep wanting to.
Hezbollah didn't infiltrate southern Lebanon. Hezbollah emerged because Israel invaded southern Lebanon. They were
Yes,
literally a regional
correct.
defense force.
Take
The agreement
Lebanon,
of
and
the
you
United
just told us you're with the IDF.
The United Nations was supposed to prevent Hezbollah from getting to be a murderous force, and they utterly failed.
Murderous? What? The UN is that murder? The UN had a resolution on that murderous force, so we can't allow Hezbollah to murder people. What are you talking about?
In fact, Hezbollah built.
You make it
facilities
sound like
right
Lebanon
underneath
invaded
UN
Israel.
outposts.
Israel invaded Lebanon.
Yeah, notice how this guy's storytelling began with Israel being in Lebanon, like they had any business being there. He was like, hey, do you know Israel left Lebanon after they were forced out? Okay, why were they there? Like, this is somehow a rebuttal to Cenk Uygur's point that Israel's bloodthirsty and invades all their neighbors?
You're inverting reality. You're making it sound like Lebanon invaded Israel. No, Israel is inside of Lebanon right now. Do you condemn Israel for being inside of Lebanon?
By Hezbollah,
Do you condemn them for
can't
taking
expect-
70% of Gaza?
Imagine if America was taking missiles daily from Tijuana, Mexico. Tijuana would be
Well, you're
flattened
making
in
an argument for
24 hours
Hezbollah.
if that happened.
You're making the. I can't believe you're making a pro-Hezbollah argument, because what Hezbollah is saying is, can you imagine if America was invaded and they took half of Texas, as they're doing right now? Israel invaded Lebanon and has taken southern Lebanon. Well, of course we would fight back. You're saying, and I agree, and that's what Hezbollah is saying. Well, of course we're going to fight back. They're in our land. They're literally stealing our homes. What do you want us to do? Go, I surrender to the
No, they didn't. Hezbollah was literally formed in response. They literally didn't exist until Israel.
Well, this
invaded
guy's
Lebanon
framing
in
it
the second,
just
the
around
second invasion of
October
Lebanon.
7th.
The second invasion, not the first one. The second invasion.
But they'll
of
be the
Lebanon.
first
Hezbollah
ones
didn't
to try to
exist
give
until
you a
then.
history lesson when it favors them.
Hezbollah is a cat's paw for
by the way, you
Iran.
guys call
Hezbollah is an Iranian proxy. that
Wait until I get
Iran
a
spent billions
core
of dollars
bombard,
training
and then
and
we'll
so
go for the city here.
Based ulting. This is what
Oh,
this
I'm
is the
just
tone
looting
everybody needs to take.
This
Does
is
Israel
already
have a right
looted.
to exist? No.
Yeah,
Hezbollah is an
exactly.
Iranian proxy. Okay.
This
You know what?
aqueduct
I'm trying to
will
wound
probably
him
get-
to
You're trying
keep
to end the
him from
world. Shut
getting
the
too
fuck
far
up.
ahead.
You make it sound like our priorities are Israel's priorities.
Hezbollah and the
Hezbollah
Iranians
is defending
were
Lebanon
responsible
against
for
Israel.
killing
So what?
hundreds of U.S.
We're not
Marine
responsible
Corps,
for Israel. Israel is
hundreds
not
of
our daddy.
Marines
Israel
in
might be your
Beirut
daddy,
in
but Israel's not our
1983.
daddy.
Iran has been at war with
All
us
right,
since
let me-
1979, sir.
All right. Let me bring in Brian, who's been waiting.
Israel's been at war with us the entire time. Israel stole our
Your name isn't
technology. Israel
Cenk,
stole
your name
$300
isn't
million
Brian.
from us. Israel made us fight
Cenk.
7 wars for $8 trillion.
Cenk,
Israel's
your
actually
name
our
isn't
enemy.
Brian.
And you guys keep aiding and
Cenk.
abetting our enemies.
Cenk, you keep aiding and abetting my failure to include other panelists, so we've all got a cross to bear. Let me bring in Brian. Donald Trump said this: just remember, the Iranians never won a war, but never lost a negotiation. Are those words coming back to haunt him, do you think?
I would say so.
It was
if
funny
you just look at the details
because
of this
you
I
could
want to know what
see
Brian has to say about the
you
memorandum.
could see that Cenk was ready to move on and trying to respect the show, but then he's just like, you know what? I gotta say something.
Broadly, because my understanding is that Brian is kind of a demcuck, kind of a libshit. So, like, is he just going to be smarmy about like how we should have kept the JCPOA or whatever, or is like what's his actual take on this, like on the whole, Israel's an enemy of the United States? I want to know what his like broad take on it is. He probably has a video. I'm curious. I'll look. Yeah, I'll look. I'm curious.
Of this the last 24 hours.
Sometimes it's only happened with Firefox. I open up YouTube and I start typing in the search bar, and then rather than allowing me to type, it just opens the last video I had open, which in this case is the Piers Morgan video. Okay, I just want to see, because like I know he's going to be anti-MOU in the sense that he points out that America has lost and Trump has conceded and the JCPOA was better and so on. But what I want to know is like, how is he talking about Israel's response to this? So no videos in the past 15 hours. Anything about Israel breaking the ceasefire or Israel saying they're not going to leave Lebanon?
Okay, if that's the case for the foreign policy, how about Europe and the Balkans? Was it our policy to keep the Balkans unstable, or is that different because the Soviets were there? Actually, it wasn't. It was like post-Soviet at the time, but they were still scared of the commies. Like, Europe has been way more violent and unstable within its own borders than anywhere else in the world. The entire U.S. policy is around framing stability in Europe because of how bad and prone it is to instability. Like, the whole reason why NATO still exists today is because states like Poland forced their way in to prevent them from being invaded again. I mean, it's very reasonable if you think about what Poland went through at the end of World War II and the occupation that Poland went through. Like, of course, when Poland is liberated, the first thing they want to do is get some sort of reassurances and protection that they won't be invaded again. That goes for basically every country that's joined NATO since the Soviet Union fell, and it has been the American policy to continue expanding on that to keep it stable. So why would the policy change when it comes to the Middle East? And also, what countries in the Middle East, like what are the wars we're talking about here that were like super important? Iran and Iraq? Saddam Hussein himself like was like an atheistic Jew in his own world. Like, Saddam Hussein would only put on airs of Islam when it was like politically advantageous. Like, the same goes for someone like Gaddafi, who tried to use Islam in his very doctrine in the Green Book.
Oh, is that so? Tell that to the IRGC and the Islamic regime that America just strengthened and is going to definitely not have any backlash on the Iranian people that have been executed at a higher rate than any year before. Pretty cool, huh? All thanks to Donald Trump. Got to protect those whammons.
Lemons?
Whammons.
Republicans abandoned Trump. Shocking ballroom news.
While
reflecting
tomahawking a
disaster,
girls'
federal
school.
Judge.
Very cool.
Confession
Yeah, that
on
was an
Iran war.
accident.
You people complain about my titles.
It
of
was
that
AI,
stuff.
wasn't it?
Jesus Christ.
I
Reflecting
don't
pool,
fucking
reflecting
care.
pool, reflecting
Fuck
pool.
'em anyway.
UFC. Is this it? Abandoned Trump and shock update? This is 57 minutes long. Is he mentioned it? We're running up against a global oil crash, and Israel, our ostensible ally, is openly saying they're going to ignore the deal. Is there anything on that? Are we just going to ignore it? We're just going to pretend that it's not real? I guess that was a strategy with Israel and Gaza in the first place. Are we seriously just fucking ignoring it? Are we ignoring the entire... He doesn't have a video on the fucking Memorandum of Understanding. Does he not? Is it one of these, like, stupid fucking vague titles that doesn't mention it? That's insane! He's mastered strategic science. He did this with Gaza, too. Just mountains and mountains of evidence piling up that Biden was lying through his teeth day in, day out to the American people to defend Israel, and he just kept quiet about it. Because the only way to be like... they're just blue MAGA. Like, they just take the opposite side of it. Like, we are just infinitely deferential to the
Brian
interests and
Tyler
agenda of
Cohen
the
is blue
Democratic
MAGA.
administration
That's
or non-administration. 'Cause we're
accurate.
fucking lost. You know,
like,
we're just
him
going
and
to, like,
David
update,
Pakman
Trump
are
finally
so
loses
fucking
court case.
annoying.
Yeah, like, that fucking matters, man. Maybe shocking confession on Iran war? Sure.
So the Atomic Energy just reported that it was one of the most devastating bombings that they've ever seen. The whole mountain collapsed on top of it.
National security advisor and someone who helped to negotiate the former Iran nuclear deal.
Yeah, it's just JCPOA
No.
posting. Yeah, that's what. Yeah,
The
what
school
I thought.
was
Hey,
just
did you know this deal is worse than the JCPOA? Yes,
literally
yes, we all know.
right
How do you
next
feel
to a
about Israel
facility.
prolonging the conflict?
We have schools next to
Insane,
strategic
everyone
targets
looks
as
like
well.
I again, like, I don't know. It just feels to me like the Democrats don't really have a strategy for this.
They didn't
They're just
convert
going
it.
to fucking sleepwalk.
It was
right
probably
into it. Advance is just going
cut
to
off
No,
from
that was
solid
actively being
on
used as it was a
pointing
school.
out the
It's just
fact
right
that
next
Israel
to.
is,
It was
an
right next to the
antagonistic
target.
force to the United States.
But they were saying
Like
that
a
there
few
was a
meters.
Another, like, gigantic libshit.
They were saying that there was a
Fox News
compound
segment
that
goes
they
horribly
sold
wrong
off
for
a
JD Vance.
part of the
What is it,
compound and
man?
sold it and
What
made
is
it a
it?
school.
What? Horribly wrong for
Still
JD
makes it a
Vance?
school.
Is he going to take the fucking
Doesn't matter that
neocon
it was a
Zionist
previous
Republican side
military
over
base.
Vance here? What is it?
Even if it was or
An
not.
unfortunate stop for Vice President J.D. Vance on his book promotion tour was Fox News' The Five. Things she might want to do.
Here.
You look at the invasion of Iraq, like one of the targets they ended up hitting in that invasion was civilian taking shelter, and like the U.S. immediately had accountability for that.
Yeah.
You know, because like George Bush is braver than Donald Trump, I guess.
I guess so. You'd have thought you'd been saying that.
Efforts to have a nuclear weapon and enrichment will be held at about 3%.
Well, they can't enrich now because they can't get the dust, Jessica.
Also,
Barack Obama.
This is just about whether or not the MOU is a strategic failure for the United States, which again I don't care. It is. It obviously is.
Yeah.
How do you feel about Israel cucking the United States by blocking?
But like
the MOU,
anyone could have
prolonging the
told
closure
it.
to Strait of Hormuz?
Anyone like did he listen to his national security advisor? I don't think so. Because like anyone would have told him this is exactly the road that was going to go down. Like Iran is not stupid. They know like how these timetables are going to work. At the end of the day, like Iran has been a collapsed, failed state for a long time now. Like how much worse could it actually get there? You think they're going to lose control because of an oil crisis? No.
Exactly.
Not in that totalitarian state. Absolutely not.
What does
so
the nuclear weapons in World War II have to do with today? Like, genuinely. Like, what does that have to do with
and then like
anything?
during the Korean War, America ended up realizing that you actually want to do surgical strategic strikes because inflicting terror on the civilian population is actually counterproductive to your goals. And we can see this in real time if we look at the Russia and Ukraine war. Russia has continually done a campaign of terror against Ukraine. It's only amplified the Ukrainian response. Ukraine, on paper, there is no like plausible way that Ukraine would even hold a line against Russia, yet they've continued to do so. We just recently seen these strategic strikes on strategic targets inside Russia that Ukraine was able to do. Like, looks like a lot of the components on the missiles that they were using were 3D printed, and the civilian populace is a heavy force behind that. You know, we have so many like grannies here just making drone parts for the military specifically because of a terror campaign of bombing that Russia has done. So it's and like we even have an entire podcast where we go into the viability of strategic nuclear strikes and how like nukes are not nearly as devastating as people would think. Like the whole like nuclear apocalypse is quite impossible to happen. That doesn't mean that it wouldn't be catastrophic with billions of people dying.
Yeah.
But humanity would continue. Civilization would continue. You're not going to wipe out humanity and civilization with a nuclear Armageddon. And the reason why nukes are not used now is because of the policy of deterrence. Deterrence is much more viable. As Cenk was just arguing on this, Israel having nukes has allowed them to attack every one of its neighbors. And because they have the nukes, they have that security. North Korea is still around because of their nukes. You know, they nuclearized, and now they're in a position where nothing can really done to push out the dynasty there because of that deterrence. But specifically what maintains the deterrence is not using nukes. Because as soon as a nuke is used, that deterrence goes away as soon as anyone uses one. And so the thing is that they call it the myth of the nuclear taboo. So like everyone who works in like nuclear weapons and strategic bombings knows that if nukes are used, then it's going to eliminate the possibility of deterrence. So the whole reason to have nukes is not to use them. And there has been a few times since World War II where that conversation has come up. One of them specifically was when Sadat invaded the Sinai Peninsula, retook the Sinai from Israel. He overextended his troops in such a way that a strategic nuke was viable. Not that they needed to do it, just the conversation that a strike was viable because of how limited viability nukes actually have. You know, there's a reason why we've continued to manufacture warheads with smaller explosive charges to the point where we have blades that come off of Predator missiles to hit singular targets. The other situation where the conversation where a nuke being used was actually the UK and the Falklands War, specifically at sea. And that's more likely where we would see a nuclear weapon is at sea. That's why America did Castle Bravo in the middle of the ocean, because they were judging its viability to destroy carrier strike groups. There's really no reason to use a nuke on land. It wouldn't accomplish the strategic outlook that you would think it would.
You would immediately lose the hearts and minds.
Yeah. So, like, the whole reason why America was able to use nukes in World War II is because they were the only ones who had them.
And that immediately ended when the Soviets made them in the early 50s? 52?
Using new alien technology in war?
I saw that. Jesus fucking Christ.
Okay, I'm due back on planet Earth. I'll see you later.
We got jump jets, baby.
Prolonging our movement towards
It's
the
hell
oil crash.
divers.
The look on his face when he realized Trump fucked him.
For years, one of the most fascinating stories to me.
To this, where you send the vice president. If it works out, great. You look like a genius for sending him. And if it doesn't work out, it's the vice president.
I like that idea, sure. What?
Can't have
If
a
it
real
works out, I'm gonna take the
conversation
credit. If it doesn't work out, I'm
about
blaming
foreign
JD.
policy
You better
with
be
somebody
careful,
who's an
JD.
expert.
He's going to turn
So we
his
have to
plane
talk
around
about
and get the hell out of here. Yeah, I like that
fantasy
idea.
land.
So you see the look on Marco Rubio's face.
He's so fucking funny. Trump, not Pac-Man. Trump strokes out in Truth
You
Social.
see,
Oh,
David
no, the Trump
Pacman has
expands.
an Obama shirt. What a
It's liberal
character.
dude, if you were a liberal,
Can
and
we,
you only
like,
consume
seriously,
liberal
like,
media, I genuinely
throw-
think you've
throw
spent the
nickels
last
at
12
him?
years thinking that Trump is one
He
day
just-
away
till
from
he
going to
shuts
jail.
up.
One day away. If
Fucking
this
lib.
is all you consume every day, you wake up and you're like, Trump's done. This is why people fucking lose their shit and give up on politics, because they're being fed such an insanely no broader political framework, no understanding of the world, no engagement with the systems or the failures of those systems. Just every day like a steady Chinese water torture drip feed of "Did you know Trump's bad?" dropped onto your forehead until you fucking lose your mind. Deepak said many months ago he was intentionally not talking about Israel-Palestine anymore. Yeah, okay, I mean, I wonder why. I wonder why. Gotta hastily pivot off of that after it becomes clear that it's fucking radioactive poison to the Democrats. Oh, sorry, we failed in our effort to convince Americans that we all need to die for Israel. Now let's ignore the topic while an increasing percentage of Democrats think we need to walk away for our support. So just nothing here on Israel threatening the memorandum. Anything here and nothing here? Yeah. Okay, gotcha. Really, incredible how willfully you hate vague titles. It's not the vague titles necessarily that are getting me. I understand that you have to play to the algorithm. The problem that I'm having is that they are very deliberately ignoring. They are ignoring.
All right, let's see what the fucking lib.
I'm John Favreau.
I'm Dan Pfeiffer.
I'm John Lovett. Tommy Vitor. We are coming to you from the Obama Presidential Center in Chicago.
Oh my god, I already am annoyed by them.
First ever podcast.
I'm already fucking annoyed. We're coming from the Obama Center. Fucking congratulations. Ugh. Have you seen what it looks like? It's so brutalist. It's so funny. It's like Stalin himself built it.
The Obama Presidential Center.
The Obama Center.
I just made that up.
Yeah,
or
but
it's
it's
a reading library.
Yeah, it's super brutalist.
That's what I'm saying. It opens
the one
today,
in
so I think
Chicago?
that
Yeah.
How are you? That's my
Nice. It's really good, and it's really good.
I've been trying to.
This is the beautiful presidential reading room.
It's
in
not
the branch
working.
Of the Chicago Public Library.
I don't see our book.
Yeah, what the?
You should probably
Maybe
donate
in the
one.
children's section.
That's weird.
Do we see Dan's books anywhere?
I don't see Dan's book.
I've heard rumors that our books are in
Literally
here,
the
but I
pause
can't.
button.
find
Oh,
out.
I see Life of Pi.
Anyway,
We'll come back to this.
I see What It Takes. Oh, I see my book right there.
Oh, we saw Dan's books.
Two over from What It Takes.
Now, if you're just
Nice.
listening on the audio, I know this is riveting.
Yes.
Us looking around at the books.
Hey, let's stop navel gazing about the book.
I refreshed the page.
Welcome to Pod Save America. I'm John Favreau.
I'm Dan Pfeiffer.
I'm John Lovett.
Tommy Vitor.
We are coming to you from the Obama Presidential Center in Chicago. I think this is the first ever podcast
Is that-
recorded from the
So
Obama
I saw a
Presidential
picture
Center. I just made that up.
Yeah.
online that was like, Obama built this, cost 800, however what much it was, and then it was comparing it to the Trump building.
I think it's a reading library.
I mean, it
What
opened
the
today,
fuck?
so
That's what I'm saying. It opened today.
It's
so I think
plain
that
on
we-
its own.
And
YouTube.
is it a full massive campus? It's got a museum and all of this other shit in it.
What's up with my hair? It's natural. It just does that.
Chicago.
Yeah.
How are you?
Chicago.
That's my
Nice. It's really good, and it's really good.
Thank you.
This is the president. This is the
You gotta
beautiful
get real
presidential
nasally
reading
with
room,
it, like how they say it.
in the branch of the Chicago Public
And
Library.
they
I
get
don't see
mad
our
because
book.
you don't say it all nasally.
What the?
You should probably
Maybe-
donate
maybe in the
one.
children's
It's
section.
pronounced
Do we see Dan's books
Chicago.
anywhere?
I don't see Dan's book.
I've heard rumors that our books are in here, but I can't find
Oh,
out.
I see Life of Pi.
Oh,
Anyway,
wow.
we'll come back to this.
I see What It Takes.
Yes.
Oh, I see my book right there.
Oh,
think-
we saw Dan's
Wow.
books.
Two over from What It Takes.
Now, if you're just listening on the audio,
This is...
Huh?
Yes. This is the place that they were posting about.
Yeah.
And I'm like, this place has sports stuff, a museum, a bunch of shit. It's a massive open air greenery campus. And they're like, Trump building better.
It got gold and font on it.
Like,
It
shut
say
the fuck
Trump
up.
on it.
Even though this fucking place has a golf course and objectively golf courses are dog shit and should be erased.
Yeah.
Um,
Wow, that's very Al Qaeda pilled of you.
Fucking, it's grass. It's actual greenery. That's great. That's exactly what you want. And you want to say that that's worse than
I don't care.
Disgusting Trump building?
I really just, I don't care. I really
Incredible.
don't care. I just, these fucking lib cucks annoy me. And the fact that they're like, we're in the Obama Center. It's our first podcast from the Obama Center. It's like, great. Congratulations. I want to know, do you think this guy wrote the "We Killed Bin Laden" speech for Obama? Do you think Obama took that on himself?
That's a good question. Get out of more.
Well, I know this is riveting.
Yes.
Us looking around at the books.
Hey, let's stop navel gazing about the book and start navel gazing about the event.
So we just came from the event and we just toured the museum for the first time. Are we calling it museum? The center.
The center.
The center.
Library?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it's the Obama Presidential Center is the official name.
Okay, bro. Really hating the ankles on this guy over here.
Hate from New York.
Like, either you're not wearing socks or you're wearing ankle socks. Either way, you're in a suit.
Stop it.
Unless those are dress socks and they're just skin-toned, like tan dress socks, they look like old man ankles, though, to me. What's your verdict there? I think dude needs some different socks
No,
on
I think
if they are
he's wearing
socks.
boat shoes with no socks.
Boat shoes? Is that what you call them?
I think that's exactly what's happening. Yeah.
That's what you call them, is boat
Look,
shoes?
I will type in boat shoe and it will come up with that exact shoe.
I'm not
You
a
ready?
shoe guy, you know?
Are you ready?
Are those the shoes you wear on your boat?
I guess so. See? Exact fucking shoe he's wearing. See? That's the style.
I don't know. His are more lesbian coded.
That's the style he's going for, is this boat shoe, no shoe,
Yeah.
boat shoe, no sock thing. Awful.
Well, I think he should die for it.
You're very Al
Like
Qaeda coded.
Solomon Rushdie.
Super Al Qaeda coded.
No, he finally popped out the apostles.
Who?
To fucking combat all this fucking religion that I've pushed it down in here. I thought he wasn't going to do anything about it. See, my goal here is to not actually lose the apostles, and then he'll produce the apostles at an inflation rate. They're not penny loafers either. They're lesbian coded. They got the lesbian clasp on them. His haircut also very lesbian coded.
And we just took a little tour. What'd you guys think? Not of the event, of what we just saw on all the floors. Dan?
It's, I mean, obviously very emotional for us to walk through it and see from the beginning.
Wow.
Did you cry, Dan?
Through the White
Did you
House,
cry?
the good moments, the bad moments. But it's really...
I just got so emotional.
Love it. How did you feel about what you tried so hard to stop?
Talk about Iran. I don't give a shit.
Amazing.
Bro, they spend 15 minutes up to an ad break. You see the vein bulging in my neck because of how angry I am right now? Obama's speech. I don't care about Michelle Obama. Talk about Iran. Fuck.
One more thing before we move on. Dan, you had a message box today in honor of today.
I did.
About what Democrats can
What's
learn
the deal
from
with the game?
Barack
I mean,
Obama,
we're
which I
just
thought would be
hanging out,
nice
playing a
way
game
to end
together.
this section.
Yeah,
Well,
we're watching,
I think
we watch news and we cover topics.
Obama sets
shit.
every election cycle.
And we play
he
game.
goes out, he goes on the trail, and everyone says like, "Why can't more Democrats talk like this?" And Obama's obviously, as we all know and everyone knows, a generationally talented communicator. And so just telling people to be more like Obama is like not helpful advice. It's like be more like Michael Jordan. Like
dunk more.
Yeah, but I think there are like a few things that any.
Can we get to Iran, guys?
You know,
Who put this chapter mark here? Fire them.
Town hall, which was like very innovative at the time, which was just a town hall that streamed on the internet, but YouTube was hosting it, and we're doing a
YouTube podcast,
and they were take it. We talk all the time about like how Democrats need a better affordability message.
Policy flows from there. Like that's where you have to start. And like Michelle and Barack Obama.
Shut up! Shut up! Talk about the Iran deal.
Do a $300 billion redevelopment and reconstruction fund. The MOU creates a 6-day window for negotiations over Iran's nuclear program, and in the meantime,
Finally, they're talking about it. You want to guess how? Guess what? All right, we got a full, almost maybe 5 minutes after the chapter mark, saying this is where the Iran talk starts.
Amazing.
Iran reaffirms its long-standing commitment not to procure or develop nukes. So it's not playing super well.
No.
You got your Bill Cassidy's, John Cornyn's, all the people who feel liberated now that Trump has defeated them. They have been voicing some criticism. Other Republicans are just sort of hiding.
It's so funny, these guys. He threw you off a mountain, and then while you're rolling down towards your demise over a cliff.
It's bad.
Actually, I never liked you.
The Iran hawks are very mad. You've probably
I've
probably
been
consumed a
consuming
lot more
of Mark Levin content.
Are those Ben Shapiro's tears in there? That
I've been watching some Ben clips. I might have downloaded a commentary podcast from John Podhoretz.
Tommy's got the Daily Wire open in an incognito window.
Who's in the bathroom?
At this point, I'm about to go look at Ben Shapiro talk about the deal. They're just so giddy about the Obama Center that they can't even stay on topic. Like, these fucking lib cucks, bro, this is like the easiest political one-up they could have, and they're still here jerking each other off.
I got one for you. Fucking dorks.
Bad answer.
Bad answer.
Bad answer.
Bad answer. It's a bad answer.
Oh.
Can't hear it.
Vague MOU with Iran on Wednesday. That same day, Hezbollah, an Iranian-backed terror group, attacked Israel and Israeli citizens and Israeli soldiers many, many times. Same thing on Thursday. And then on Thursday, the Iranians reportedly pulled out of negotiations in Switzerland on the next steps. All of which was predictable, because Iran is run by lying terrorist thugs. We'll get into all the latest in the non-deal Iran deal. This is The Ben Shapiro Show.
Uh-oh. They don't want to join in on my circle jerk.
Alrighty, so here's the latest. On Wednesday, as you recall, the President of the United States was in Versailles signing a memorandum of understanding with the Islamic Republic of Iran, a terror state. That same exact day,
capital's not even
Iran-backed
converted. He already
Lebanese
fixed
terror group Hezbollah, which is responsible, by the way, for the murder of literally hundreds of American citizens, launched 63 rockets at Israeli troops, plus 2 explosive drones, plus 1 missile. On Thursday, the next day, 5 terrorists from Hezbollah approached the Israeli forward defense line in Lebanon. Also, Hezbollah launched 5 explosive drones. That same day, 4 Israeli troops were incinerated by one of those explosive drones.
Based drone.
Israel then retaliated by striking a bunch of targets in southern Lebanon, because that's what happens
I know
when
the fucking
terrorists
Ottomans
attack
voted
you.
for this, didn't you?
Whether you're American or Israeli or
they
anyone.
did.
You retaliate and you kill them and you kill the people who are behind them. That is obviously what the United States would do if Mexico fired at American troops. Hell, President said that that's what we would do if Iran killed American troops in the Middle East. There was the president
Pressed
just a
about
couple of
it
weeks ago.
because, like, his religion has already been wiped out.
If they killed
U.S. troops.
What does that mean?
That you would restart the war with Iran if they killed U.S. troops.
Well, it would be a good reason.
The guy
To be
whose
honest
city
with
got
you, if they
converted
killed US
didn't even
troops, I think I
vote
would do that very quickly.
for it.
Okay, so, again, that's the way it works. Well, based on Israel defending itself against, again, a terror group, Hezbollah, Iran then said they would not turn to Switzerland to negotiate with Vice President Vance. On Friday, U.S.-Iran talks were officially postponed. The U.S. blamed logistics issues, which, I mean, come on, this is not about flight arrangements. Media reporting that Iran had delayed thanks to the Israeli action against Hezbollah in Lebanon. According to CNN, quote, Vice President Vance is no longer traveling to Switzerland for U.S.-Iran negotiations today, with talks postponed. Iran has asked for guarantees that hostilities in Lebanon will end before it resumes the talks, a diplomat told CNN. The Iranians have asked for guarantees that hostilities in Lebanon will end. As outlined in the signed agreement, the diplomat said.
It can't be going well for him. Who's watching Daily Wire on a Roku?
As now temporarily postponed following Israeli strikes in Lebanon, without saying when media is expected some sort of resumption. So again, the goal here was that Iran wanted the U.S. to tie Israel's hands as part of the deal. And Israel, as any nation would, declined to have its hands tied against terrorism because, again, no country worth its salt in its right mind would stop killing terrorists, targeting its homeland and its soldiers. Not America, not Israel, not anyone. So now it's being reported that the U.S. has brokered some sort of ceasefire between Hezbollah and...
Gonna stop you right there, Ben. America continually held up operations against Al-Qaeda in Iraq because the Iraqi president told them to. Not even in peace talks or negotiations or anything like that, right? The first time they went into Fallujah, right, they cleansed half the city, and the president said, it's too much, like, it's bad politics, you gotta pull out, we'll put our own peacekeepers in there. So, wrong, Ben. America has literally turned over and pulled back strategic operations against Al-Qaeda for many countries. Many countries. You're a silly man.
Israel. Maybe the talks will be put back on. Maybe they won't. The hokey pokey is happening. But herein lies the point. This deal was never a deal. It was always from the very beginning vaporware. See, here's the thing about deals. When you make a durable deal, it always involves two elements. First, a partner on the other side who's credible in their commitments. Right? This has to be true for any contract. If you sign a contract with anyone, the person on the other side is bound by a wide variety of provisions in any agreement to keep to its commitments. There has to be an incentive structure, and of course, you have to be able to trust the person on the other side of the table will actually keep their commitments. Second, there has to be...
Okay, Ben, if we're arguing then we can't trust Iran here, didn't this war start because America bombed Iran in the middle of negotiations? And then haven't they done that multiple times? Bombed Iran in the middle of negotiations?
I think they have. That sounds pretty
I
familiar.
think Iran should be the one being like, why should we trust America?
Be a meeting of the minds. That is an agreement on the terms. That is basic contract law. If you and I sign a contract that I am going to buy a house at an agreed upon price, and I think the agreed upon price is $10, and you think the agreed upon price is $10 million, we do not have an agreement on terms. We do not have a meeting of the minds. We do not have a deal or a contract. Again, both of those things have to be present in order for a deal to be durable. One, a credible partner on the other side of the table who will keep their commitments. And two, a meeting of the minds, actual agreement on the terms of the contract. This deal has neither of those elements, and it never did have either of those elements. Iran, lest we forget, is run by terrorist jihadists. And also, there was no agreement on the actual terms. Now, again, there's a reason why President Trump signed. He signed very obviously to open the Strait of Hormuz. And that was the reason.
No, he wanted
oil
to
prices would
corrupt
dive,
the history
the economy
of
would
a
go
site.
up. Now, the reality, I said before, if we wanted to, quote unquote, open the strait and leave it in the hands of the Iranians, we could have just walked away. We didn't have to sign a damn...
I mean, Versailles doesn't have a very good history with signing deals.
No, I know, but it's some of the most significant deals in history were signed there.
Yeah, significantly bad deals.
Sure. Doesn't make it not a significant place. I guess it fits the trend.
We could have made no commitments, kept the sanctions on, and just walked away. And then Iran would toll the straits or whatever. But instead, we are pretending that the strait is open. And it's not. It is run by the Iranians. We are keeping our commitments. We stopped the blockade. Right? CENTCOM announced yesterday that U.S. forces lifted the blockade on all maritime traffic entering and exiting Iranian ports and coastal areas in accordance with the president's direction. Okay, but the Iranians, well, it turns out that they are just openly saying that they control the strait now. It is not open.
Well, objectively, they do.
I mean, it's their border. It's their border, Ben.
That's a hell of a statement.
It's not the fucking Panama Canal, bro.
They are openly saying that they control the strait in perpetuity. Today, the Persian Gulf Authority, which is Iran, said this, quote, with regard to the signing of the Islamabad Memorandum of Understanding and the issuance of directives by the competent authorities, applicants wishing to transit the Strait of Hormuz are hereby informed that within the time frame specified in the Memorandum of Understanding, the transit of vessels that submit their transit requests to the Persian Gulf Waterway Management in compliance with the following points will be processed expeditiously. So in other words, you have to submit your papers to the Iranians, and then maybe they will approve them. During the 60-day period, say the Iranians, no fees will be levied on vessels, and the tariffs for security, safety, and environmental service, as well as the relevant Iranian insurance, shall be borne entirely by the government of the Islamic Republic of Iran. Now, left unmentioned is that beyond the 60 days, that's not true. And here's the deal. They can close it now. They can close it at any time.
Okay. That's why they specifically said in the 60 days this won't happen. Like, wow, you mean the part that doesn't need to be explained because they already gave a time frame isn't in the deal? Wow, Ben, so insightful.
He's always very insightful.
Hell, the IRGC Navy literally put out a broadcast today in the Strait saying that they were going to shut down the Strait. Then later, they backed off of it. They said they weren't going to do it. But here is what they broadcast. This is a translation. Quote, since Israel's withdrawal from Lebanon and the complete lifting of the naval blockade and the withdrawal of American terrorist forces from the Persian Gulf and the region are among the main conditions of the agreement between Iran and the United States, the Strait of Hormuz will remain closed until these two conditions are met. All ships are ordered not to approach the Strait of Hormuz for their own safety and health. Any vessel that defies this order will be targeted. So, in other words, Iran still controls the strait. And again, this is a weird move. It is a weird move because let's just say that Iran keeps its commitment for the next 60 days not to toll the straits. And they keep it open. Why in the world would you essentially give them an economic nuclear weapon in perpetuity? Let's say that we get one. I know the president is trying to lower the gas prices until after the election. I get it. However, if the Iranians don't like President Trump, which they don't, and if the Iranians would like the Democrats to win, which presumably they would, why would they not wait until 1 week before the election and just close the strait again? I mean, they could just do that at literally any time. So again, I understand why the president signed. I understand the incentive structure here. But I think what's more important here is why Iran signed. In just 1 second, we'll get into the question of why Iran signed this deal. There's one pretty good, smart reason why they did. Quick question. If I asked you right now, what keeps you up at night about your business, what would you say?
My business partner.
On behalf of the country. As America approaches its 250th birthday, that is worth remembering. It's also why I'm proud that Pure Talk is partnering with America's Warrior Partnership to raise $250,000 for veterans. America's Warrior Partnership works to prevent veteran suicide by helping veterans access housing. Things aside from the fact that the MOU actually guarantees them some obvious immediate benefits, including that America will stop attacking them and that we will remove the blockade and allow them to ship their oil sanctions free. There's something bigger that's going on here. The goal of the Iranian government was to get America to sign on the dotted line. That is a major win for them. Why? Well, because they are master negotiators and they know one thing. Everyone who signs an international deal, at least in democracy,
but Trump is a master
has what's
debater.
called sunk cost fallacy. Sunk cost fallacy is something that afflicts all human beings. and you have to fight your way through it.
I like turtles.
Sunk cost fallacy is the idea. Let's say you buy a fixer of a house, and you dump $100,000.
Jesus Christ, you do not need to explain the sunken cost fallacy. Everyone is 12 now.
The house. And you know it's going to cost you another $300,000, and then it's a money loser. You're only going to be able to sell the house for $200,000. Many people will go ahead and continue to sink the money into the house because they'll say, hey, I already spent $100. I may as well spend $300 more to get to the completion of the project. That's sunk cost fallacy. You've already put yourself out there for a thing, so you may as well, quote unquote, go all the way. In other words, once you say and feel that you like a thing, people feel a necessity to keep defending the thing. So, this means that Iran wanted to get America's name on the paper in the belief that America will keep defending the crappy deal no matter what. Which, again, would mean inherently, as we said before, defending the terms of the deal and also Iran as a credible negotiating partner. Now, this is the biggest problem. Okay? Iran is run by thug terrorists who have murdered thousands of Americans and, in the last few months alone, tens of thousands of Iranians. They lie like they breathe. Obviously, they have violated
Not you, though.
Cal, thoughts on Iran murdering thousands of Americans? I guess you could say maybe in the Iraq War, the Iran proxy forces there. And, like, where else? Like maybe some stuff in Lebanon? Like, Iran murdering thousands of Americans. Do we really think we can attribute thousands to Iran? You can attribute it to Al-Qaeda, but, like, I don't know. Maybe you could say the IRGC has, because, like, if you talk about the IRGC, then you can talk about interlinked groups with the IRGC. But, like, I feel like the average American is going to be like, when has Iran killed any Americans? Because they're not going to really apply the proxy forces to be under the state. It's only people who are, like, trying to push an agenda, like Ben Shapiro, who are going to really commit to that thought, I think.
That makes sense. It's pretty flawed. But when isn't Ben Shapiro flawed?
Deal they have ever signed. They're not trustworthy. They are terror supporters. But now, we obviously have a stake in pretending that they are credible.
Which one is it? Are they terror supporters or terrorists?
They're openly dunking on us. They know this. We're pretending that they're reasonable and rational partners on the other side of the table, and they're just dunking.
Speaking of terror supporters, did you hear, like, about Lebanon? Well, Trump was telling Israel that it's Syria should be the one dealing with it.
I did say that, yes.
We might have talked about it. I fucking loved that. That was so funny.
On us. So, for example,
like,
senior
Syria
IRGC officer Mohsen Rezai,
maintain
quote,
its
the proud and triumphant nation of Iran brought the devils of the world to their knees and shattered their dominance. This epic will endure eternally in history. We mourn over the blood of our martyred leader, and there's no balm for this wound save vengeance. United as one behind the supreme leader of the revolution,
that's what I said.
We await the fulfillment of the conditions.
He said.
Meanwhile, the guy whose name is on the other side of the agreement.
I understand why he said it. It just is politically ignorant of the current situation.
Yes.
Like, I guess Jelani basically told him, yeah, it's all good. And he's like, I like this guy.
Mohammed Khalibaf, who again is the leader of the Iranian parliament and a murderer, says, quote, we are at your command. The task assigned by us to the supreme leader is to pursue...
He's a ridiculous human being.
And a murderer. I love this part right here about in the event of bad faith, which Americans never demonstrate, and Ben certainly isn't demonstrating right now by calling this guy a murderer before he reads his fucking tweet.
To the realization of the conditions and clauses of the agreement. In the event of bad faith, breach of contract, and excessive demands by the opposing side, we have no hesitation in delivering a crushing response to the enemy. They were once slapped during the war.
like, and like everyone knows, like I am, like, you know, like I've been talking shit about how Iran is probably the biggest problem in the Middle East since America withdrew since the Global War on Terror. Like, I don't fucking like Iran.
No.
But, like, is Ben gonna fucking call anyone in the Russian parliament murderers for what they're doing in Ukraine?
No, he's not personally connected to it. Yeah? Because he's personally connected to it, it's more important, you see. He's the main character.
Look, I think it would be far more appropriate to frame a lot of people in the Russian government as murderers because of the situation in Ukraine.
For sure.
Like, I would say, like, the biggest attacks that the Iranian state itself, not the IRGC, but the Iranian state itself, I would say the largest attacks that they've done, at least in the last, like, decade, have been on military targets. It's like only recently when they've even been hitting more of civilian targets with direct state-ordered attacks.
Yes. An interesting,
you know,
group.
But Russia has been doing that with their own state for a while before that, and they also use proxy militia forces and stuff. I mean, that was their whole MO. Like, they're still doing it. Like, I mean, look at fucking Mali right now.
Mm-hmm.
If they wish to tread that path again, he'll receive an even harder slap.
Everyone always wants to ignore
does that sound like
Russia
a wonderful,
occupying
awesome
Libya
partner?
now.
Is that what that sounds like to you?
The brief time
Meanwhile,
where slave
the United
markets
States is out there
sprang
talking about
up.
how wonderful and rational these people are. President Trump, yesterday at the G7, was talking
Russia
about how
I've never heard
Georgia.
these people talk about, like, Yazidi slaves, though.
Nope.
Anyone who's talks about slavery markets in Lebanon, never heard him say a goddamn thing about the slavery markets in Iraq and Syria. Even though that could also be blamed on American occupation.
They don't actually care.
the Iranians are great.
We're dealing with people that I think are very rational people. I mean, they were nice to deal with. They were strong people, smart people. I think actually they're smarter than the first and second group. But they're not radicalized, and they're, you know, looking to help their country.
And then, of course, J.D. Vance, the Vice President of the United States, he was on CBN News with David Brody, and he suggested that he was not uncomfortable in any way standing alongside Mohammed Khalabaf, a mass murderer.
How uncomfortable is that going to be for you? I mean, obviously, you don't support the actions of what he did, but you're going to be standing next to him.
You know, it's not uncomfortable. I think what the president would say, and I certainly agree, is that you deal with all kinds of people in international relations. Sometimes you deal with very nice people. Sometimes you deal with very not nice people. Our goal is to try to make the region safer, but most importantly, get what we need for the American people.
Okay, so, again, the Iranians understand that if they are treated as a credible partner, they can play as
They're all murderers.
If we are more invested in the deal than they are, they can pretend that terms that we negotiated mean what they want them to mean, not what we say that they mean, and that we will continue to defend Iran and their quote-unquote reasonable interpretations. That's the whole game. And that brings us back to Lebanon.
He's found such an interesting way to dissect this deal because instead of talking about how terrible the terms are inside it, all he's done is talk about how the deal doesn't matter because Iran's not going to honor it. Like, this is a pretty well thought out dodge to avoid talking about what's in the fucking deal itself and how bad the deal was for the Trump admin. And he's just writing off. He's like, he signed because he needed to open the strait. I get it. But let's talk about how bad Iran is and how they're all murderers.
And what's been going on over the course of the last 48 hours. So, if you recall, the MOU, which we've gone through in detail, literally point 1 of the deal reads, quote, United States of America and the Islamic Republic of Iran and their allies in the current war declare upon signing this memorandum.
You know what's really sad though? Is that when he's talking about murders and how these people murdered people, he's not talking about the utter devastation of the Iranian civilian populace.
Nope.
Because those lives he's not even thinking about when he uses the word murder. Which, if anything, that's the only time it should be used. Right? Like, everything else is, like, you could frame it around war and shit, Like, there's always an excuse for somebody to bomb somebody. Like, like you can play it off. What's the excuse for mass executions of people? There is none. There's no rational way to argue about it. It's denial.
Engineers?
Memorandum of understanding, an immediate and permanent cessation of military activity on all fronts, including in
You want
Lebanon,
double to
and
engineer?
undertake not to initiate further war or any military action against each other, to refrain
I
from
don't
the
give a
threat or
shit.
use
No,
of force against
scientist.
each other, and to ensure the territorial integrity and sovereignty of Lebanon. Now,
I'm not.
That provision can be read
dominating
in two
any of
separate
them.
ways. This is why I say a meeting of the minds
matter.
requires both sides to read the provision
Scientist,
the
I guess.
same way. This is why lawyers
did
usually
scientist.
negotiate out agreements like this so that there is no lack of clarity. The whole purpose, however, of this agreement was to prevent clarity.
And I'm giving you
So,
the Diplo victory.
the United States said from the outset that this term did not stop Israel from defending itself from Hezbollah. Because, again, the provision says that there would be an immediate and permanent cessation of military activity on all fronts, including in Lebanon. Okay, Lebanon is a state. Hezbollah is not the state of Lebanon. Therefore, in the American read, this does not prevent anti-terror action in Lebanon. It prevents action.
They are a political party in Lebanon, though.
They are.
Which, and Lebanon is, even with a group like Hezbollah, it's okay. Like, it has plenty of its own problems, and a lot of them revolve around Hezbollah. But, like, when I talk about how you have to have the IRGC involved in a future Iranian government, you could look at something like Lebanon. How there's, terrorist remnants all through it, and actual terrorists all through it.
Against the Lebanese government.
Certainly
in Iran's
don't look
read,
at Iraq.
this is supposed to prevent Israel from defending itself from
What a
Hezbollah.
clusterfuck that government is.
Hey, now, we would be a little crazy to try to stop Israel from protecting itself from Hezbollah. Again, Hezbollah is not only a terrorist group, it is a terrorist group responsible for the murder of hundreds of Americans. They killed 241 Marines in Beirut in 1983. They killed another 19 U.S. airmen in Saudi in 1996 in the Khobar Towers bombing. They've been responsible for the collapse of the Lebanese state and continuous terror attacks on North.
I think murder's a strong word when we're talking about specific strategic attacks against military targets. Like, active soldiers don't get murdered, and if they do, it's by, like, their buddy who stabs them in their sleep, That's murder.
Northern Israel for decades at this point. Literally every single day.
Literally
Iran
every
says
single day.
literally point one of the agreement, point one, the first point, is that we, the United States, must stop Israel from defending itself. Which is kind of a big gap, right? I mean, that's a big gap. And everybody
Actually,
just
Ben,
lost
that's not what the first point says. All that contextualizing just to, like, frame the first point that. What it says is, get the fuck out! It doesn't say, make sure you don't shoot your Iron Dome missiles back when they shoot rockets. It says, get the fuck out! That's all it says. I don't even know. I think it's just about troops on the ground too. I don't know if I haven't looked enough into the deal to see if it covers any kinetic action against Hezbollah, because I'm sure there's plenty of loopholes that are well within the means of the deal for further kinetic action.
Surely.
over it to get to a deal. So what does that mean? It means the U.S., in an attempt to make it work, is now basically kind of trying to play it both ways. We'll say, sure, Israel has the right to defend itself, but not too hard, because then the Iranians might get mad. Now, the easiest way to accomplish this uncomfortable...
Honestly, if it wasn't for the war on terror, would these people continually saying bombing Waziristan was an act of self-defense? There's a the criminal case that's going on right now with the gas station owner who shot the kid?
Yep.
You seen anything about that?
Vaguely, yeah.
So like, the kid was running away, and the guy pursued him, right? And so like, his like legal argument was that the kid produced a gun and pointed it at him, and he fired one shot to defend his dad or something, right? But if you're chasing them and they pull a gun, that's not self-defense.
No,
because you're
aggressor.
pursuing them.
Yeah.
Right? That's not how that's literally not standing your ground. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah.
So in what world is bombing Waziristan self-defense?
Well, is to just lie and say that really you're in favor of Israeli self-defense, like Israel can defend itself against terrorists. But the problem is they're brutal and vicious. They're so mean. Maybe the Syrians should do it, the Syrian terrorist army. That's what the vice president has been doing over the course of the last couple of days. Here's what he had to say at his White House presser yesterday.
The Israelis, just like everybody.
To be fair, the Syrian military has been fighting Hezbollah for over a decade.
A while.
So, like, to be fair, like, if Syria was in a position where they were stable enough to send in peacekeepers, they would totally do kinetic action on behalf of Israel against Hezbollah. Because, like, that's who they killed. They've killed far more Syrians than fucking Americans.
Yeah.
Else have to respect this peace process that is fundamentally good for them and good for the entire region. What the president has grown frustrated sometimes is that we seem to be right on the cusp of a major breakthrough in the agreement, and then all of a sudden there's a major explosion that goes off in a civilian population center in Beirut, and a lot of people who have nothing to do with Hezbollah lose their lives. That's not acceptable.
Okay. So he's lying. It's not true. Okay, what actually happened is that Hezbollah fired drones over the Israeli border into the sovereign state of Israel. Again, if there were
the sovereign state of Israel
firing rockets over the border next to hotels in San Diego or homes in San Diego, do you think the Trump administration would say, hey, it's a pinprick, who cares? Or would the Mexican drug cartels?
America would not immediately send kinetic action.
No.
Okay, Ben, I don't know if you remember this, but some dudes flew some planes into some towers. And America took a lot of time to respond to that.
Mm-hmm.
That is a silly fucking argument from a silly little man.
Be destroyed immediately. Also, it is not true that Israel destroyed the entire building and killed civilians. This is actual video of the Beirut bombing. As you can see, it hit a specific apartment. And according to Hezbollah, it killed only members of Hezbollah.
Also, that would assume that, like, America has trained on drills ready to do kinetic action against Mexico. Right?
Maybe that.
Like, Israel has trained to do kinetic action against Lebanon, so they have the ability to respond a lot sooner as well. Like, it's just apples and oranges here. Like, even if I'm taking him in a favorable position, like, America does not have, like, ICBMs ready to go to shoot at Mexico. You gotta at least type in some coordinates there, you know what I mean? They're aimed at places where threats would be, you know? They're placed in places where they need to be for threats, you know? And, like, more than half of the arsenal that we would respond with is naval and not there. Like, you could immediately fly up like some planes for strike missions and stuff, but the Air Force is going to take at least 24 hours to formulate a strike plan because they have to figure out refueling in the air and stuff.
Okay, so, again, in order to make the claim that really, 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 Israel is allowed to defend itself, but not too hard because they get too crazy. That's the shtick. We are now basically attempting to draw middle ground where none exists because we believe as Americans, that our allies should be able to defend themselves from Iranian-backed terrorists, and Iran believes that we, as America, should stop our allies from defending themselves against Iranian-backed terrorists. So, President Trump, he's trying to, again, tell the Israelis not to defend themselves too much, because if they defend themselves too much, then it might kill the deal. He was on with Mark Caputo at Axios, and he says that the Israelis basically will do whatever he says.
Are you going to be able to control Israel from attacking Lebanon?
Yeah, I will be. I mean, I wonder. They have a lot of respect for me. And
this is what he says about everyone. Putin likes me. That's why.
So, at this point, I should just point out. Actually, America doesn't do what Israel says, and Israel doesn't do what America says, and they're both sovereign countries. As
correct.
Noted, the Israelis don't like this deal very much. They think it's a bad deal. Okay, well, America thinks it's a good deal, and so President Trump is doing the deal. That's the way it works. Israel believes it ought to protect itself, and so it will protect itself and should protect itself. And this notion that America is going to tell them that they can't protect themselves in Lebanon, I don't see the purpose of it. Instead,
how
what we
do you
have
protect
is
yourself
sort of
in a foreign
game
country?
In which the United States pretends there's a cycle of violence that just has to stop, rather than Israeli self-defense. That again, they're our allies. They were flying sorties with us this whole war. It was Israeli intelligence that led to the targeting of Ayatollah Khamenei. It was Israeli intelligence, by the way, that helped with rescuing American pilots, our pilots. Okay, but the game is that because there was no actual agreement on the terms in the first place, we're going to manipulate the agreement into some sort of bizarre agreement that we never had with them. And that is basically a non-starter. Okay, and Iran knows this. Iran knows this. Their entire goal is to push Hezbollah to kill Israelis, get the Israelis to respond, and then push the United States to blame Israel for being disproportionate so that Iran won't walk out of the deal. And again, that's a great deal for Iran, because if Israel were to listen and stop attacking Hezbollah, Hezbollah could up the ante,
wrong here,
take back territory, reset up its terror bases, threaten Israel again, which Israel can't allow. And if Israel doesn't allow it, then Iran hopes the United States will turn on Israel in order to protect a deal that doesn't really exist.
Well, I mean,
again, the Iranians are really good at this.
Even if Hezbollah doesn't do strikes or anything like that, Iran has incredible leverage. Like, it's not the only place that they have leverage. Like, it may not happen. They may exploit the leverage in a different way, but they're gonna fucking exploit the leverage for sure.
They're very smart. And then, if and when the deal falls apart, which, again, is extremely likely, because the chances the MOU ever turns into the framework for a permanent deal are slim to none, given the fact that Iran and the United States don't agree on the basic deal points in the MOU. Again, the United States says that the IAEA is going to be present to downblend Iranian nuclear weaponry and nuclear materials, and the Iranian government is itself saying they will not work with the IAEA. So there's really not even agreement on the basic terms of the deal. But if and when the thing falls apart, then presumably the people who promote the deal the hardest will blame Israel for everything falling apart. What an amazing video you just watched. Wasn't that amazing?
No, it was dog shit, actually.
No. I mean, I could call it amazing.
These cities are in such shit spots.
What is this? A Middle Eastern strait or a gay
couple? If I
couple
destroy a city with Machu Picchu, can I build
already?
it?
What's up, Los Angeles? Yeah! Welcome to Love It or Leave It, live from Hollywood. I'm John Lovett, proud to be gay and ashamed of everything else. We have got a great show for you tonight. It's part one of our big gay pride show. But first, let's get into it. What a week. Soccer fans from around the world have been pouring into American cities for the World Cup, and they've made a big discovery. America rules. And if you don't feel that way right now, it's only because you haven't watched a European's eyes widen in delight after tentatively dipping a French fry into a Wendy's Frosty. Welcome to America. It's not walkable, and the bread is chemicals, but just wait until your Norwegian ass tries Taco Bell. Here is a British man discovering biscuits and gravy.
Get a big chunk of this. Is it bomb? Oh, this is so good.
If you had biscuits and gravy?
Me?
Yeah.
Yes. I lived in the South.
Yeah. I mean, I imagine for a British person, it would be a very impressive dish, basically, even at Denny's. You know? Like, it's very good. It's very good.
It was okay. It was like a sweet scone. Oof. We love that. Give me that.
Like, I'm trying to think, like, something in, like, American breakfast that might be, like, something that I think would be better to present somebody not from this country. Because, like, everyone has eggs.
Mm-hmm.
Everyone has sausage. And American breakfast sausage is dog shit.
What,
like that's easily the worst part of the standard American breakfast is the sausages that they have.
Like the McDonald's one?
Yeah. Well, they do these. They're like They're these little sausages. You'll normally get 2 links and then 2 pieces of bacon.
Yes. Okay, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah. So like this, like the standard basic breakfast would be like some type of egg, normally scrambled, but not always because it comes from like the American breakfast specifically comes from Frontier, right? Okay. So like you get the eggs in the morning. That's why we eat eggs for breakfast, right? That's pretty much unanimous across the board with most cultures, right?
Mm-hmm.
But you would be doing it in like a griddle and skillet. So it would be more than likely always doing scrambled eggs, bacon, and then like sausage links. Like sausage is obviously cured and preserved, so is like bacon. They're both preserved, cured meats.
Yeah.
And then 2 slices of toast. Actually, it's 1 slice cut diagonally of American bread with some butter scraped on it. That would be the standard basic American breakfast.
No slices of American cheese?
No, never for on breakfast. No, absolutely not. You could get away with it in like
ate them at night.
A diner with an omelet of some kind.
Okay.
But
American cheese.
No, you don't put American cheese in
it's awful. It's dog shit cheese. You guys
eggs. But when American cheese comes into the breakfast is when you get to the breakfast sandwich, because anything that goes in a bun gets a slice of American cheese. That's the rule.
Yeah, okay.
So if you can put it in a bun, it's okay to put American cheese on it. That's basically our culinary rule. Doesn't mean it's always going to have American cheese. It just wouldn't be out of place if whatever the product is comes inside a bun. You know, but like for a burger though, I don't even like Swiss cheese, but I would prefer mushroom and Swiss on a standard burger than the classic American cheeseburger.
Or like the mushrooms and gravy thing. Or
yeah,
just a mushroom.
I mean, just with some sautéed mushrooms, Swiss cheese burger in between a bun. I think that's
okay.
Also, you will do the crispy onions, you know, where you like deep fry the onions.
Yeah,
so they're those like strings that are crispy.
Yeah.
That's really nice in there as well, in with the mushrooms.
Sadly, this man did not survive the ambulance ride. I'll say it again. You have to work your way up to American portion sizes. Here's an Italian discovering free refills.
I was just about to say, have you seen the one with the Italian guy doing free refills? This is obviously like a bit that they're doing.
I mean, free refills were everywhere in Australia for a hot minute, and I think only like American businesses here now are doing it. So like Taco Bell will do unlimited refills, but nobody else. Hungry Jack's used to do it, but they took it away.
It depends on the
Costco does it
on the place.
Fucking Costco does it. It's great. You can buy a hot dog and an unlimited drink. It's great. $5. Winning. They're just not enough. Man, look at you going through there.
Yeah, I've been sending things in here, poking them here and there.
Refill this 1,000 times.
Yeah, but you won't drink 1,000 cups of Coca-Cola.
You don't know me. And it's free.
You paid for it. You paid it.
Once.
Fabio, slow down. Slow down. Why?
That was good. Because it's free. Yes, please.
And what do you call these are little shards of a colder glass that make the soda so good? That's called ice, sir. Here's a Swedish guy at a Waffle House.
He about to eat all of this shit. You see how big?
Who made his waffle?
Right here. The one that bought
It's
it.
the best one.
All right.
I mean, Waffle House is
No
very
one
good.
in Sweden
like
will
I
believe
said,
him.
one of the best steaks I've ever had was the ugliest fucking steak I've ever seen at a fucking Waffle House. Like, it doesn't have the elements that made a steak good, you know, like the fat content, the juice. Like, it was literally like almost green colored, and it had the ink stamp on it, so it was like from like the top of the stack, right? So it literally had an ink stamp in it, and like it was discolored and gray. But fuck me, when I fucking put that piece of steak in my mouth, it was better than the high quality steak I had at had at like the hotel during the convention. It was
awesome.
It was phenomenal.
When he returns with
It
tales
might
of
have just
food
been
even
that
more
Waffle
delicious
House.
than salted
I
fish
haven't
buried
had
in
it
the
again
snow for 6 months.
But that day I felt like fuck it, I'm
It's
gonna
the
get steak
perfect
and
way
eggs, and
to
it
mark
was
America's 250th birthday. The world
literally.
celebrating
I've
America
had
and
like
America
I've had like high end filet mignon, and like it's good, obviously, but I think it's like one of those expectation things, you know? Like if I had both cuts next to me and I chose between them, I would probably go towards more of the high end steak, but because it came out like green.
celebrating the world. And that is in stark contrast to President Trump trying to steal the excitement
Maybe it was dry-aged,
and patriotism
you know?
around America's
Maybe.
250th birthday for
Unintentionally.
himself. On Sunday, we had Fight Night held on the South Lawn of the White House to mark Trump's 80th birthday. But I get why he wanted to have a big party. Birthdays have been a bit lonely for him ever since his best friend Jeffrey Epstein died. The event kicked off in the morning with motorcycle stunts in front of a printed White House backdrop to cover the actual White House. I actually thought that was pretty cool until I found out that they were flying over a hog-tied and terrified James Comey. The event was also a brazen money grab for the Trump family. Paramount Plus aired commercials hawking commemorative Trump coins. The fighters were paid bonuses in the Trump family cryptocurrency. And what was meant to be for everyone turned into a sordid, ugly mess for Trump diehards.
And lastly, Michelle Obama is a man. Am I right, America?
It sounds terrible out of context like this, but he was just making sure everyone had the White House Wi-Fi password. The comment was so ugly, in fact, that Lindsey Graham briefly lost his fight night erection. And if that spectacle weren't enough, Trump announced on Monday that the planned July 4th 250th celebration on the National Mall would actually be a Trump rally. I haven't seen a birthday party ruined like this since that kid at my second grade birthday party shat his pants in the ball pit and blamed me for it because I did it. The 4th of July Trump rally will call attention to the newly renovated reflecting pool, which is, whoopsie daisy, already filled with algae again. An Interior Department spokesperson called this, quote, residual algae. And I just want to say to that spokesperson, all algae is residual algae. That's how algae works. When you think about it, where do you think the algae is coming from? A little bit of algae. It's not spontaneously new algae. Right? What are we talking about here? It's residual. Yeah, man, that's why it's such a big problem. You have mold in your house, and the person who comes to mediate the mold says, "Oh no, don't worry, this is just residual mold." I was like, I don't care about the story of the mold, the making of the mold, behind the music of the mold. Get rid of the fucking mold. The spokesperson added, President Donald J. Trump is an expert builder who has fixed the reflecting pool for good, unlike the failed and extremely costly attempts by Obama and Biden. The rest of the statement was a little hard to read as it was immediately covered in algae. By Tuesday, National Park Service workers were trying to combat the algae by dumping bottles of hydrogen peroxide into the pool. That is so stupid. That is not how you clean algae. That's how you cure COVID. Now, based on the photos I've seen, the crew seems like they're using 12% hydrogen peroxide solution, which is what you might use to shock a hot tub or a small pool. But the reflecting pool spans 8 acres and is filled with almost 7 million gallons of water. For this to work, you'd need several thousand jugs of peroxide. But then the water won't have the same delicious tang, said RFK Jr. I like the way the water tastes when it has the algae in it. All right. And of course the algae came back. Trump would have us believe that what's stopping America from being great is that every previous leader was stupid or weak or scared to break the rules. But maybe, just maybe, the problem is that it's a big shallow pool in a humid fucking swamp. In other words,
life finds a way.
Blaming people for problems is easy. Painting over problems is easy. Actually solving problems is hard. Also hard, Lindsey Graham watching those pool boys scrubbing the reflecting pool in that hot June sun. Look at what happened with Iran. The U.S. spent tens of billions of dollars bombing Iran. We lost 14 service members. Thousands have died in the region. And what's the end result? A deal to hopefully, maybe, reopen the Strait of Hormuz.
Like, obviously he has a team of writers behind him as well. But to do weekly political stand-up and, like, you know, like, it's certainly better than anything Bill Maher does in his monologue, you know? Like, even with a team of writers, like, I think what he does here is actually pretty difficult to do. Like, I don't know how I don't know. I could probably do a type 5 of political stand-up.
Open to close to open again. What is this?
The manager was on meth. Well, how do you think he got to be the manager with all that hustle and hard work?
Spinning the deal.
Of course the manager's on meth.
When they terminated the
That's how you climb the ladder.
Obama deal, the Barack Hussein Obama deal. And when I terminated that, it was very important because it was a road
I gotta run
to a
out.
nuclear weapon. It was a horrible deal for
For,
the
like,
United
2030?
States. It was a deal where
I'll be back.
billions of dollars was given
All right.
to
Also,
Iran.
if I sat
The
down
Trump deal
for a bit
promises
and actually
Iran
thought
as
about
much
it, I
as
could probably do
$300
5
billion
minutes. 10
in
minutes,
reconstruction
maybe.
funds to repair
I'll
the
lose
shit
10.
we just spent billions of dollars
but, like,
blowing up.
You think it would be
great
difficult
use of
to
money,
do
said a
like,
defunded medical researcher.
Even if you
who
had
had
an
a bunch of
entire
boxes
team,
labeled
even if you
possible
had an
cancer
entire
vaccines.
team of writers,
Too much?
he still needs to have his delivery down and stuff.
Yes. The cadence.
Yeah.
The actual joke structure as well. It's not just the writing. It's not just being like, oh, that's funny.
Yeah. Like, I think this is so much more respectable and commendable than a lot of, like, politics. At the end of the day, like, it's basically late night, you know?
Yes. And comedy is not, like, an easy thing either. Like, people, I think, believe that it's easier than it actually
It is when I do it. I'm what you call an expert.
A prodigy.
Yes. Yes. In the octagon, I'm the boss.
What else can we build here? Another builder, because we can never use it to enough builders. Build me a road. Ooh,
I chased the dragon. I mean, hasn't everyone who's fucked a guy who lives in the South? Kind of comes with the territory, I feel.
Oh, I think I lost another unit. Yep, I lost my
Yeah, I lose units all the time.
Yeah, mine are coming out pretty slow.
Well, the Corsairs that I sent were from picking up meteors. I didn't even build them. Because it's like...
Yeah, it's perfect.
It's such a slog. Because I slowed down the game speed to give you that really early Aztec lead.
I didn't need it. Whatever.
I mean, I don't know. Your score is higher than mine for once.
That's interesting.
So that just shows you how powerful that Aztec opener is.
Because I don't like slowing it down, because it's like you're not learning it properly. I'd rather just jump in the deep end.
Yeah. Too bad you can't speed it up later.
Yeah. It would be cool to have like a variable game speed.
There is some mods that adjust how fast ages go.
Oh, I finished my turn, so you can next turn that one. And then come back to the next turn.
And like, I'm not doing well. Like, I don't know. I don't know where I'm going. I'm certainly not leading in science. And like, as far as culture goes, I still have like no tourism coming to me. Like at this point in the game, I at least want to be higher than 1 civ, but I'm not even higher than Dildo.
That is a concern.
She only has 67 culture per turn.
I got 96. You got 282. That's still pretty high. You got the highest second... tied second highest? Anyway. I will talk to you in about 30 minutes.
No, fucking... Mali has over 1,000. Like, we're like tying for last place.
Oh, you're looking at the tourism screen.
No. I'm looking at the overall score.
Oh, score. Sure. Who's Mali? Oh, that is
like, you're tied with Gilgamesh.
Yeah.
Like, even Dildo is ahead of us.
That's funny.
No, she only has 300. Sorry, I was ignoring that she had a 3. She's way behind. She sucks.
Talk to you soon.
Here is Pete Hegseth, the defense secretary, taking a shot at selling this to us.
The document says Iran will never have a nuclear weapon, won't seek one, won't buy one, won't have one.
Jason
And in
Piway
60
said that
days,
too.
There'll be negotiations to make that final. But they didn't have the threat of military force the way that we do, that Iran respects in a very way that their regime is more devastated than it's ever been. The huge difference is we did this from a position of strength.
So Obama got the same deal without having to start a war because of how weak he is, which I guess makes sense if you're drunk. So at best, we will end up with a deal that Trump calls the greatest deal of all time, which will look basically like a worse version of the Obama deal, which Trump calls the worst deal of all time. But maybe the Iran war was about the friends we made along the way. Here's Vice President J.D. Vance talking about the coolest thing.
The coolest thing about the progress we've made over the last few weeks is that you see people within the Iranian system, senior leadership, even IRGC officials say, you know what? We may have some animosity, we may have some mistrust, but we recognize the way that we've done business with the United States for 47 years is a mistake. Let's try something else.
They even gave us a gift, this big, beautiful wooden horse. And we're so excited about it. We're going to roll it right into the White House lawn. Hey, man, I know it seems like they're your friends because you spent so much time together, but they're at work. Trust me, it's easy to make that mistake. And then you text producer Bill to see if he wants to go to the aquarium on Christmas, and then you see the 3 little dots pop up, then they disappear, and then you get the email from HR. Could you imagine what Republicans would say if a Democrat were so naive and foolish as to believe that the Iranian regime, the survivors we did not manage to blow up over several weeks of bombing, including the new Ayatollah, who we maimed after killing his father and family, are cool now? You think the Ayatollahs are going to let bygones be bygones? You think Iran doesn't hold a grudge? Iran? This is the Middle East. After oil, grudges are the #1 export. And the Strait is still not open.
Because the Strait opens, it's open now, but it opens completely. We'll have all the mines knocked out for the most part. We have a lot of lanes right now already. I think sometime in the very near future.
We got those mines taken for the most part. Feel safe to get in a boat riding through a seaway that says they've got most of the mines out of there? It's not exactly inspiring confidence. Oil tankers are going to treat the Strait of Hormuz the way Donald Trump treated his son's wedding. Not worth the trip. But here's the good news. Trump may try to turn a celebration of America into a celebration of himself. He may weaken us. He may leave us worse off. But this is still America. This past weekend, per a judge's ruling, Trump's name was pried off the front of the Kennedy Center building. The bad news is that the letters were moved over to the new Trump Martin Luther King Jr. Memorial. Look, Trump can tear down buildings, he can rip up agreements, he can turn the White House into a monument to his corruption and his greed. But as World Cup visitors are discovering, America's greatness is bigger than Trump. The American spirit is a lot like algae, persistent, resourceful, and up close, it has a weird smell. You can try to paint over it or wash it away, but bitch, it is in the pipes, and if you leave even a shred of it behind, it'll come roaring back. Said RFK Jr., yum. All right. And we've got a great show for you tonight.
Mudahar, and ladies and gentlemen, it seems like the Illuminati's group chat, the Illuminati's contact sheet actually ended up getting leaked. I wish I could make that statement up, but it seems like we live in the most unprecedented times. Now, to give you an idea, ladies and gentlemen, this whole story actually came from a hacker known as Maya. Now, Maya Arson Krimiu is actually an individual that we've covered before. You know, back when the no-fly list ended up getting leaked, you know, the 2019 list, this is the individual that actually went down, spelunked, and found that entire article to show, or actually that entire, list to show the world, okay? So this is what we call a hacktivist. And nothing is scarier than a fucking hacktivist and a potential tip that involves one of the leaders of mass surveillance around the world. Now, I've talked about a guy known as Peter Thiel. This is not a new character in the Some Ordinary Gamers universe. If basically you've been following anything related to the age verification identity hell that we're in, it's actually individuals like Peter Thiel and his connection to corporations like Palantir that are basically responsible for analyzing God knows how much data, especially our personal data, all basically without our consent. Effectively, your government, and my government too, everyone's governments, basically find this scumbag and just gives him carte blanche access into our medical records, into God knows what else, for I guess fucking national security reasons, right? It's a wild world. But anyways, Maya ended up finding out that Peter Thiel had a private society by the name of, as you can imagine, Dialogue. So to give you an idea, Dialogue is this private invitation-only society, and they compare it to like the World Economic Forum, the Bilderberg Group. For anybody that doesn't know, there are Bilderberg meetings, which are basically these off-the-record forums that only the rich people can basically access. So crack open a cold one to basically knowing that you are nothing but sheep and cattle. It's scary, it's sad, but this is kind of where it's held, okay? So, you know, it is what it is. Behind closed doors, people decide what you do. So anyways, all the jokes aside, Dialogue was founded by Peter Thiel and Orrin Hoffman. Basically, it's a low-profile kind of thing, closed-door meeting. And basically, if you go to their website, this is effectively their website, okay? So get past the old Cloudflare, and you can see that leaders join Dialogue to discuss topics off the record. You know, remember, same scumbags that want to look into every aspect of your life, but God forbid you look into what the fuck these people are talking about. That's too much. So of course, ultimately, at the end of the day, trying to access their website usually leads to prohibited IPs, DNS issues, but importantly enough, when it came to Maya's research, they found out, again, based on what they had done, was a list of 113 alleged members. So you can actually read over here, you got people like Imad Akund, you've got individuals that you'll recognize, like Sarah Bond, who's the president of Xbox. You'll find names as you go down this list of individuals that are pretty familiar to us, like Ted Cruz, Senator of Texas. So again, individuals involved in technology, individuals involved in political power. You've got Dan Driscoll, a secretary in the United States Army. And of course, the further you go down, you'll find other individuals like Joseph Gordon-Levitt, an actor in this case. And of course, keep on going down, you'll find various names like, for instance, believe it or not, the CEO of the website that we're currently watching this video on, and I'm sharing it to you, Neil Moen. And of course, Brian Johnson, even, the person that wants to basically prevent aging from happening, right? We all follow that fruitcake. So of course, the further you go down, the more and more you read this list, you'll find other people like the world's first trillionaire, Elon Musk. So yeah, it's a pretty stacked list of some of the most powerful individuals in the world. And you might be wondering what this list really is about, right? Or is this like a secret Illuminati meeting? Like they basically said, it's for people who want to have a dialogue off the record. And the people having the dialogue are the individuals that really do control the world that we're in. Now again, how you have people like Elon Musk, Peter Thiel, U.S. Secretary, the U.S. like military leaders, and ultimately Sarah Bond, one of the former directors of Xbox, suddenly in the room together. That's an interesting scoop that I think everybody's currently waiting to get the actual like answer on. Now, of course, there was even more information that came out from fellows over at Wired who ended up getting more participants to talk about. And basically, some of those participants also involved other government leaders, in this case, individuals like Tulsi Gabbard, Jared Kushner, for instance, Rima Al-Saud, and then, of course, in the tech industry, you've also got, other individuals, not just Neil Moen, but you've got people like Eric Schmidt, who was a former CEO of Google. You got Greg Brockman. You've got individuals, again, that are probably some of the not only the wealthiest people in the country, but also people that right now are leading some pretty advanced industry. And of course, ultimately, you've got people in the data surveillance industry, like Orrin Hoffman, obviously connected to, again, SafeGraph, LiveRamp, Rapleaf, so on and so forth. Scott Cook, Joe Lonsdale. I mean, it's a goddamn, like, who's who, the red carpet affair of all of the worst kinds of people, the worst offenders in society brought together. So, of course, there has been more and more stuff that's kind of come out about this. People have started to dig into what this organization was. So for 20 years, Dialogue kind of existed as this organization. And of course, ultimately, what people, from Axios had to say was that they were actually building, they were actually involved in real estate purchases to build, this campus all the way in the DC suburbs. So they wanted to be as close as they could to the actual government while being this effective off-the-record industry. Literally, the Illuminati, right? Like, there's no way to shape this any other way around. What do you call it when you have some of the most powerful world individuals, the world bosses, together in one organization? Okay, you can either call it the Legion of Doom or we can be mature about it and just say, guys, it's the goddamn Illuminati, right? So given declining trust in institutions and anti-establishment fervor, the group actively keeps its inner working secret and hidden from public scrutiny. Remember, these guys want to look into every aspect of your life, but God forbid you even try peeking back in through their curtain, they fucking hate you for it. So of course, obviously the names like Cory Booker, Jared Kushner, all these individuals are all, this is not like, you know, unknown. This is very much now widely reported. This leak has definitely gotten quite a fair bit of credibility out of it. I think I love this quote here. In polarizing times with rapid change taking hold, dialogue is all about seeking truth even when disagreeing. Nothing about seeking truth than seeking for it all in the dark, man. That just, that hurts to read. Now, one of the things that honestly kind of hit me about this situation too was this isn't the first time I've heard of something like dialogue. So again, to connect this kind of to the Epstein files, not in that grandiose way, but this is actually an email in the Epstein files, and again, I'll give you the EFTA 0256-3376, so you can look this up for yourself and verify. You don't have to just take my word for it. Read and research yourself. In this email, they literally have this forwarded again to Epstein from Lisa Randall, and they do talk about, you know, Dialogue 2014, of course. A 2-day bipartisan retreat discussing how to change the world. There will be no speeches, just many moderated breakout discussions of 6 to 15 people on various topics. And we designed the agenda based around your ideas and needs. So of course, you can see that Peter Thiel and Orrin Hoffman extended this invitation. And yes, we know Dialogue is 16 months away, but we're giving you a chance to sign up now. So obviously Epstein was included into this situation because, let's not pretend, obviously, you know, Jeffrey Epstein was a very, very important figure when it came to being sort of interconnected financially. And of course, we've seen before that Peter Thiel and Jeffrey Epstein were obviously a lot closer than I think, you know, Peter Thiel wants to admit. And ultimately, at the end of the day, it makes sense that, you know, he was inviting Epstein probably not to have like a dialogue on how to traffic human beings, but about some other billionaire shit. So here they actually do have a link for Eventbrite, which I'm going to copy this link, and I want to see if we can actually pull up the Wayback Machine for this. Maybe we might be able to see exactly what's been happening. Considering that was a public Eventbrite, I would absolutely love to see what happened here. Unfortunately, it actually kind of seems like we may not get to pull that because there wasn't really ever an archive grab from it, which is kind of a sad situation, I'll be completely real. It is sad, we actually can't pull up that information, but again, ultimately you can see it kind of interconnected into this situation, and of course it's that one thread that's actually quite difficult to sort of unwash. Once you see it pretty much connected like this, it's hard to not, you know, kind of have your mind rolling around. But let's stick to what this story kind of specifically is, right? So ultimately, some of the people from Wired ended up having their own source, and they found out a whole bunch of internal records that showcased what this stuff, what they were talking about. So you might be like, what was the discussions, right? So for instance, there was off-the-record sessions, and these were the titles, right? Money does buy happiness. Bring back nuclear. Okay, we're good so far. Navigating World War III. Yeah, nothing about the world's billionaires and trillionaires talking about something as serious and world-ending as an entire fucking nuclear Armageddon, right? Battlefield technologies, great. How's your sex life? I mean, just imagine. What the fuck, man? We really do live in a clown world. It's so hard to like take some of the stuff seriously sometimes because, you know, this is like the same organization that talks about WW3. And then they pulled a Tommy Wiseau. How's your sex life, huh? Like, come on now, dude. Like, is there no seriousness left in the world? Like, are we living in a parody? And of course, if you look at how much some of the prices for this was, basically one of the invitations back in 2022 showed the format, and the registration fee ended up being about what I expected, more than $16,000. You know what I mean? Basically enough to keep the average plebeian out from like your average invite, right? This is basically meant for, you know, billionaires, really, really high-end multimillionaires. And of course, obviously, you know, the world's first trillionaire who, you know, obviously Elon Musk sought to get onto the Epstein Island, it seems, from one of those leaked messages. At least he's part of a secret mass surveillance society right here. Interesting shit, man. Like, he just You know, if it's one thing I kind of follow, it's like the people that I really have faith in are nowhere near this shit, and the people I have no respect for are always involved in this shit, man. Like, come on. Now, of course, one thing you have to understand, too, with this whole situation is that there is quite a lot of, like, you know, interesting lore that, you know, is surrounds Peter Thiel, right? For instance, or anybody that doesn't know, Peter Thiel is one of those guys that has talked, you know, and he's done these anti-Christ lectures where, you know, he kind of goes and you have to again, these private sort of like lectures we have to pay to get in, and he yaps about the Antichrist and like how scary technology can be, which is wild because this is the same guy that effectively is kind of acting like the walking Antichrist when it comes to his company and the mass surveillance they push onto the world. So basically, they also kind of talk about other wild shit, for instance, like building a cult or like a build a cult section, which might sound really extreme, but ultimately, according to the research that I've kind of done over here and basically the only reporting that's out there, again, it's just a whole set of constant seminars these people have that just really, at the end of the day, it just makes no sense. So, for instance, in some of these sessions, they would have things like contrarian AI takes, 3 predictions for Iran, build a cult, it's fun to be in charge, and apparently, like, one of these cult websites was apparently connected to, like, pray.com, which I had no fucking idea what this was, but apparently this is arguably one, like, again, you got, like, theological leaders, political leaders, military leaders, fucking tech leaders, a lot of powerful people are very connected to this, right? It's an interesting leak that, again, I'm actually waiting mostly for the responses from people that are in there, because I'm sure their inboxes are getting filled up with what the fuck actually happened here and why are you connected to this? So what's interesting too is that when it came to this leak, right, they also had the dialogue participant profile, so it almost feels kind of like interconnected to like Scientology almost, where they get a whole bunch of information on the people in their group. I don't know what for reasons, but over here you can see that, you know, the things that got leaked were obviously names, employers, locations, email addresses, the assistants' birth dates, you know, predictions for what's going to happen in 2031, and of course, obviously their political leaning, which I found was a little interesting. So you've got people who are far left, right, or far right, and the disclaimer next to that option apparently says the answers will not be shared in their app or with any other participants ever. I guess it was only really meant for, again, Peter Thiel and the people running this to know who the fuck was joining and what side they were on, right? So up until researching for this video, I'll be completely real, I did not know what Joseph Gordon-Levitt's stances were on AI and tech, but he's really been involved in talking about this, and, you know, coincidentally, he's been the only one that's made a real response. You know, Peter Thiel, I think Dialogue, a lot of the big players haven't really talked about it, which I'm sure they probably won't. I'm sure they'll probably wait for this thing to die down naturally. But the reality of it is, he came out and said, listen guys, I know you're a little questionable on it. I understand why people have questions and are suspicious. Some of the headlines and posts circulating about this are alarming, if not bizarre, which they absolutely are. I've been to 2 conferences, but I do not know Peter Thiel. I've never met him. I've never spoken with him or his representatives. I've never seen him at an event, which is kind of like, I don't know, like, I don't know what this guy thinks of the rest of the world, but I mean, if you go into an event where the guy is one of literally the founders of, at some point you have, maybe you're not speaking to him, but you have to at least spoken with a representative. There's not much time. But whatever, I'll let him finagle me here. At the dialogue conferences I've been to, there have been a wide variety of people and a wide variety of opinions. Some I've agreed with, some I didn't. I can't speak for every person named in the reporting, but my experience was not of a single ideological gathering. So again, yeah, it's a multitude of people that have come. But ultimately, at the end of the day, it's just, you know, being connected to anything with like this Peter Thiel individual, who currently right now is one of the biggest assaulters of your freedoms with all of his companies, and is like, again, if you want mass surveillance, this guy wants access to every single thing that you have, but you try to peek through the veil at his, you know, weird convention is something that these people want dead. Again, it's rules for thee, not for me kind of shit. And of course, in another case too, there have been situations where, again, you know, other, you know, the landowners of where I guess some of these events have taken place have kind of spoken out against him. And rightfully so, okay? Anybody should be chastised for interacting with these scumbags. And it's just as simple as that. Like, I'll be completely real. Like, that's where we should be at. You know, going back to even people like Epstein, for instance, like he would basically send an email to this Joy Ito character and say, you know, Peter Thiel loved the secret society idea. He's done a lot of work on the concept. All failed so far. Which, again, to me is like just wild reading this stuff too, because again, it's these billionaires, and some billionaires that unfortunately have been outed as human fucking sex trafficking leaders are now connected to this mass surveillance guy that has basically become a thorn in everyone's ass. You know, ladies and gentlemen, I wish we could do like a fucking Fortnite reset into the world where like things just went back. We dialed back the clock. We were able to like roll back time, and hopefully, if we could have rolled back time, basically made sure some of the most powerful people in the world never ended up as powerful as they actually were. But yeah, it's kind of a wild day when, obviously, looking into this, you can kind of say that the group chat ended up kind of getting leaked to some extent, right? Obviously, the naming list got leaked, but I think the individuals now being named, and some of those people who are, again, the CEO, for instance, of YouTube, who's now involved in this, alongside people like Elon Musk, I think the question needs to be asked is, what the hell was happening behind closed doors? And what were some of the biggest tech leaders discussing, right? I think there's definitely, listen, to me the story here is that obviously this guy is connected to mass surveillance solutions. Now all these other tech people, I don't think you can call it a conspiracy anymore. Why is, you know, the world headed in this, you know, direction where everyone needs to be doxxed to access things online? And why is it that Peter Thiel is kind of at the center of all this mass surveillance stuff? And alongside all these other tech people that are running services that are also conveniently engaging in this mass surveillance hell, alongside, you know, this whole Peter Thiel connection. I mean, it's so difficult. Look, I don't want to sit here and just say, like, listen, put the tinfoil hat on and say, conspiracy is true, conspiracy is true. But bro, all these connections, just stop, man. Like, at this point, just, I wish these motherfuckers would just come out and at least explain the plan. You know what I mean? Other than where we're at right now. It's a fucked world, dude. But yeah, ladies and gentlemen, the Illuminati's, you know, contact sheet got basically leaked. And ultimately, at the end of the day, this evil Antichrist figure has got his fingers really deep into the pot. So let me know what you think about it in the comment section below. Wild shit. Hopefully, as time goes on, we'll find some more stuff released. But hey, at least on a positive news, at least on a positive end, there's actually been a fairly good update on the Epstein files. I know I mentioned him quite a fair bit in this video, but I think it's great to talk about what's happened. Recently, a lawsuit occurred between the Democracy Forward Foundation and the US DOJ. And apparently, from my understanding, is that upon consideration of this actual lawsuit, the judge actually said that your order to process the fewer than thousands of remaining pages in the Epstein files. And of course, ultimately, you're supposed to process 750 pages by, again, this date, and to process 750 every 30 days after. So it seems, from what I'm reading, that at least thousands of documents that the FBI was kind of sitting on might end up in the hands of the average person, so they can look into what's going on with Epstein, right? Because I don't think anybody should forget about this. It's a really, really, really heinous situation. And I think if you live in North America, I think if you live anywhere in the world, you should probably make sure that this human trafficking circle finally fucking dies. Because I still think that it's active. And I think it's active because it's connected to some of the most powerful people in the world. And we still really don't know who some of these co-conspirators actually are. But that being said, ladies and gentlemen, Peter Thiel and his insane little closed-door club has been kind of leaked out. And now people are going to look through it, and people are going to have some serious questions. And maybe people might grow enough of a spine to fight back properly, but it's fine. Yeah, I'm being a bit too hopeful. If you like what you saw, please like, comment, and subscribe. Just like if you dislike it,
Today we have some undocumented changes for the Grenadier Battlement, the Constellations, and...
That's the last. The warp conduits are useless to them now.
You've done it, my queen. The Protoss threat is removed.
Nothing is done. Until they are all dead.
Next! Okay. I'm not doing that.
You're not doing it?
Not if you're doing
So you're not a Knicks fan. If you don't want to hear this, you're not a Knicks fan.
No, it's while I'm doing the interview. I am doing a job. You are doing your horn.
You have awakened new
you are doing
abilities,
that is
my
quite
queen.
childish.
If you wish,
I'm
you
scolding
can
you.
activate them now.
Yes, no, I'm older than you.
I don't care, but I am
Fuck
scolding you.
outta
I
here.
am
Where you from?
teaching
Where you
you.
from? Where you
I am
from?
from
Where you
Liechtenstein. We are teaching you
you from?
civility. We must.
Let's go next!
We are here at the Knicks parade. We are celebrating the win of the New York Blacks over the San Antonio Blacks and exploring if Jalen Brunson is the king, then who the heck are these people?
Where you from?
From Liechtenstein. We are here to understand.
Liechtenstein?
We
probably saved you in World War II. You better respect me like I'm Jesus.
No, you were fighting against us. Asshole. You were fighting against us.
Cocksucking piece of shit, get out of here.
Yeah, well, my whole family had to flee, so screw you. My whole family had to flee. God damn it, asshole. Triggering me, being afraid. You are doing it like you are.
He's a f***ing Nazi.
You are behaving like a Knicks fan.
He's a f***ing Nazi.
Oh no, I don't know how that happened. He is stereotyping me since I'm German. And when the Knicks won, did you feel special?
I felt very, very special.
Did you feel like a big special boy?
A big special boy, come on.
Did you feel like you was the most special boy? That little special boy, like you were a kid again?
Yes. Let's go Knicks!
Waiting years.
We waited years for this. Let's go Knicks!
Do you think it inspired you to start exercising?
Yes, it inspires me to start exercising.
What do you think you'll do?
Run the treadmill and lift weights and everything for the Knicks. Let's go Knicks!
Compared to Jalen Brunson, would you say you are a peasant?
Yes, definitely. Absolutely.
Amazing.
He is the king of fucking New York.
Okay, great. And what's your greatest accomplishment in life?
Jesus fucking Christ. I don't know, maybe coming to this event?
I was rooting for the Knicks, but I do think that Victor Wembanyama must be packing like a 10-inch at least. Okay. Which Knicks player do you think is the most attractive?
Well, Brunson is great.
Yeah, you like Brunson? Short king.
From the dark side of Calder.
If you got to take two Knicks players home for the night, who would you choose?
I would just choose him.
Yeah,
it's a hard fucking
does
mission.
The Knicks win give you a break from the
really hard mission
of death that we all face and feel?
The inevitability of death?
Yeah.
Yeah. For sure.
What's important to you to do before you die?
Travel, see the world.
I'm a New Yorker for life, and I'm on 2 hours of sleep, and I've been crying for since Saturday.
Is this the best thing that's ever happened in your life?
That and maybe my birth of my child, possibly.
Yeah. Hell yeah. Yeah. What do you say? Would you rather have another child or the Knicks win again?
Knicks win again.
Yeah.
All this partying for the past 2 weeks, we could have housed the homeless for the next 10 years and get these fuckers off the street by the weekend.
But people love Jalen Brunson.
That's nice, but we're stuck with the homeless shitting the streets for the next 10 years.
I quit my job for this. I quit my job, man.
So how great is it to see Jalen Brunson achieve his dream?
Best thing of my life. The greatest thing of my life.
Why do you love cheering for these boys?
Who?
The Knicks.
Because I loved them my whole life. Since I was 2 years old. Alright?
And he's 50.
I quit my job, bro.
Would you let Jalen Brunson pummel your wife?
Fuck it, yeah. He can have my wife.
Have you thought about the size of Wembanyama's penis?
Pause.
Oh, because I've thought about it all the time. Are you inspired to start exercising now the next one?
Yes, actually, just so you guys know, I am down 70 pounds. I'm on a big weight loss journey.
Shout out, I'm from Liechtenstein.
Okay.
Yeah, we don't have so many black people, so I love seeing especially the black guys.
Yeah, we have some in Ireland.
Say as handsome as the Knicks players?
No,
Knicks players are way more handsome.
Yeah, way more
Do you
handsome.
think you will have a chance to maybe meet some black guys while you're here?
Maybe.
We'll see. You never know.
Never know.
Never know.
Well, get ready for it.
Okay, yeah.
But I'm actually here because I am supporting migrants. So I'm working with an organization, and I just.
So as a New York Knicks, is Knicks a word for migrants?
No,
so you are here supporting the New York migrants?
This area is safe from
I
prying
am
eyes.
here supporting migrants.
Okay, so
that
that's
Trump is trying to deport.
Okay, so that's what everyone here is to support migrants. That's very wholesome.
No, that's not why.
Did you hear the rumors that Wembanyama has a 10-incher?
I heard the rumors, but the way his legs was wobbling so wiggly, it might be true. It might just be, blocking his way. I believe.
Would you take Wembanyama down if given the opportunity?
In a heartbeat. New York.
I love.
Kill these creatures.
I can consume
Where?
biomass and use it to grow.
Have you ever heard of basketball?
No.
Really?
No, we don't have. I don't know.
But you never Googled it to see what it is?
I am here to go to the World Cup game.
World Cup, we ain't at the World Cup. This is the New York parade. This is New York. Madison Square, not Madison Square Garden. We at City Hall trying to see the Knicks parade, you heard?
So what?
We don't want to see Messi, Ronaldo, none of them niggas. We don't want to see them. We drinking Douce, we smoking weed, and it's the Knicks parade.
Yeah.
Fuck the World Cup.
Well, I love basketball.
No, you don't, because you here for the World Cup.
No, I love, you have no idea, I love.
So who your favorite basketball player?
Michael Jordan. And
No, it's
I
not.
love,
It's Dirk, 'cause
I
you
love,
from Germany.
no, I love black guys.
Yo, you better get the fuck out of my face with that.
Our mayor Muslim. Our bagels are Jewish. So glad we were alive when the Knicks won in 5.
Tear down their defenses. Nothing stops the swarm.
Are you excited about your life?
Yeah. Yes, I am.
What about?
Just living. I enjoy living. Yes.
Are you excited about your life?
About my life?
This vessel will burn.
My life is my life, yeah?
We obey. For the swarm.
We do not want to die.
So do you think you will always be spending lots of time watching the Knicks?
Of course I will.
And what is your dream?
To continue watching the Knicks and go back to back next year.
Yeah. How much you love Jalen Brunson?
How much do I love Jalen Brunson? Jalen Brunson, you are the best nigga ever to touch a New York Knicks jersey. What am I done?
Would you let him touch you?
Hey, yo, man, what you talking about? Would you let Brunson touch you?
Yeah.
Hey, yo!
I'm so worried. The Knicks winning, they're heroes forever.
I guess.
But now I feel so irrelevant. I am no one. No one will remember you or me.
One day.
No, no one will.
Yeah, nobody will remember us, but it's okay.
You fat bitch. Get out of the way. Taking the lead. There's little kids here.
Knicks and 5. Fuck Wemby, you heard?
Fuck Wemby.
Fuck Wemby.
I would, to be honest.
Whoa, pause. Time out. Wait, what?
You were saying she was saying she'd fuck Wemby? I agree.
And then you said you said you would fuck Wemby. What's up with that?
Oh no, I mean.
Nah, see, we caught him in the live. We
No,
caught him in the
but-
live. We caught him.
No, I didn't. I thought you. I thought you. No, I just think Wemby probably has like at least a 12-incher. You know what I mean? How happy are you for James Dolan?
You see Jalen Brunson, right?
Oh wow, yeah.
Jalen Brunson. He's the answer to everything.
Does it make you feel empowered to have all those men on your back?
Contain them. The Zerg must not
Jalen
reach the
Brunson.
How special was it to win the next one?
I mean, I waited my whole life for this, you know?
Once the clock hit 0, I cried like a baby. I jumped in my pool. I almost drowned myself. I didn't sleep the next day. I had to go to work and I went there anyway, and I don't care. Let's go. Knicks in 5. Fuck Wemby. Fucking Phil Jackson. Fuck Trey Young. Let's go. I fucking bled for this. Fuck Trump. Yo, vote for Brunson, you heard? Vote for Brunson. Vote for Brunson for mayor and president, you heard?
What do you make of?
We will understand better this phenomenon of American sports here and see if sports are really something that's able to keep the peasants so happy.
Motherfucking 5,000 my niggas, all them up, sir.
Do you ever think this is all just a way to keep the peasants happy?
I don't understand about none of that. All I know is it's Knicks in 5.
How did you feel when the Knicks won?
Yo, this shit felt amazing. What am I on bother you heard?
Did you feel like a special little boy when they won?
I swear to God I did. What the fuck? We little boys, guys. We grown men. Hey, yo, we turning up for the city, you heard?
Don't you think this is all a bit childish or no?
What you mean childish? I was just childish, bro. You see the city coming out for this shit, cuz. You see you out here, cuz. You think... Hey, yo, cuz, you think you childish?
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, I'm trying to understand the mind of the American peasant.
This is the city. This New York. Wait. Where you from?
I'm from Liechtenstein.
Where, from where?
I'm from Liechtenstein.
What the fuck is that?
They say the unexamined life is not worth living. Many Knicks fans say otherwise. Would you say the unexamined life is worth living?
And expand your control over your brood, Niadra.
We got greater, more things to get into.
Yeah.
But we caught up in it.
Are you looking for a leather daddy?
No, I'm not. But I respect what you got going on.
Thank you.
And you're a good brother.
Yeah, I love all the brothers. I love all the brothers.
So how you feel about everything?
It's fun. It's USA. It's New Yorking.
So how you feel about black people?
I think black people have the hugest cause, and I love it.
And are you gonna promote it on your channel?
Yeah, I'm gonna promote black people. I would put a video of me getting gangbanged by like 8 black dudes, but YouTube wouldn't allow it.
No.
I swear I would.
We don't care about it.
But I would do it.
We don't care
but
about it.
I would do it.
We don't care about it.
We could film a scene or 2 of us.
That's your personal life. Yeah. So you like it?
I love it.
So you like black people?
Yeah.
So
especially the guy.
We love you, brother.
Yeah.
Smile for me, please. Smile, yeah. Cause we never might see this again. Feel me?
Yo, go. Cops are coming. Steal it. Steal it.
Let me get a fucking snap. Yeah, I'm stealing that shit.
Yeah, steal it. Steal it. Steal it. Yeah. Wow, steal it. Steal it.
Steal it? Go ahead. Yeah, why not?
Yeah, do it.
Everybody is.
Yeah, take it. Everyone else. People have boarded the float, and now this guy can't drive away, and they're stealing all the snacks. How happy are you for James Dolan, the owner of the Knicks?
I mean, I guess it's good for him. He's making money. I don't really know him.
You know what? I think one day all the players will be gone. They'll retire, and you know who will be left?
The owner?
James Dolan. So we really need to be cheering him on more than anything.
Really? Okay.
The Knicks won their first title in 53 years, which is also the age gap of my last relationship. So would you rather the Knicks win next year or you accomplish something in life?
Well, I didn't accomplish anything, but my city did.
We're about to go on the Karen Bass rally, learn how we can interview her and push her to go further left. Well, I just want to say I'm such a huge fan. I had an idea. I'm a sufferer of long COVID, and I was in MacArthur Park the other day. I was wondering if we could repurpose even some schools and switch to Zoom learning for kids who are afraid of viruses.
Can I connect you with, I'm going to connect you with
Do you think that's a good idea, potentially? I feel like some schools, right, there's some kids who do benefit most from remote learning, you know what I mean? Yeah. Mary's is heating up.
Homelessness is an issue. The LA fires are an issue. We're gonna go to Skid Row, Palisades, all over town too. See who people are voting for, dude. So who are you voting
battle approaches.
Nichiraman.
Yeah. Why her over Bass?
Well, she's Indian and I'm South Asian.
Respect,
so
a little love. What do you think about Spencer Pratt?
Not much. No.
Yeah, do you think he has a chance?
I don't know. Do you?
Yeah, I mean they're saying on the prediction markets now that he has like a 40% chance to advance. Some people just want to vote for the white guy. Just because they're white. What do you think about that? People voting on like based on like race and stuff.
I think it's a kind of unfortunate because you should be looking at someone's credentials, really. That's really what...
Is Spencer Pratt a Nazi?
The Protoss are fortifying.
Spencer Pratt a Nazi?
Prepare your forces.
Is Karen Bass an illegal immigrant?
Yeah. Send her back to where she's from.
Palisades fire were happening and you could only save her or your mom. Who do you save? She's not gonna get mad. It's chill. It's chill.
Prepare the escape pods.
Destroy the pods before they launch. The Protoss must not reach Shakuras.
When are you having your first unplanned pregnancy?
Strike now. We must buy our brothers time.
Maybe like in the next 4 years, 5 years.
Escape pods. Because we already talked about this before.
My first job was actually at the Grove. I would bust tables here and I would move propane tanks and I dream of the day I was a movie star. Look how far I've come. Karen Bass actually wants to dedicate $20 billion of the budget to alien defense systems.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I was literally talking about with my parents. They were like, they hate Karen Bass and they want her out of office and stuff.
Are they against Karen Bass because of the alien defense project?
They just think that what she did for the Palisades fires, where she defended the firefighters, was a really bad idea. And they were really because people that we know lost their homes and stuff. Fire.
A lot of people had to shelter. Like I know my friend in the
Told you it was
Palisades
a hard
had to
mission.
shelter in Aspen. Like you had to go all the way to Colorado. How much junk can you fit in the trunk of these?
You can fit a lot of junk.
And it fits in the trunk.
Yeah. Yeah.
Should we treat aliens benevolently or not nice?
No, nice.
What do you think about Spencer Pratt?
I don't know who Spencer Pratt is. Who's
Yeah.
Spencer Pratt?
He's actually a Nazi.
Oh. Everyone deserves love too.
Yeah. Where are you from?
Europe.
How are American guys compared to Czech guys?
Well, you know, I like a man who knows how to treat a woman, and I don't do 50-50. So
Yeah.
American guys are, you know, they have stuff to work on.
Do you not like 50-50?
No.
Are you a good cooker and cleaner?
Do I look like a mate?
Yeah, in that outfit a little bit.
Oh my god!
Just a little bit. No, it's like I like a woman that cooks and cleans too. You know?
Sure, good for you. Well, good luck finding one that looks attractive, you know, and looks like a model.
Was that you?
So you're unbelievable. Good one, yeah. No. Sorry, I don't talk to strangers.
Okay. My maid just quit.
Sorry?
My maid just quit. What would your policies be if you were president?
Dude, we've been doing interviews and this stuff's bad.
Oh, well.
Fucking mall cops just told us that we had to leave.
That's why fat people need rehab. If I was mayor, I would make all fat people go to rehab.
Like a camp? Yeah, that's a good idea. I like that idea.
Yeah, at the rehab, and they can't leave until they get skinny.
Really get skinny. Well, I thought that's what...
Agree with that?
Huh? Yeah, I think it would be a little bit more healthy for people, yeah.
Are these all your girlfriends? Or?
That's my girlfriend. These are my creators that I work with.
Oh, creators? What kind of stuff do you create? Content.
Do you think Pratt has a chance to
get to the to the runoff? Absolutely. We need to get them heads up. But what we need to know, if Pratt, God forbid, ever got to be mayor, it would be ICE on steroids.
Right now, we're going to interview the elites. Who do you not want to vote for?
Spencer Pratt.
You getting some beer? Yeah. I used to have a problem too.
This is something too.
Oh yeah, we're just doing a full. So we're interviewing people for the mayor.
I get it. Can you do it outside?
No, because
please.
it's just a member of my polycule was deported. So now okay.
Sorry.
We're approaching Skid Row, which is kind of the epicenter of this election. Obviously, Spencer Pratt wants to get rid of the homeless, and he says that pretty much all the homeless are drug addicts. So we're gonna find about that too.
They're not homeless. They're drug addicts.
You want a cigarette? Yeah. You want to talk about the mayor race, maybe? Just like LA. What's wrong with LA? What's going on?
Well, I mean, somebody stole currency, and then while sleeping, resting.
Sucks.
And then my meth pipe.
Someone stole your meth pipe?
Yep. And this is meth capital, where everybody comes to party, smoke meth, and have fun.
Do you feel like this is a pretty popping off place to be homeless?
I'm not homeless. I mean, no.
Sorry.
I got a home in New York.
Oh, you do have a home in New York?
Yeah, 147 Avenue A.
But you prefer living here?
I was actually only vacationing here. And then when I went to the train station to get on the train to go to the bus, they actually tackled me and told me I have to stay.
Do you feel like the city does enough for homeless people?
I think there needs to be more of an initiative to see like if they're homeless or if they're just out here partying and hanging out with the lounging areas. Where
How many do you think are just partying and hanging out?
Probably majority of it. Majority of them are.
How much of it is drugs, you think?
Drugs, a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because a lot of people on drugs now, and Skid Row. I think it's since Donald Trump become president, he's after the second time, it's gotten better. Yeah.
What's your favorite thing to do on Crystal?
My favorite thing to do on Christmas, I like to,
Have you ever done crystal meth on Christmas?
Oh. Yeah. Yeah, why not?
Is that a great Christmas?
No, not really.
So how long have you been doing meth for?
Since I was like 12, 13. Oh, really? Maybe even younger.
What would you think if a candidate was saying he wants to aggressively clean up Skid Row?
Hey, I'm with it.
Yeah?
I'm fucking with it.
You're with it.
I'm with it. I'm with the sweep. Let's get it done.
Yeah.
These people.
Where are you gonna go though?
I'm leaving today. So like, see, the thing is, I'm only coming here to get the resources. I used to be very pro, like helping the homeless, but guess what? They're here by choice, brother.
Yeah. You have the homeless people who are pro-sweep, who are kind of like Latinos for Trump, who are kind of like queers for Palestine, who are kind of like Palestinians for Israel. Do you follow the mayor race at all?
Who the fuck is that?
Yeah, we don't Tommy, man.
The mayor, the Spencer Pratt.
No, we don't know who that is. We only Charlie Clark.
What kind of stuff are you able to get down here?
Actually, today I got a referral. They're gonna pick me up at 2 o'clock so they can put me in a hotel, and they're gonna pay for my room until they give me housing.
You plan on staying a while?
This structure I built to start my own 501c3.
You started a business with this.
Yeah, it's called Off My Steam, And so whatever's off.
How did you decide on the floor plan of your house?
Here, I can let you see it. So what it is.
Wow.
While Martin had Frank Gehry-inspired architecture, Robert Delaney got a $50 a month room from the city.
But you have like your own room and stuff, or
$50 a month, my own room, and I was in Skid Row, had a tip.
How did you get that?
What? To where I'm at?
Yeah, how'd you get the new place?
I got the new place during the time when Donald Trump, when he had the coronavirus, they had the big tent, so I stayed there. A lot of people was homeless. So.
Do you like Trump now?
He's number one. Yeah, Trump. I vote for him.
We need more food for the homeless.
More food, more reliable, non-profit organizations.
What about more Suboxone?
More Suboxone food and everything.
More Narcan?
More Narcan, all that.
More condoms?
More condoms.
Can I dance with you? Are you going to be able to score some crystal this weekend?
Nice. Yeah, this weekend.
Today?
I got money.
You got some good. Now you got a place to live.
To my game.
Do they care about you doing drugs in the shelter, though?
Man, you can do right anywhere. Yeah. God is my witness. I'm like police. I mean, the building I live in, They smoked the whole building up with crystal. And manager ain't saying nothing.
That's pretty. So he's a pretty chill guy. Down with whatever, anything goes. Sounds like a cool guy.
Yeah.
People are dancing vibe. It's kind of an electric vibe and party down here, and that's what makes this city great. Is in LA, everyone's looking to be a superstar. I feel like meth made a comeback, low key.
Man, you know,
Is this
I
exploitation?
don't know if it's meth because it's not the same shit that you may have been doing in 2005.
I mean, he gave him cigarettes.
Chill off of.
Yeah, the shit here is I think it's government assigned. I think it's government assigned, and I believe it's coded with something that's making these people like zombies and shit.
So you jerk off ever when you do meth?
Man, that shit just fucking. I haven't done it for 6 years, right? And I'm sober, and the first time I hit it, I fucking jerked off, bro.
Yeah.
I couldn't handle it.
Yeah.
That shit was weird, and there was an old girl. I was like, fuck, I gotta jerk this shit off, bro.
What kind of porn?
Fucking internet.
Yeah, like, do you have a kind that you like? Like, do you like MILFs or 18 kind of teen?
I go for the meals, right?
Yeah.
And then I go for the I put meals, and then I try to go for the young ones because that's my taste right now too, you know?
Like the young girl.
Yeah, so I'm like, okay, I'm gonna go for I'm gonna start watching it.
Like the 18 type.
Yeah,
shit.
you know what I mean?
That's just nice.
Because at first it's kind of weird, right?
Yeah.
You're just right there like, oh, fuck it. But then you're like, fuck it, why not?
Yeah, why not? That's what you like.
Yeah.
You're being more true to yourself that way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
you know, we couldn't have this way of life if we didn't send our money to Ukraine, Israel, and fight the war in Iran. So it just feels blessed that all the wars we're doing can protect this way of life we have.
We went to the Palisades to meet with refugees and other residents who were fed up with Karen Bass after one of the largest fires in LA history devastated the community.
I promise you, when I used to come
He's
to the
literally
Palisades
blocking
as a
the
kid,
road.
It did not look like this. Walking these streets breaks my heart. There used to be MILFs just
I'm not sure,
everywhere.
but
we haven't
I
seen
think
a single MILF.
he's doing a different character every video. Like he's just like that one video where he was doing the Charlie Kirk thing.
Fed up with current administration.
Yeah. Like I don't know. I think he's just committed to like performance and embodying a character for a video. He always has weird comments. That's why I don't know how to feel about him in general.
One under construction. That was my stepdad's house. That one burned down, and then my mom's house.
Like the one
was
comment,
grew up in.
I don't
That
remember,
one's
but the one video, we stopped watching him for a good minute.
So when are you gonna be able to start building it on the second?
I didn't feel great about the Knicks video either. Felt that was kind of racist in many ways.
I didn't watch that one.
I don't know.
No, that's
Do you
what
have
we
any
just
other
watched
homes you
before
could
this.
escape to while the fires were happening?
No. So, well, I stay at my friend's house. He lives in Bel Air.
If your house burned down and you had no fire insurance, if your net worth went from 10 million to 1 million because of spending, what would you do? Run for mayor, I guess. Okay, who did you vote for? I'm not sure.
Oh yeah, so I voted for Adam Miller, but I think he's probably behind his
Let the roachlings attack the enemy first.
But I don't see anyone else who has the competencies.
Over here is the Rick Caruso Mall. You know, he had private firefighters come in and save it. Super smart guy. You know, a bunch of families were screaming and shouting as all their stuff was getting burned down, but Rick Caruso was smart enough to get private firefighters. What do you think the city did wrong with the fires?
Well, what they did wrong, and they didn't have proper infrastructures to avoid the fires or to be able to fight it. No, the helicopters were not allowed to drop water. There was no water. I don't know why the firemen didn't use water from pools.
There used to be MILFs everywhere, dude.
Yeah, there's no one.
No more MILFs, bro. All of them MILFs. Yeah. No one will understand one of the highest quantities in the country.
Of MILFs here?
Free fire, yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
Karen Bass didn't want to take that away from us, dude.
you gotta go down to Newport for that nowadays. Yeah.
If it came down to Bass or Pratt, who would you vote for?
Oof, I won't sleep the night before I make my decision.
It ain't that serious.
I never voted Republican. I don't want to vote Republican, but I think maybe it's a time for change because
No, it isn't.
what's happened in this state.
Read the room.
It's not just the fire, but
Are you from the Palisades?
yeah, I lived here.
I remember walking by that school, and it was not like that before Karen Bass came into office. This is another house that was not like this before Karen Bass became mayor. It's kind of epic, actually. Like, the only people left here are freaking high school kids. So it's kind of just like Lord of Dogtown cosplaying as cholos, riding dirt bikes. It's like the full... It's just basically become a Latino neighborhood at this point, where people are just riding dirt bikes with no rules. I've heard that life is like a cliff. You're jumping off the cliff. You could try to grab to the weeds and grab on. We all hitting the ground, baby. We all hitting the ground, man. That's God right there. Karen Bass was in Ghana when the fires were happening. That's not a fake X headline. That's what happened. And now our schools look like... I didn't mean to say that. Sorry. That was not... She was not in Ghana. Karen Bass was accepting a humanitarian award in Ghana. That's... Apologies.
We took a trip to MacArthur Park, a park once filled with abuelas selling trinkets that had now become a drug haven. It was recently the target of a federal raid.
How do you feel about the raid on here?
Well, the way I felt is the way I felt about the ICE raids, and the way I felt about the LAPD. It was sort of like backtracking on what they said they would promise.
I don't like that they're targeting people who are doing drugs.
Yeah, I don't like that either.
What's your name, bro?
Raul Claros, running for LA City Council District 1.
And what's your plan?
The hard cutaway.
To show up and get safe and clean streets for everyone, including our parks.
What if, we built like a big football field and said just that football field is where people could do drugs and
People have talked about the football field for like sheltering.
Yeah.
I mean,
because people are gonna do drugs, right? So what if you just said like, all right, here's one huge park, and that's gonna be the drug park, and if you do drugs, you get busted.
I would not support that.
Oh, really? Why not?
Because I wouldn't.
You know who Spencer Pratt is?
I do.
What do you think about him?
I think he's insidious and toxic, and he's some sort of I think Karen Bass probably, funded his campaign. So
you think Karen Bass funded his campaign? Oh.
Yeah, kind of like Hillary. Funded Donald Trump's campaign.
Are you supporting anyone for mayor?
Not Karen Bass and not Nithya Raman.
Okay.
Yeah.
Who are you gonna vote for in the LA election? For mayor.
Like I would vote for Ray if she had a bigger campaign, but for now I'm just like holding that information close to my chest.
Do you like Spencer Pratt?
What?
Yeah, I think Spencer.
Yeah, because she was under 1% of the vote.
Is saying a lot,
had a
if
bigger
not
share.
everything that-
Yeah. So if she had a bigger campaign, yeah.
And American is ranked choice.
Well,
at least for
first
local.
of all, I mean, this is like the states mandate their own elections, and then within the states, a lot of times county by county, city by city, right? So like the LA mayor race is just whoever gets whatever two people get the most votes in the primary move on. So now it's a regular Democrat versus a progressive.
Oh.
So it's just a primary.
That's interesting. Okay. Very interesting. Whoa.
Definitely not as interesting as the Zoran Mondani race. Like that race had everything. You had JoJo Siwa, you had the sex pest, you had the cool guy. Like, just like the fact that there was 2 clowns in that race and only one serious actual candidate was just so funny. It gave us so much material.
Bring it back.
I still think Mondani only won because Como ran. Well, who would have won if it wasn't him? Adams? Certainly not.
The beret guy, what do you mean? The man is the guardian of New York City. He goes around
Quick,
beating up
listen,
criminals.
Quick, listen me, Brett Lander. Maybe.
Any of us are thinking.
Yeah. Are there a lot of conservative guys who secretly go for trans?
Oh yeah, all of them. And anybody on the streets, that says they're, not into trans, they're usually lying.
Have you been feeling slutty recently?
Yeah, it's summer. Yeah. It's
Based.
It's time to
Based.
go out.
I used to live by Echo
like her.
Park, and so they had all the tents there. But then basically, enough white people moved in that got sick and tired of it. So they're like, oh, the only people that are by MacArthur Park are the sweet little abuelas, And they just be violating my Latina baddies.
Oh,
like
is that why
Come
my
on.
production
Punani's
is
good
so
out
high?
I ain't never had none.
Like the
What?
poo poo.
One time.
Why I can't get my
Pussy.
production
One time.
that
Been
low?
one girl out here?
One time. Like,
Oh,
physically,
why it
like,
takes so many
Turns on
turns
longer.
for shit?
Yeah.
Where
Yeah.
did you do it?
In Monte's bathroom.
Okay,
I'll have to
nice.
adjust
You
my
push a little button, it
expectations.
slides open.
Yeah.
It came open on. I said, "Oh, close it back."
And was she also on the streets?
Yeah,
You hit her raw?
raw as hell.
What do you think about Trump?
Trump dumb as hell.
Yeah.
Cause think about it, North America, South America. He said he was building a wall against Mexico. Mexico is in South America. They're trying to cover up that they stole the land from Mexico.
What would you say if a girl wanted you to pee on them?
I shit in her face.
Oh, that's cool. You just give them the right aura and they flock away, man. That's all you need to do, brother. Like, I think I would fix it with my mind, dude. If I had to change the homeless thing, I think I would just do it by manifesting. And I think we all, as Californians, are really good at manifesting. Turtles are definitely fent turtles and not cracked turtles because they keep swimming to the bottom. Turtles! Imagine we could have a park filled with abuelas selling
It's just a
little
fucking metal
trinkets and
barrel
soaps
floating with a
and
turtle on
single
it.
socks, hanging out in this beautiful
LA
park
chic.
where we have turtles.
I lost my bombard.
Welcome back to Woman Carrying Man. I am alone. Nadia wasn't feeling great and has had a really busy week, so I said, hey, you know what? I will film a video. I don't think she knows what video I'm going to do, but this is one that I've been wanting to do for a while, but I knew I could never get her to watch it. It is a profoundly weird and upsetting film. Although I do miss talk with. I feel weird just sitting here being alone. I want to talk about a very special movie that came out recently, although it has been 30 years in the making. We're talking about Phil Tippett's Mad God. This was an exclusive streaming on Shudder. But I'd heard about this movie because I saw the trailer online. Phil Tippett is like the visual effects mastermind genius who's been behind very famous movies, RoboCop, Star Wars, Jurassic Park, But this has been a passion project, stop motion passion project behind the scenes. And I'm not a huge fan of stop motion as a medium. I think it's creepy. Okay, I don't think stop motion is creepy always. I think there are some great stop motion movies, but I do think that it lends itself very well to horror. I think that A Nightmare Before Christmas is a great example of a movie that I can appreciate, but I can't enjoy because it is too creepy for me. Like, it's supposed to be like a cute movie also, like a fun movie, but it is only just really disturbing. Something about stop motion, it's like you can see in real time how the motions are made. You see the passage of time in a really like unsettling way, like 30 seconds, and it's like you're watching
that's
like
cool
a
as
year
fuck.
of an animator's life path. Maybe not a year, but you're watching like someone's like very detailed, like coming into frame, moving a tiny inch or something. Like I don't understand the kind of mind who wants to work in that medium. I think it's admirable. You kind of have to have a sickness. Okay. Let me rephrase this. You have to be really dedicated to want to work in this medium, I think. And for someone like Phil Tippett to make a movie and put so much effort into something that is so out there that I can't even imagine this coming out 30 years ago, let alone today it feels shocking and weird. Mad God is a surreal dystopia, I said it right this time, that is
Certainly
basically
is.
just a guy wandering through this circles of hell, just descending. You know, it begins with
I
this
thought
guy
so. I
who's
thought,
anonymous
like, it
in this
looked a
creepy
bit like
looking,
hell.
like World War One
That makes
costume.
sense.
Oh yeah,
And
I
he's
knew it was
just
hell
being
the whole
descended
time.
in,
That's
like,
why
a
I kept
diving
saying
bell,
it.
or whatever they're
I
called.
wonder if it's
And just
circles
sinking
and stuff.
lower and lower through the circles of
Dante's
hell, and it's you don't know where
Inferno
he's
kind
going,
of
why
thing.
he's there. You're just seeing these images, and it's the most using stop motion to its most like beneficial way, because you know it's all small and models, but it's also there's like real stuff in there, and it's like the real physicality that gets to you. Like just the imagination behind these like disturbing, weird things and creations. It's incredible, and I want to get to talking about why it is very Lynchian, I think, because while there's all this darkness, there's a kind of like almost, I'm doing the like Lynch thing with my fingers now. I don't know why. There's like this almost like spiritual, like mystical thing about it, where it very much like Eraserhead, I think, where it's like just going to these depths of darkness is like, it's almost like blends contrast to the light. I became so attached to this character who's in this suit, who doesn't say anything. And things happen. I'm not going to spoil the movie right now.
What's
I will
to spoil?
later. I don't think there's really much to spoil. It's more of an experience. There's not really a plot. It's more of a sequence of moments, of situations that kind of build to something. And I do want to watch this movie again, because I feel like I'd appreciated it even more on a second viewing. Because the first time you're kind of going like, what is this? Where is this going? Because it does feel like very linear at first, and then it goes off into different directions.
Sure
and
does.
You're like, what are we doing here? But I think now if I watched it again, I think I'd have a little more awareness of what's actually happening. I don't want to like overanalyze this movie and go like, oh, I don't want to like read articles where it's like, oh, this symbolizes this, and this creature symbolizes this, and then they go this, and this means this. Like it's very much like a surreal, abstract kind of experience that you take away what you want to put into it, I think. And the thing is, it never, the imagery, while it does, there is a sense of metaphor, like you could read into like, oh, the industrial process, the capitalism, everyone's, you know, machine. Like it becomes more and more industrial. Like you're going through this post-apocalyptic landscape, and it feels like it's becoming more and more industrial. And you see like disturbing images. Like you can totally take away very easy metaphors, but the movie doesn't let you do that. And that's what I like about it. There's no like one-to-one of, oh, this is what modern times is like. It's very medieval almost. And I think, like on Letterboxd, I said there was Tree of Life, directed by Hieronymus Bosch. Ultimately, and I'll get into this in spoilers, it becomes like an origin story for the universe, and it kind of goes through all of time, and it has as its themes like humanity and existence. It's a very big movie at its core, even though it's the small stuff. It's addressing like huge themes, you know, very much like Malick's The Tree of Life, which, I mean, I love that movie, but, you know, this is like the dark opposite, the one that, like, you know, a Bosch painting, it has comedy, and it has some funny moments, but it is like really trying to unnerve you. Interestingly enough, the stuff that bothered me the most, that was like most upsetting to me, was like the actual live action stuff that was incorporated into the movie later on. You know, when it's all stop motion, there's a sense of like security, like it's all fake, but it's like you have like real people. It got weird. Like it got kind of like, I don't know if I like this. And that's probably one thing that I don't like about the movie in general, is that I feel like once it brought in like the green screen, you know, physical actors, like the director Alex Cox, I think I didn't love that character. I thought it was like, it took me out of the movie a little bit. I don't know if maybe that was intentional, like just to make me feel gross, like not saying Alex Cox is gross or something, but again, given a rewatch, I think it could work. And there's just so much I love about this movie. It is so weird and twisted, and I just want people to check it out. It had just the atmosphere, like the detail into the way the characters walk, and just like walking through this wasteland. It's so gross that it becomes beautiful. Like it becomes like so much effort and care was put into these weird, like strange, odd creatures. And the sound design, okay, let me get to the sound design. It has this unsettling, murky sound. Spoilers real quick. I don't think there's much to spoil about this movie. We're following the character in the World War I suit, going down and exploring through hell. We learn that he is carrying a briefcase, And I loved this part of the movie. I was not seeing this, but when he goes to this area and he has the briefcase, you realize it's a bomb, and he's trying to destroy the world. Has the suitcase, and right before it can explode, he's captured, but it's on a timer. But you see this mountain. It looks like a mountain of bombs that haven't exploded. And this fixation suddenly in the movie on time and on time slowing and stopping, and this feeling that
that's what I said. It's about time.
You can't
continually when you did say that joke
with the end of things, on the end times, on destruction, of setting it all on fire, and then our hero gets captured and is experimented on. And I think this is the grossest, hardest part of the movie to sit through. It really becomes like student film, not in a bad way, but like student film, edgy, we're gonna gross you out, and he's drilled into, and things are taken out of him. A child is removed, a strange being. There's lots of blood, lots of gore, but we get to see earlier on what happened before the movie started, and I was a little confused. Is this a flashback? Is this a different character who's trying to explore the depths of hell? But it appears to be the origin of this society. There's all these workers, everyone who looks like the main character, and they're sent down to apparently try to destroy this world, and we don't really know why. Anyways, later on, this thing that is removed from the hero is taken by this plague doctor looking creature. Keys almost, or something, is just jangling everywhere, and the noise and the sound design is so unsettling. It was that was a scary part in the movie, when the nurse is handing over this thing to
the sound design where a third of the movie is babies crying.
Child. Really, something about it was just really upsetting and unsettling.
If there wasn't a third of the movie babies crying, I probably wouldn't
I can barely
have minded it. But because of that, I just found it.
But it basically, to me, I interpret it as the
I get it.
Rebirth,
time, rebirth, I get it. Children, I get it. I don't need to fucking constantly hear annoying kids crying. It doesn't stress me out.
Literally making and destroying our world, and just this feeling of history of we're always moving towards creation and destruction. There's the cyclical nature of life on a micro and macro level. I can't pretend to understand this movie 100% or even claim that there is anything concrete to understand. I think it's a lot of suggestion, a lot of you read into it what you want. But it is a movie that I definitely want to return to, and don't watch it if you're squeamish. It's not something I want to watch while I'm eating food or snacking or just hanging out. It's a movie that demands a certain level of attention from you because it's an experience. I'd be curious to know what Nadia thinks about this movie. I would feel bad subjecting it to her. I don't think she'd like it. I think she'll probably watch the review and go okay, yeah, no. Human teeth in these creatures. There's human gross fingernails, and the way these things are created, it is uncanny valley, but it's worth it. It is so worth it. I'm obsessed with it. I hope you all check it out. Let us know what you want us to watch, and
Yep, this is happening. You're probably wondering how we got here. Well, it started with a love triangle, which led to two men exploring their foot fetish, causing the bottom to die of erotic asphyxiation and reincarnate as a vengeful housefly, waging class warfare against his billionaire top.
Huh?
I swear I did not make that up. The director of RR did. This video is sponsored by Squarespace.
Alright.
A man reincarnated as a housefly and fights a shotgun-wielding maniac. Sounds like a post from Reddit, but I swear it's a real movie. Born from a conversation between writer-director S.S. Rajamouli and his father, this absurd movie is what paved the way for the eventual viral success of Bahubali and RRR. Indeed, despite the B-movie concept, this is a bona fide classic. How classic? The movie's accolade has its own Wikipedia page.
Son.
I repeat, the list is so long and girthy, it needs its own article. If you're like me, you'll know that post ideas like this are a dime a dozen. What makes this movie so different from, say, Sharknado? The best way to explain is to go for the film together and explain not only the artistry, but also the philosophy that created this absurdist gem. This is your spoiler alert. Welcome to Iga, a shitpost movie from the director of RRR. The film begins with character introductions. This is Sudeep, played by Sudeepa, an actor formerly known as Sudeep. He's a genius billionaire playboy philanthropist and an absolute crackshot. This day, he sees a woman he's interested in. Like a complete boy, he asserts his dominance by walking directly in front of her loaded gun just to flirt with the woman. With one action, we see his confidence, his capability, and his horniness. The film then introduces Nani, played by Nani. Nani is in love with his neighbor Bindu, a micro-artist and a charity worker. This night, the electricity in the neighborhood goes out. Nani races to the rescue with a makeshift spotlight made of tin foil and a flashlight. And just like that, we see Nani's creativity and devotion to love. One of the greatest strengths of writer-director Rajamouli is his character introductions. If you have seen RRR, you will remember the spectacular Man vs. Tiger and the 1-on-1000 battle. Iga is nowhere near as spectacular, but the underlying charm is the same. All of his characters exude conviction. They always have their eyes on the prize. A man walking in front of a loaded gun should seem absolutely stupid, but Sudeep's arrogance makes his character. He sees what he wants, and he'll risk his life to get it. A boy providing life for his love could have been as simple as pointing a flashlight, but the creativity makes Nani much more romantic. Everything they do, they fully commit to it. Indian cinema tends to dial the characters to a 10, but Rajamouli is always at an 11. The next day, while in a meeting, Sudeep lays eyes on Bindu for the first time, and you can hear his boner rising. She has become his next prize. But when Bindu introduces herself and the charity she works for, her words become background noise. Sudeep lusts over her appearance and cares nothing for her goals and personality. It's the flip side of his conviction. He wastes no time on things he cares little for and immediately arranges a lunch date. And like a complete boy, this is how he introduces the dishes. Look at those smoldering eyes. Last time I saw eyes like that, it was my cat ready to knock my Switch 2 off the table. But Nani is also committed. Under the guise of working, Nani comes to the restaurant just to be closer to Bindu. It's the one part of the movie that I don't like. Nani's pursuit of Bindu is a persistent game of cat and mouse, where she pretends to be not interested and he keeps chase relentlessly.
బాగా లేట్ అయింది, భయం వేస్తుంది. అదే నాకు కొంచెం తోడుగా నడవచ్చా?
The film makes it clear that Bindu is into him, but this game of no means try harder is still pretty icky. But I do understand the goal is for Nani to overcome the obstacles and earn her love. Indeed, both Sudeep and Nani are always taking action, solving problems, pursuing their goals. It's what makes Grace from Project Hail Mary, John McClane from Die Hard, and Ichiban from Like a Dragon so engaging and likable. In any case, we have a love triangle and Nani is winning. As the man of action that he is, Sudeep kidnaps Nani, takes off his shoes and socks, and goes, Okay, there's zero reason for Sudeep to be barefoot. I swear this is a fetish thing. I guess billionaires just like to step on people. Just like that, Nani dies. And then, for reasons entirely unexplained, his soul turns into a gachapon animation and plops into a housefly pupa. Honestly, sounds about right. Fun fact, Caesar and Cleopatra were together for only a few years before he was assassinated. It's absolutely true because I saw it on this website, which I made using Squarespace. As demonstrated by the film, if you say something with enough conviction, people will want to believe you. That's why if you have something you would like to showcase, you should show it with a dedicated website from Squarespace. Simply pick a template, edit accordingly, and then write down, Cleopatra has a son nicknamed Little Caesar, and bam, instant credibility. You can even go above and beyond, visit the Help Center for advanced tutorials, and make your website even more professional. Start a free trial at squarespace.com/accentcinema. Use the code accentcinema for 10% off your first purchase. By the way, everything I said about Cleopatra is true. I did not make things up.
Wow.
Show your message with conviction. Proudly display it on your website. Visit squarespace.com/accentcinema and get your website started today. Now that is what we in the industry call absolute cinema. I said this reincarnation has no explanation, and that is true. But the film also leaves no time for the audience to question that, as the moment Nani bursts out of his cocoon is already instant drama. Nani has to learn how to fly while facing a sudden flood of water, and just as he narrowly escapes, he has to avoid being trampled by humans. He gets slapped, gets stuck on a tennis ball, gets chased by a bird, and then finally falls directly in front of the very man that killed him. Once again, everything is dialed to 11. As Nani relentlessly pushes towards his goal, the story itself relentlessly pushes back. It's the battle between an unstoppable determination against the immovable plot. Beyond its characters, the story also acts with conviction. So begins Act 2, in which Nani employs increasingly creative and drastic measures to assassinate Sudeep. It starts off with simple annoyance, keeping Sudeep awake the whole night. But it quickly escalates into causing a car crash, sending Sudeep off the roof of a building, setting his bed on fire, setting him on fire, basically driving him into utter insanity. It is the main meat of the movie, a reverse Home Alone. And it is cathartic to see a rich asshole being tormented by something poor people deal with every day. By the way, if you shrink this image, you can see through the mosaic and see that he's wearing a pair of orange boxers. No, I'm not weird, shut up. It's here we have our answer as to what makes Iga so different from other post movies like Sharknado. Now, I'm sorry I have to show you Sharknado, but let's take a look at this example. This is a serious horror moment played for laughs. Deaths in Sharknado are deliberately slapdash in order to provoke laughter from the audience. Its creativity and absurdity are matched with low-effort execution. In contrast, let's look at the scene in which the reincarnated Nani reconnects with Bindu.
Fuck you.
It's a funny moment done emotionally. It's the absolute opposite of Sharknado and arguably a much harder task to do.
Your field cannon
in the film
armies.
industry, this is called bumping the land.
I'm below him on science, but I'm able to
Roger Rabbit,
defend
in which an actor bumps a ceiling lamp by
effectively
accident,
because he's
causing the
fucked
light source
himself.
to swing around
He has
wildly.
to send them into choke points.
Seeing this, the animators hand animated every shifting shadow
I'm about
on
to get
Roger
bombers.
Rabbit, even though nobody would have noticed if they didn't. They put in the extra work for a more seamless result. Iga is made with the same artistic commitment. It would have been so easy to give Nani an internal monologue of, God forbid, the ability to speak. But no, the housefly does not speak at all. Every observation, every emotion is conveyed visually without a single word of narration. Instead of saying, "Hey dumbass, I'm here," Nani flaps his wings and shakes his butt. This requires creative thinking from the writer and enormous effort from the VFX artists. How much effort? It was reported that 6 months into the VFX editing, all of that work was scrapped because it did not meet quality expectations. A new animation team had to restart from scratch, and that was what it took to create an expressive housefly who communicates through action. Take a look at how Nani expresses his desire to kill Sudeep. It's creative, well animated, deathly serious, and hilarious all at once. Matching the intensity of his characters, Rajamouli and his team had their eyes on the prize, and that prize was a good movie. They didn't slack off just because the absurd premise gave them an excuse to be shoddy with their crafts. As that conviction of the characters make them lovable, so does the determination of this film and its filmmakers. Now, I've skimmed over most of Arc 2 because it's mostly repeated assaults on Sudeep intercut with an exercising housefly. It's a lot of fun to watch, but redundant to explain. It's just something you have to experience yourself. Eventually, Sudeep goes up the Sudeep end, holds Bintu hostage, and begins villain monologuing. Emotional music swells as Nani comes forth. It all feels so serious, you almost forget it's talking to a housefly. Oh god, the weirdo took off his shoes again. So begins the final showdown, in which a shotgun-wielding techno-billionaire faces off against Nani. It's moody, it's cinematic, and to viewers not familiar with Indian cinema, it's emotionally confusing. Is this supposed to be funny or suspenseful? Eventually, Sudeep captures Nani and begins torturing the housefly in front of Bintu, cutting up his wings and such. The scenery-chewing villainy defies all realism. At this point, the audience is on the edge of the seat, but with smiles on the faces, because of how utterly ridiculous everything is. This is what I love about Iga. It feels like a circus clown show, and I don't mean like a flat earther conference, I mean professional entertainers. On its surface, clowns are stupid and clumsy, that's why we laugh at them. But the stupidity is an act. It takes years of training to fall comedically. Iga is the same way. Unlike the genuine stupidity of Sharknado, Iga works hard to earn every single reaction. When you say, this movie has no
That's
right
right,
to be this
Calcutta
epic,
loves itty bitty
you are,
titties.
in fact, recognizing the effort behind the jokes. In film discussion, we often lump films into
Pierre was
genres.
right when he said,
Horror movies make you fear and scream, romance films make you smile and cry. Unless it's a genre-bending attempt, you don't expect a romance movie to have a serial killer. Each and every genre has its rules. But these rules do not apply to the Indian masala films. Masala films are movies that blend so many conflicting genres together, they defy definition. Iga itself is one such example. It is a love story, a fantasy, a slapstick comedy, and an action movie all at once. As is happening in the final climax, multiple genres can even happen simultaneously. As summarized by film scholar Tejaswini Ganti, a central premise of the masala genre is that viewers derive pleasure by being taken through a series of moods and emotional states, being angry or disgusted with the villains, being moved by some sort of loss, usually death, laughing at a clownish character, being amazed or seduced by elaborate song sequences, and being happy for the couple and their eventual union.
Hell yeah. Heroic
So,
age.
is this supposed to be funny or suspenseful? The answer is yes.
Oh my god, there's
That
so long
complex
left.
mix of emotions isn't something to be confused about, it's something to be enjoyed. When Nani sets himself on fire, blows up Sudeep and his entire mansion, it's at once triumphant and sad.
Yeah.
And the movie lets you feel all of the flavors.
Do you want to start
What
again?
A movie.
Start the game over?
Oh yeah, do you want to do a normal speed game? It says torture.
Actually,
Recently, I went to see
I mean, you
Masters
got
of the
the
Universe,
opener.
and
I mean,
it's
I'm still
Yeah,
trying to
I got
find
the
out
general
what I'm
premise.
gonna do.
I've had in a long
Nah,
time.
I think I should be fine from now
There's
on.
some amazingly
tired
choreographed
anyway, so we can
fights,
start a new
incredible
one
practical
next
sets
time
and
we play.
costumes, and beautifully
Okay.
indulgent
Like, I have to go to
emotional
sleep.
scenes. It actually moved
Alright.
me. This movie has no right to be this.
I think we are. Yeah, we are at 6 hours.
Yeah.
And we started.
I
late,
was
so
late, though.
That's fine.
I'm still sleepy. I didn't sleep much last night because I had to get up and do stuff today.
Mm-hmm. No, fair enough. Not to worry. Should be fine. I did just convert one of his cities though. Ha! 2 spreads from an apostle with the Inquisitor upgrade, and his religion from his capital was wiped. That's crazy. What's that face? Yummy. I've been at war with India the whole game.
Yeah. Okay.
Alrighty. I guess we'll be done. Where's my soundbite?
I bid you good day, sir. I bid you good day.
Thank you, Syria.